Chapter 1272. Lin Che thought to himself, what's there to admire? He's just jealous and wants to win no matter what to prove himself. She knew Gu Jingze very well in this aspect. Here, he was just a kid who wanted to prove that he was better than others no matter what. However, at this moment, the game immediately sent out a message. Some people saw that the duel had ended and felt that it was not over yet. They said that it had been a long time since they had seen such an exciting duel. They were evenly matched, and it all depended on who could last longer and who was more patient. There were even people who directly posted this video on the forum. Those who had the ability and could understand it went over to analyze it, and those who didn't understand it immediately saw the ingenious ideas behind each of the two's moves. They didn't expect that a single move could be so profound. The onlookers thought that it was very classy. The video was posted on Weibo, and the popular title was, "The Almighty Shows You What Is Godly Positioning." In an instant, the video went viral. Once the video went viral, many people came to register to play the game. The game became even more popular. There were even people who came to the company to see if they could organize a national or international league based on this game, so that they could promote it. Of course, this was a story for later. After Gu Jingze won, he stood up as light as a feather. He asked KG and the others to deal with the bug, and he walked around the company with Lin Che. Lin Che said, "How is it?" Gu Jingze said, "It's good enough to have such progress." That's right, that's right. Don't you see who's giving us guidance? I'm completely following the route we discussed back then. Lin Che was still trying to please him. Gu Jingze looked at her and didn't expose her childish bootlicking skills. He smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong with KG?" Lin Che said, "Hee, they're just kids. They're just fooling around." Gu Jingze didn't think so. He lowered his head and held Lin Che's hand, holding her back as he quietly stared at her adorable face. "KG may be young, but you have good taste," he said lightly as he looked at her. Why did Lin Che feel like he didn't know if this was the truth or a lie? She said, No, he's too young. He doesn't know anything. Really, he's especially impulsive. I don't know how much I worry about him, but he only knows how to cause trouble for me." In the end, Lin Che decided that it would be better to say more bad things about him. Gu Jingze snorted, but still did not expose her. After all, Gu Jingze was already used to her attraction. Her charm, at times, made him feel very proud, but at other times, he felt that it was a little troublesome. He felt that he had to continuously become stronger in order to repel those pursuers and protect Lin Che. This sense of crisis made him feel very helpless at times. At this time, "Hey, Gu Jingze, you came to our company without telling us. Really, I didn't send a sedan chair to welcome you. Is it really not in line with your identity? I'm so ashamed." Li Mingyu came. Gu Jingze turned around and saw Li Mingyu running towards him. Lin Che's eyes widened as he panicked for a moment. What was this troublemaker doing here? Gu Jingze said, "There's no need. I'm just here to take a look at Lin Che's company." "Hey, Lin Che is in our company. I'm sure I'll take good care of him." Li Mingyu chuckled, but it gave Lin Che the feeling that there was a dagger hidden behind his smile. Li Mingyu said, "How is it? You've seen it, right? The company is not bad, right?" "Yeah, it's not bad. Of course. Don't you see how good my taste is? I saw Lin Che's ability and made a prompt decision to invest in him. After many times of friction, we finally decided on what game to make. In the end, we established this studio and it became the most popular casual game nowadays. Our tacit understanding has allowed this game to become more and more influential. I'm sure that in the future, as the two of us become more familiar with each other, this game will definitely flourish." Lin Che knew it. Gu Jingze smiled but didn't say anything. He looked at Lee Mingyu exaggeratedly talking about his collaboration with Lin Che. Lee Mingyu was filled with pride. At first, he thought that it was just a small investment. He didn't care what Lin Che did. He didn't expect that the influence of the game was getting bigger and bigger. Especially nowadays, the influence of the game was much stronger than other things. Now, the other industries of the company could cooperate with this game and continue to rely on the game to promote it. Although Lee Mingyu never cared about what others thought of him when he invested, he felt very happy when he saw the people in the board of directors trying to delay him but didn't dare to do so. Later on, they started to admire his foresight. Of course, it was Lin Che's contribution that was the biggest. It was all because she had persisted in her own path. No matter how difficult it was for others, she still created such a game. Lee Mingyu said, "Do you know how many downloads there are in the world now? I'm not trying to brag, but I play it every time I see someone on the streets." This. Oh, right, you're not the master of the Goo family anymore. I just remembered that the Goo family really had no foresight to let you out. TSK, you have to believe in my foresight. I have high hopes for you. Otherwise, if you have nowhere to go in the future, why don't you come to my company? I'll make you the CEO of the head office. You'll only have less authority than me, he. In the past, when Gu Jingze was the master of the Gu family, Lee Mingyu didn't dare to underestimate the power of the entire Gu family. But now, Gu Jingze came out alone. Although he still had his own power, it couldn't be compared to the past. Gu Jingze didn't say anything. He slowly hugged Lee Mingyu and said, "It's okay. I've decided to live off a woman in the future. I won't work anymore." Lin Che raised his head. He felt that Lee Mingyu had already pulled him into his arms and pressed her against his chest. Lee Mingyu didn't even need to say another word to make Lee Mingyu spit out a mouthful of blood. Live off a woman. Gu Jingze said, "Anyway, my wife is very capable. I don't have to work. I can stay at home and take care of the child. I don't think I'll starve to death." Lee Mingyu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He watched as Gu Jingze lowered his head to look at Lin Che affectionately. His gaze was filled with love, as if he was sending all of his affection into her eyes. Outsiders, especially a single dog like him, were directly tortured to death by his gaze. Gu Jingze said, "Since I happened to meet you, I have something to tell you. We'll be holding a wedding next week. I'll get someone to send the invitation to you later. You've been taking good care of my wife recently. Of course, I'll invite you to our wedding." Chapter 1273. Another 10,000 points of critical hit. Lin Che listened on the side. He was in awe of Gu Jingze. It didn't matter how he provoked him. He had already angered the other party to death without making a sound. Lee Mingyu knew that Gu Jingze had never married Lin Che in the past. Although they had been married for many years, they never had a wedding. Giving Lin Che a wedding was probably a token of Gu Jingze's sincerity. Lee Mingyu was actually very envious of Gu Jingze. Whatever he wanted to give her, it was all fair and square. As for himself, he actually wanted Lin Che to be happy too, but he could only watch from the side. However, he was already very satisfied to see Lin Che's happiness. He never thought that he could make someone happy too, even though that happiness might not be because of him. After a while, Lee Mingyu sent Lin Che a message. "I want to give you something for your wedding." Lin Che replied, "No need. We're on the same side. You don't have to be so polite." "Oh, okay. I'll give it to you next time." Lin Che scolded, "You're the next time. You're such a person. I said I'd give it to you, but you don't want it." Lin Che said, "I wanted to be polite with you, but since you're so impolite, I won't be polite either. Give it to me, I'll take whatever you give me." Okay, I'll send it to you tomorrow. Lin Che looked at Li Mingyu's reply and shook his head. Gu Jingze asked, what are you talking about? Lin Che said, oh, he said he's going to give me a gift. Really? Looks like it's worth looking forward to. It should be a small gift to congratulate me on my wedding. Gu Jingze didn't think so. He smiled and hugged Lin Che. Let's go look at the gown tomorrow. Gown. It doesn't have to be too grand, right? It's not grand, but I hope you can dress beautifully and be my perfect bride. Lin Che smiled and leaned into his embrace. For a moment, he felt that leaving the Gu family might be a good thing. Their lives could be much simpler. In the past, even when they were leaning on each other, they would still feel a little worried. But now, they felt much more relaxed. The next day, Lin Che first went to the place where the gowns were custom-made. It wasn't a shop, but a beautiful villa. A few people were already waiting inside. When they saw Lin Che enter, they smiled and said, Mrs. Gu, this is a custom-made suit from Mr. Gu. It was made according to your measurements, but you haven't tried it on yet. It was just shipped over from Paris. Please try it on first, and then we'll see if there's anything that needs to be modified. Lin Che said, you've already done it before. I didn't know. Yes, Mr. Gu has been customizing it for several months. Because it's handmade, it's just finished. Lin Che stared blankly for a moment. His heart warmed as he thought, has he been thinking about this matter for a few months? He didn't even tell her. Lin Che said, where are the clothes? It's inside. Because it's more delicate, we don't dare to hang it outside casually. If a piece is damaged, we can't afford it. Mrs. Gu, please wait a moment, the shop assistant said with a smile. All right, you guys go and push it. After a while, a few people pushed the clothes out. The clothes were placed under a white curtain, and after pulling it open, the long dress hanging inside could be seen. The glittering dress seemed to reflect colorful rays under the sunlight. However, when the back was against the light, it was pure white. If one took a closer look, they would see that it was a long dress with a bare back and a long tail. The tail was like a mermaid's and looked very elegant. There were countless diamonds on it, making people feel that each piece was exquisite and dynamic. That was why it looked so vivid. Even though it was hanging there, it didn't look rigid. Lin Che said, wow, the shop assistant said with a smile, Mr. Gu spent a lot of effort to design and make this. Madam, you can try it on. There are so many diamonds. I don't dare to wear it. Madam, don't worry. We'll hold it back. That's right. We're the ones worried. Madam, even if you break it, sir won't say anything. He's so good to you and he dotes on you. Lin Che covered her mouth and looked at it with a sigh. She really felt that she was afraid of breaking it. Is this very expensive? Yes, this was specially designed for you by the most famous designer in Paris, Slater. Mr. Slater is the exclusive designer of a big brand. Usually, he doesn't design for anyone, but for Mr. Gu's sake, he designed this dress for your wedding. Needless to say, this dress was personally made by Master Slater in his studio. He wanted every detail to be perfect. It fits your figure the best, so you can see that even inside, every line is absolutely perfect. There are no flaws. Lin Che didn't dare to wear it. The shop assistant said, this was specially prepared by Mr. Gu for you. Don't you want to try it on? Yes, he had prepared it for her. Lin Che took a deep breath. All right, put it on. The three shop assistants helped her put it on carefully, holding the back carefully. It was only after she put it on that she could feel that her back was bare. There was a string of diamonds that slid coolly down her back, and the feeling was very strong. The waist was very suitable. Indeed, there was not a single line. It didn't fit her figure at all. It was heavy, but it didn't make her feel tired. It seemed that the material of the dress was carefully made. The shop assistant looked at Lin Che and exclaimed, "This is indeed Master Slater's work. Really, you look like you're alive in it." Lin Che blushed. "You really know how to talk." The shop assistant smiled sincerely. "Madam, I'm telling the truth. Master Slater made this dress based on your photo. The dress that he made is definitely the most suitable for you. I can't feel it when it's hanging there, but when you put it on, I feel that you're like a goddess. You're so beautiful." Lin Che blushed from the compliments. Looking at herself in the mirror, she couldn't see anything. The shop assistant exclaimed, "You're definitely the most beautiful bride in the world." "Alright, I'm really scared now that you're acting like this," Lin Che said with a smile. "We're really stunned by Madam. Madam, your figure is really good. It's really beautiful. It's not the kind of figure that's so thin that it makes people sigh. It's a little plump, but it's not cumbersome at all. This figure is really beautiful." Lin Che was really intoxicated by their words. "We're really looking forward to it. When you wear this and stand next to Sir at your wedding, it must be like a story. It's so perfect." Chapter 1274. Lin Che thought that the dress was quite nice. He could tell that the designer had put in a lot of effort into it and it was very comfortable to wear. Originally, it was very tiring to wear these gowns, and people were always worried that there would be problems with the clothes, or that the clothes would fall off, or that the clothes would be crooked, etc. However, at this time, there was no such worry at all. The clothes just felt like they were fitting, and there was no worry that they would be deformed. Everyone looked at Lin Che in admiration. They felt that Lin Che was indeed a superstar. He looked so good in the gowns. Lin Che took off the gown carefully. "Is there anything else that needs to be changed?" No. We all think that you're perfect in the gown. We don't need to change anything." "Really? Put it away for now." "Yes, we'll guard the gown well tonight. We'll make sure that there won't be any problems on the wedding day." "No need. You're too troublesome." "Of course. The diamonds on it are priceless. We've already sent all the security guards to guard it, in case anything happens." Lin Che didn't expect that a wedding could be so troublesome. "Oh my god, Gu Jingze is so troublesome. It's because Sir dotes on you too much. He wants to give you the most perfect wedding. Moreover, madam, you're so beautiful. You're really a good match with this dress." Lin Che smiled as he took off the gown and put it away. The news of the wedding soon reached the ears of the Gu family. The Gu family was depressed. Without Gu Jingze, many people wanted to be the head of the family after the reshuffle, so the family was in a mess. However, after Gu Jingze was gone, everyone looked at the Gu family's business and felt proud. The Gu family was really powerful. Even though Gu Jingze had taken away part of the business, they could still become the most powerful family in Country C. That was why everyone wanted to be the head of the family. Once one became the head of the family, he would be the most powerful person in Country C. The Gu family looked at the invitation and snorted. Gu Jingze is so free. He even wants to hold a wedding. Anyway, let's do it now. When he was the head of the family, we still had to control him. Now, who cares about him? I want to see how he will regret leaving the Gu family for that woman. That's right. Once he leaves the Gu clan, no one will care about his wedding. After all, he is no longer the head of the Gu clan. No one will care if he gets married or not, or who he plans to marry. The wedding was held on an island. In fact, not many people received invitations. Only some of the more noble families could receive invitations. However, the news that Gu Jingze was going to hold a wedding soon spread throughout the rich circle. The wedding day soon arrived. Lin Che arrived at the place of the wedding one day in advance. When she arrived, she rested in the villa, doing facial masks and body exercises. Many people came to help, so Lin Che didn't need to care about other things. Needless to say, Gu Jingze didn't want her to care about these things either. He just wanted her to be his most beautiful bride with peace of mind. On this day, Su Zhen arrived with Han Qingzhen early in the morning. After entering the villa, Su Zhen naturally wanted to accompany her daughter. She saw that Lin Che was still doing the incense. His skin, which had been specially maintained for the past 2 days, looked even more delicate. Su Zhen walked over and said, "Xiao Che, you're so beautiful." Lin Che smiled at Su Zhen and said, "Mom, are you complimenting yourself? They all say that I look like you." "No, I'm not as beautiful as you." Lin Che said, "That's not it. I've seen photos of you in the past. You're very beautiful." Su Zhen leaned against the wall and pinched Lin Che's cheek. "I'm telling the truth, Xiao Che. You're definitely prettier than me. You're luckier than me to have a husband who loves you so much. Unlike me, I've been through so many twists and turns. People say that happy people are even more beautiful. You're like that." Su Zhen looked at her daughter. The more she thought about it, the more beautiful she became. This must have something to do with Gu Jingze's constant doting on her. How could a happy person not be beautiful? Lin Che leaned against her and said, "Mom, you'll be very happy in the future." She patted Lin Che and said, "Yes, enjoy your blessings." "That's not it. Uncle Han didn't come with you. With him around, I don't have to worry about you anymore." Su Zhen smiled even more. Just then, they heard someone calling for Mr. Liu from outside. Su Zhen stood up and smiled. She said, "He still remembers you, his daughter." Lu Qinyu walked in. Seeing that Su Zhen was there, he looked a little uncomfortable. "Su Zhen, you're here." Su Zhen said, "Yes, how could I not come to my daughter's wedding?" Lu Qinyu's heart warmed. Their daughter. That was their daughter. However, just as he was about to walk over, he saw Han Qingzhen had arrived. He stood in front of Su Zhen with a straight face. "Ah, old Lu, you're here too. How are you? Have you been feeling well recently?" Lu Qinyu looked at Han Qingzhen and wanted to glare at him. He took 2 steps back. Han Qingzhen wanted to shake his hand, but he quickly avoided it with a look of disdain. Han Qingzhen harumphed and said, "Ah, what's the matter, old Lu? It's been so many years. Although Tsintsin is my wife now, we're still old friends. You're already so old. Why are you still bothering about this? It's none of your business." Lu Qinyu rolled his eyes at him. Han Qingzhen said, "Hey, was it because of this that you refused to sign the contract with our family no matter what? It's a contract worth a few $100 million. Don't be so emotional." "Ha, I won't." Lin Che looked at these old men who still acted like children hitting people. He couldn't help but shake his head. "Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, why don't you have some tea first?" When Han Qingzhen heard Lin Che's words, he seemed to have remembered something. He turned around and said, "Little Che, you're married. Your mother and I don't have much to give you. After all, Gu Jingze has everything and you don't lack anything. But no matter what, you're officially his daughter-in-law now that you've had your wedding. You've let everyone know that we still have to give you our dowry." What kind of dowry did Han Qingzhen prepare for her? "It's okay, Uncle Han, I didn't prepare this for you. It's your mother. She married a daughter and you're her only daughter. She has to prepare a dowry no matter what." This is for you. He took out a document and said, I see that you've been setting up a game company recently. Our game company can be merged with yours, so this company can be your dowry. It's not worth much anyway. Chapter 1275. Isn't a company worth that much? Lin Che didn't dare to take it. However, Suitsun smiled from behind and said, Little Che, just take it. We don't have a child, so who are we going to give these things to in the future? If I can help you a little, I'll help you a little. I can't help you much anyway, so this is all I can do. Lin Che didn't know what to say when he saw Suitsun's longing gaze, as though he would feel guilty if he rejected her. He could only clench the page of information Suitsun had given him. On the other side, Lu Qinyu was very unhappy. He glared at the two of them and thought to himself, what dowry? What sincerity? What right does he have to have sincerity? What right does he have to give a dowry? That's the daughter of the Lu family. Lu Qinyu had also prepared some dowry. Seeing that he was unconvinced, he immediately walked over and said, Little Che, Dad. Uncle Lu doesn't have much to give you. Did he give you a game company? I have a holiday village here. It's not big and it's on a small island nearby. You can go and take a look. The main thing is that when you rest in the future, you can bring the kids there to play. Lin Che said, Uncle Lu, it's okay. What do I need this for? I don't know how to manage. It's fine, it's fine. There are people in charge of it. Just put it under your name. But, also, I'll give you this big hotel in B City. Take it. Don't look down on it. It's a little scattered, but I also think that you can have fun and rest wherever you go. This restaurant was added at the last minute. Lin Che took a look. She knew this restaurant, it was dozens of stories high. How much did one building cost? If he gave it to her directly, would she be able to afford it? Uncle Lu, no, you can't refuse. You can't take his things and not mine. You have to take it. So that's how it is. Lin Che thought to himself, how can two old kids compare this kind of thing? She stood there awkwardly. Suitsun smiled again from behind, all right, Little Che, take it. This is a token of our appreciation as seniors. This kind gesture was too expensive, how could she dare to accept it? This is too valuable, Lu Qinyu said, how could that be? These are all dead. Just take them. Lin Che also looked at the few of them, feeling extremely depressed in his heart. Fortunately, Gu Jingze had already arrived at this moment. Seeing the three of them standing there, he said to Lin Che, Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, Mother, you're all here. The bridegroom is here. Then we won't stay any longer. Han Chenzhen spoke first. Lu Qinyu was still very angry. Why did this Han Chenzhen always steal his words? However, Suitsun still quickly pushed the two of them out. She didn't want to be a third wheel here. Looking at Suitsun, the two men suddenly became much more obedient and hurried out. Seeing the three of them leave, Lin Che sat down speechlessly. He looked at the information in front of him and said, Heavens, I really have to give it to them. How old are they already, yet they're still fighting with each other. They're even competing over a dowry. Gu Jingze picked it up and looked at it. He immediately understood. Coupled with Lin Che's words, Gu Jingze couldn't help but laugh and said, Forget it, just take it. After all, you're the pillar of our family now. Lin Che was even more amused. She looked at him and said, then am I supporting you now? That sounds about right. Lin Che really felt extremely proud. She could still support Gu Jingze. People will definitely be shocked to hear that I can actually support Gu Jingze like a big shot. Gu Jingze pressed his cheek against her cheek and kissed her. He looked at the resort and the restaurant at the side and said, "Uncle Lou is very generous. These are estimated to be worth a few $100 million." The corner of Lin Che's mouth twitched. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Gifts are worth hundreds of millions now. Yeah, your net worth is already very high now. It's just that you don't think so. Really? Of course, after your game was successfully developed, your net worth as a developer has been constantly increasing. This is how the business world is. Your experience, your past, and your achievements are all part of your net worth. So your net worth has also increased. It's not the same as before. Lin Che really hadn't thought about it. Wow, then I'm also famous in the business world. You've been famous ever since you took over the Gu family. Really? Of course. Do you think that's an easy role? However, your game development hasn't been announced yet. You're the developer, so many people know about this game and admire the developer behind it. But they just don't know that it's you. If they find out one day, they'll definitely start to chase after you. His words made Lin Che even more happy. He didn't expect her to be so capable. Gu Jingze smiled and pinched her. So, even if I retire in the future, with you taking care of me, I definitely won't starve to death. Sure. Just do your job well. I'll take care of the rest. Lin Che patted his chest proudly. Gu Jingze moved closer to her. Okay. I still need you to study with me when it comes to technology. That way, we can improve together. Saying this, he moved closer to her. Hey. No, what are you doing? We haven't had a wedding yet. You can't do this. The next day, more people were invited. Gu Jingming's arrival made the entire manor lively. Although Gu Jingze was no longer the head of the Gu family, he was still the president of Country C. There were a lot of presidents who traveled. Yu Minmin also came along and brought Mu Firen to the venue. Gu Jingyu also came after a while. Strangely, he actually brought someone over. That person was Su Wan. Lin Che didn't have time to ask about his relationship with Su Wan. He just heard from Yu Minmin that they seemed to be getting closer recently. But Lin Che was busy with the wedding, so he probably couldn't talk much with Gu Jingyu, so he didn't ask. When Black Eagle came, he also brought his sister's dowry, a group of Black Eagle soldiers. 20 people came and all of them were top-notch experts. He said that he was giving them to Lin Che to be his bodyguards as a token of appreciation as an older brother. Lin Che accepted it but felt a bit weird. Her dowry seemed to be a bit too much. When Black Eagle heard that Lu Qinyu also came, he didn't bother with him and returned to his residence, staying as far away from Lu Qinyu as possible. Lin Che found it strange that Li Mingyu, who kept saying that he was going to give her a gift, hadn't come yet. Who knew where he went? After the guests checked in, everyone looked forward to the wedding even more. So many famous people came to attend. If it could be made public, this wedding would definitely be more shocking than the president's wedding. Chapter 1276. The Gu family. None of the Gu family members were there. They had already left the Gu family. They didn't want to join in the fun. It was mainly because of their pride. Recently, the Gu family had been telling the public that Gu Jingze had betrayed the Gu family, so they wouldn't be so close to the traitor anymore. Moreover, they always arrogantly thought that the Gu family was the most powerful. Gu Jingze was nothing after he left the Gu family. After the Gu family announced Gu Jingze's betrayal, no one knew how many people would attend Gu Jingze's wedding. However, the Gu family soon received news that a lot of people were going to the wedding. It said that all the top 10 richest people will be there. Apart from them, the whole Lu family will be there. Gu Jingyu, Gu Jingming, Black Hawk, and Li Mingyu will also be there. Many rich businessmen from M Nation will also be there. A few families from A Nation will be there too. Lee Mingyu and Han Chen-jen will be there too. After hearing the report, the Gu family was also annoyed. What are these people thinking? Do they still think that Gu Jingze is the head of the Gu family? Someone else said, don't you think about it. Lu Qinyu is going personally, and Black Hawk is going as well. These people are Lin Che's family, so they will definitely support him. Other people will also go because they don't get to see them in the past. Not to mention, Lee Mingyu is so arrogant. There are many people who hate him and like him. It's understandable that he will bring some people. Han Chen-jen is quite close to Lin Che too. Sigh. The people of the Gu clan thought so, and felt even more helpless. These people would definitely go, and these people had absolute strength. They had forgotten how many of the people standing on Gu Jingze's side were people with extraordinary strength, people who could make people gasp in admiration. With them leading the way, other people would also want to go and support them no matter what. And the Gu family couldn't stop these people. The wedding hadn't started yet. Lin Che was inside, getting dressed up by a few people. She was wearing a beautiful gown and looked very exquisite. Lin Che was used to this kind of makeup. After all, she had to put on makeup every day on the set. But today, she was still a little nervous. She kept looking outside and asked Yu Minmin, are there a lot of people? It's alright, it's not a lot of people. It's just that those who are especially influential are all here. If someone were to throw a missile and blow up a room full of people, it feels like half of the world's wealth would be gone. Hearing this, Lin Che became even more nervous. Yu Minmin laughed. Silly, why are you so nervous? It's not your first time on stage. Lin Che glared at her. It's not the time for you to be nervous about your wedding. Yu Minmin's wedding could be said to be the wedding of the century. Yu Minmin was being filmed by so many cameras, how could he not be nervous? Yu Minmin said, just treat them as pieces of wood. That's still a valuable piece of wood. Lin Che said, I won't embarrass myself, will I? If I embarrass myself in front of these important people, that's really, alright, don't think too much. How can you embarrass yourself? Gu Jingze is here. But Lin Che still didn't know the steps of the wedding. Gu Jingze was a little mysterious and didn't reveal anything to her. She could only dress like this. She was a little confused and didn't know how the wedding was going to proceed, so she was especially afraid of making mistakes. Outside, the Gu family received the news very quickly. Before the wedding was held, the extravagance of the wedding had already spread in the circle. Gu Jingze booked the island and spent $30 million to rent the manor on the island for the guests to stay in. And the wedding that night was definitely the most secretive wedding. All the guests went through 4 checkpoints to enter, and all their weapons were left outside. The wedding was very large. Just the security alone, there were more than 300 people guarding the perimeter with heavy weapons. For the safety of the wedding, all the windows of the manor on the island were installed with bulletproof glass. It cost a lot of money. Of course, with so many important people going, any one of them was worth tens of billions, it would be a big problem if anything happened. Therefore, security was really the most important thing. Tens of thousands of roses were already in place, and the red wine produced in Missy Manor in 1975 was also taken to be drinks for the guests. Black Hawk had sent its own people to rob it to join in the fun. Otherwise, the red wine of that year in the manor would never be exported. The guests would definitely be satisfied after drinking it, because it wasn't something that could be bought with money alone. The gifts that the guests received weren't cheap either. They were all famous brand diamond ornaments specially designed by designers, with Lin Che and Gu Jingming's initials on them. Just these gifts alone had cost him another tens of millions. The Gu family was shocked as well. This wedding would cost more than 100 million. Gu Jingze was really generous for Lin Che. With such a grand wedding, it could be said to be the world's first wedding. They found it strange too. Initially, they didn't pay much attention to the wedding. However, the wedding immediately became famous in the circle. Many people knew about it. They were all saying that Gu Jingze was really generous and that Gu Jingze was really capable. Ordinary people don't have the ability to organize such a grand wedding. Gu Jingze is indeed worthy of his reputation. That's right. These wines can't be bought with money. Didn't you see that there are no idle people on this island? All the tourists have been kicked out. Within 3 days, this island won't receive any tourists. Gu Jingze booked it. How much did he spend? Wang Yao asked. How much did he spend? That's right. The government can't afford to offend Gu Jingze. That's why they agreed. That's not the point. The point is, do you know how much the bride's clothes are worth? How much? I heard that it was specially designed outside. The entire pure diamond dress cost hundreds of millions. Oh, I'm going to see how much money Gu Jingze has. Why is he like a devil? I can't figure him out at all. Otherwise, how could he be the most mysterious tycoon? Don't you see how many people you can't even see in the past? They are all so close to Gu Jingze. TSK, it seems that even if Gu Jingze leaves the Gu family, he definitely won't lack anything. On the other hand, the Gu family has suffered a great loss. Look at Gu Jingze's capability. He's not someone the Gu family can control. Lin Che didn't know that there was such a grand wedding outside. Bride, you can come out now, someone said. Lin Che immediately stood up anxiously. Madam, please come with me. Mr. Gu said not to be nervous. He's waiting for you outside. Lin Che stood there and took a deep breath. At this moment, she saw that Lu Qinyu was standing outside unknowingly. Xiao Che, can I bring you out? He was wearing a suit. Although he was old, he was definitely a handsome old gentleman. Chapter 1277. Lin Che stood there and looked at him. Lu Qinyu was very careful, as if he was worried that she would reject him. He quickly said, although you don't admit that I'm your father, just treat me as your Uncle Lu. You're getting married today, so someone has to send you down the red carpet, right? Just think of me as an uncle who loves you dearly, okay? Lin Che shook her head, looked at him, and slowly reached out her hand. Lu Qinyu looked up gratefully when he saw it. His eyes were very touched. He pursed his lips, took her hand, and put it in the crook of his arm. Outside, the voices of the guests had already become noisy, and the soft music echoed. Lin Che was pulled onto the red carpet by him, but saw that there was no one on the opposite side. For a moment, she was a little surprised and looked around. Actually, it wasn't just her. The guests present were also very strange. They didn't know where the groom had gone. As she looked around, she suddenly heard the music change. A piece of high-pitched music came down, and then a few men suddenly flew out from the side. A few men dressed in white suddenly landed in the middle. As the music started, they began to dance in a neat manner. Hey, aren't these the boy bands that have become popular recently? A few blonde boys had become popular in America recently. They sang well, had good figures, and had a special feeling in their eyes. The United States was not popular with young and handsome boy bands. Most of them were old men's bands. The reason why this boy band could break through was because they were too handsome. Moreover, each and every one of them was brimming with talent. They were all 1.9 meters tall and looked very stylish when they wore clothes. At this moment, they were wearing white suits and dancing neatly, causing the women present to scream one after another. Obviously, they had forgotten that this was a wedding. Lin Che also exclaimed in surprise. He thought that it was a very ordinary wedding, but it suddenly became so lively. It really surprised him. Oh, he invited such a famous boy group. No wonder he's Gujingza. Below, the boy band came down. After the dance, the music became much softer. In the middle, the male lead of the day, the groom, slowly came up and appeared in the middle of the boy band. Gujingza held the microphone in his hand, and his affectionate gaze intoxicated everyone present. However, his eyes were only staring at Lin Che, as if Lin Che was the only person in his eyes. Even though there were countless flowers at the scene and the fragrance was everywhere, the only one who could enter his heart was his bride. Ah, so handsome, Gujingza. Some of the women couldn't help but scream as they looked at the man in black, who looked like the emissary of darkness. He was so eye-catching. All of a sudden, it was as if the few handsome guys around them were overshadowed. If it was an ordinary groom, he wouldn't dare to invite such a popular and handsome man to the wedding and steal the limelight. However, this man was Gujingza, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He didn't need to say anything. Just by looking at the scene, he already understood that no one could be so glorious in front of him. He wasn't worried at all that others would steal his attention, because the moment he appeared, he would be the center of attention. Lin Che was speechless. He looked at him, so handsome, so confident. His captivating gaze made her want to cover her little heart. If she wasn't careful, it would start thumping, as if it wouldn't listen to her. So handsome, her bridegroom was so handsome. However, Gujingza was not done yet. He looked at Lin Che and walked forward calmly. He held the microphone in his hand and opened his mouth gently. A love song that no one had ever heard before came out of his mouth in an enchanting manner. You are my most beautiful bride. In order to marry you, I can forget the world. You are my deepest desire. Without you, my world is dim. I still remember when you appeared in front of me. Your brilliance makes me feel melancholy. I can't resist your temptation. I grow in your dreams. Loving you is my lifelong dream. Being able to marry you is my life's wish. When you become my bride, I just want to sing for you softly. I will always keep you in my heart. I love you and don't dare to let you feel sad. Marry me. Marry me. Be my most beautiful bride. Lin Che was even more speechless. She looked at Gujingza, who was walking over step by step. He reached out his hand and made an inviting gesture. Lin Che had no other thoughts. She could only reach out her hand and hold his. He lightly put her hand to his lips and kissed it. His deep gaze lingered in her eyes. Then, he put down the microphone and directly carried his bride. Ah, there was a lot of screaming at the scene. What did they see? Gujingza sang, moreover, her singing was very nice. This song was too sweet. It was so sweet that people's hearts melted. And what was even more amazing was the way he sang. He looked even more handsome and affectionate. His full friendship was vividly displayed in his voice. Thinking that he sang this song for his bride, it seemed that he should have written it himself instead of a song that was already on the market. It was even more touching. They were already envious of Lin Che for marrying Gujingza. Seeing Gujingza being so romantic, they felt even more envious. Being Gujingza's bride was really too blissful. Lin Che was carried and placed on the stage in front of them. Only then did the pastor walk over from behind and look at the two of them with a smile. Groom, do you have anything to say to your bride now? Gujingza held her hand. I want to say, no matter sickness, poverty, hardship, worry or sorrow, as long as you love me, I'm willing to be with you forever and take you as my wife. May I ask, are you willing to be my wife? The pastor looked at Lin Che with a smile. Then bride, do you have anything to say to your groom now? Lin Che was so excited that she felt her mouth trembling. She looked at Gu Jingze and took a deep breath before saying, I promise you, I'm willing. The 3 words, I'm willing, had expressed all of her strength and seemed to have used up all of her strength. The pastor smiled and said, then, on behalf of the Lord, I announce that the groom, Gu Jingze, and the bride, Lin Che, are husband and wife under the witness of the Lord. I hope that you can live together until your hair turns white. He said, now, groom, you can kiss your bride. Hearing this, there were endless screams. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che with a smile. Ignoring the blush on her face, he hugged her and kissed her lips. Really, they had never kissed in front of so many people. She was really shy and didn't dare to look at the people below. Chapter 1278. And the people below felt that it was even more beautiful when they saw the couple kissing. Sometimes, nobles' weddings were too grand and boring. But their wedding was full of energy. The people below were no longer lifeless. Looking at the bride and groom above, they really had a kind of feeling of empathy. They were also very happy. Because they looked so happy. So happy that everyone yearned for it. That kind of happiness came from the heart. It was definitely different from the past weddings that only cared about showing off. The music started. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand. For the first dance of the night, he would hold his bride in his arms and complete it together. The dance floor was right in front of them. There was no one on it yet. Gu Jingze and Lin Che stood in the center. He held her hand. The black and beige diamond gowns looked very matching. He looked at her and started to move along with the music. They started to dance. Lin Che and Gu Jingze moved together with the music. It was as if they had returned to the life in a fairy tale. The prince and princess were dancing happily together. The people below were amazed. Gu Jingze was so handsome. There were even people who noticed Lin Che's gown. It really looked like a shining angel, accompanied by multicolored lights, flashing. She was really beautiful. After that, the guests started to dance one after another, slowly filling up the dance floor. But with Gu Jingze and Lin Che around, they didn't dare to get too close. They felt that they were too beautiful. No matter who stood there, they would immediately be compared to them. Before the song was over, she suddenly heard someone calling from outside. Someone sent a gift. At this moment, a beautiful crown was brought in. When someone saw the crown, he exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the crown that Princess Sophie used to wear? She wore this to the wedding. Then, Li Mingyu walked in. He looked at Lin Che and narrowed his eyes. His gaze was fixed on her beautiful figure. He was stunned. Then, he walked in. The wedding gift has just arrived. I'm sorry. Lin Che looked at Li Mingyu and then at the crown. What are you doing? It's for you. I think it matches your dress. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. You're so generous. You spent a lot of money on this the year before last, didn't you? Of course, Lin Che and I are so close. If I'm not generous to him, how could I be generous to you? To be honest, I wouldn't have come to your wedding because it's Lin Che's wedding. Lin Che rolled his eyes. This Li Mingyu really didn't think before speaking. He was so arrogant and provocative. However, Gu Jingze wasn't angry at all. He stopped Lin Che and said, all right, then I'll thank you on behalf of my wife. The people behind were watching this scene. Li Mingyu sure is generous to Lin Che. I heard that it was auctioned for 300 million, and it had been kept in the museum for a long time. Since it's for the princess's wedding, of course it has a different meaning. Is Li Mingyu confessing that Lin Che is as noble as the princess? Why are the people that Lin Che knows so generous and treat him so well? Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. Li Mingyu said, "Can I help you put it on?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze nodded his head silently. Lin Che then looked at Li Mingyu and agreed. Li Mingyu smiled, picked up the crown carefully and put it on her. "Lin Che, I wish you happiness," he said with a smile. "Thank you, Li Mingyu. Really, I think it suits you very well. In my heart, you're just like the princess, so beautiful and noble." Li Mingyu said, "It's my luck to know you. In the future, even if you marry him, you have to remember that you have me as your best friend. If he dares to bully you, I'll be the first to object." Gu Jingze said from behind, "What do you mean by even if? She's already married to me." This person didn't even look at the time and place to confess his love. Li Mingyu snorted. "What's wrong? In my eyes, it doesn't matter whose wife she is. What's important is that she's my friend, okay?" Really, but that was what Li Mingyu really thought. No matter who she married, Lin Che would always be the most important person in his heart. Gu Jingze even hugged Lin Che. But when he saw the crown on her head and how beautiful she was, he thought about it and forgave Li Mingyu. Forget it. So be it. Anyway, she was going to be his wife. And he liked to see Lin Che so beautiful. "Everyone, the music is starting. Everyone can do whatever they want today. The wedding will last for 3 days. Everyone can have fun as they like," the MC said from behind, and a band started the music. The cheerful music turned the whole place into a huge party. The young people at the venue all got high. But when they saw that the people Gu Jingze invited were all famous stars in the world, they were here to sing for Gu Jingze's wedding. It made people sigh. Gu Jingze had really put in a lot of effort to gather so many people. It was as if they were attending an art festival. Apart from those big events, they had never seen these big stars gather together. Lin Che thought that this wedding was great. There were no pretentious confessions or crying. Everyone was just happy together. She wrapped her arms around Gu Jingze's neck and looked at him. "It's so lively that you brought all these people here." Gu Jingze nodded. "Marrying you is something that makes me happy. I hope everyone will be happy and have a good, relaxing day. When they think about it in the future, this happiness will always remain in their hearts." Lin Che smiled and nodded. She leaned against him and said, "Thank you, Gu Jingze. No, I gave it to you too late. It's been so long and I've finally given you this wedding." "No, it's not late. Nothing is late when I'm with you." Anyway, they still had a lifetime ahead of them. How could it be considered too late? At this moment, Gu Xinian, who was dressed like a little gentleman, held his sister's hand and walked forward with Li Wei. Li Wei said, "Your mother didn't invite you to her wedding. She's spending time with her father." "Forget it, I'll help them take care of the child today, sigh, but I'm very envious of you," Li Wei said. Gu Xinian said, "What are you envious of?" "They said that they didn't even invite their parents to their weddings." "You came to your parents' wedding." Gu Xinian turned around speechlessly. "That's because everyone else was born after they got married." Gu Xinian pulled Shi Yuan over. When he saw Li Mingyu, he hurriedly said, "Uncle." Li Mingyu saw Li Wei. "What are you guys doing here? There are so many people. Be careful not to bump into each other." Ever since Li Wei started hanging out with Gu Xinian, he liked Li Wei more and more. Chapter 1279. Li Mingyu pulled Li Wei up. Gu Shinian said, I saw uncle looking lost, so I came over to take care of him. Li Mingyu was stunned. Then, he smiled and pinched Gu Shinian's face. What a little adult. He saw it more clearly than anyone else. Li Mingyu said, haha, forget it. If you really care about me, let your mother marry me. Ha, you're not as good as my father. Li Mingyu said, your father's net worth is not good enough. My father won't be suppressed by anyone. Humph. Li Wei was puzzled. Dad, what are you talking about? Li Mingyu patted his son's head. Don't go over there. I'll take you to a safer place. Li Mingyu thought bitterly that Lin Che and Gu Jingze only cared about their romance. Why did he have to stay here to look after the child? On the other side, Yunyun was pulled by Mu Firen. Looking at the people around her, she tried her best to avoid them. Unexpectedly, she bumped into someone. The band's music was too loud and there were so many people here. It was a bit messy. Just then, Haiying pulled Yunyun over. Yunyun looked up and cried out in surprise, Uncle Mo, you're here. Haiying pulled over the man who had just brushed past Mu Firen. The man was stunned. He wanted to scold someone, but when he turned around and saw that it was Haiying, he immediately shut his mouth. Mu Firen was also stunned. She was a little worried that Haiying would scold her. However, Haiying just looked at him coldly, snorted and let go of him. The man quickly said, I'm sorry, Mississippi, then he left dejectedly. Mu Firen heaved a sigh of relief. Haiying looked at her. Yunyun is here. What are you afraid of? I won't cause trouble. With that, Haiying pulled Yunyun up and walked forward with her in his arms. Mu Firen paused. Soon, she understood what he meant. He wouldn't cause trouble in front of the child. Haiying naturally knew what it would be like to scold someone in front of the child. When Mu Firen came back to her senses, Haiying had already left the noisy place with Yunyun. Mo Jinyan, where are you going? Put Yunyun down. The Black Eagle put down Yunyun. But Yunyun was still unwilling. She hugged Mo Jinyan's thigh and said, No, mommy. I want uncle to hug me. Do I want uncle to hug me? You. Mu Firen tugged at Yunyun. Yunyun, mommy will take you to see brother Nian, okay? No, I don't want brother Nian. I want Uncle Mo. As Yunyun said this, her tears were already falling down her cheeks. Seeing this, Mu Firen had no choice but to stand there and carry Yunyun in her arms. Mummy, I don't want to go, I want Uncle Mo, Yunyun cried out. Yunyun, listen to me. No, I don't want to go. Mu Firen was infuriated, especially when she saw Haiying standing there. She was so angry that she put the child down. All right, you can go with your Uncle Mo. Mu Firen turned around and left angrily. Yunyun really didn't want to follow them and hug Uncle Mo without letting go. Haiying carried Yunyun and looked at the sobbing Yunyun. Yunyun, look, you made mommy leave in anger. Yunyun said, but I want to be with uncle. Uncle, can't you please pacify mommy? Haiying looked ahead and sighed. Okay, uncle will take you to mommy first. Uncle will pacify mommy as soon as possible. Uncle promises Yunyun. Yunyun nodded vigorously. Mu Firen was already furious. After she left, she was so angry that she was about to cry. This Yunyun, at this moment. A handkerchief was handed to her. She was stunned. She instinctively wanted to take it, but when she turned around, she saw that it was Haiying. His handkerchief was navy blue and didn't have any patterns on it. She didn't expect Haiying to carry a handkerchief. She felt that with the popularity of tissue paper, most people would carry tissue paper with them. People who used handkerchiefs were almost extinct. However, this seemingly careless man actually had a unique meticulousness in his heart. Hae-ing said. Firen. Mu Firen snorted. You're so proud now. Yunyun is so obedient to you. She can't escape from your palm at all. Yes, 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 you're awesome. Yunyun will follow you from now on. Okay. Firen, don't say that. Yunyun can't live without mommy. No, I think she doesn't need me now. You've worked so hard to give birth to her. How can she not need you? Mu Firen's eyes were wet at the thought of it. It was really hard to give birth to Yunyun. But now Yunyun wanted Hae-ing instead of her. Seeing that Mu Firen was secretly wiping her tears, Hae-ing walked over and slowly held her in his arms. She leaned against Hae-ing. For a moment, she felt that this smell made her want to cry even more. However, after a while, she thought of something. She pushed Hae-ing away. Why are you so close to me? Get out of my way. Hae-ing said, you're the one who leaned over, I didn't. It's you. Mu Firen blushed. She snorted and turned to leave. Hae-ing hurried to follow her. Firen. Get out of my way. Don't follow me. Behind them, someone heard the quarrel and took a closer look. It turned out to be Hae-ing and Mu Firen. However, this woman was quite daring. She actually hit and pushed the Black Hawk. It seemed that she did not hit him lightly. She hit him with all her strength. Hae-ing was so tall, meaty, and terrifying. However, what was surprising was that Hae-ing did not have the slightest intention of avoiding her. He was not angry or depressed at all. His seemingly peaceful face was filled with love for her. Seeing this, people could not help but take a few more glances at this woman. To think that Hae-ing would have such a side to him. And it was in front of a woman. Hae-ing said, you can hit me, scold me, and treat me however you want. But don't treat yourself like this. Mu Firen raised her head. Hae-ing said, I can't bear to see you treat yourself so badly. I can't bear to see you cry like this. When Hae-ing said this, it was so easy to do it. Did outsiders never know that a grown man like him could say such sweet nothings? As Mu Firen thought of this, she actually felt a little relieved. He might have never shown this side of him to anyone. She felt that this feeling was very sweet. However, on second thought, she felt that something was wrong. She could not be deceived by him like this. Being deceived once was enough, wasn't it? Humph, get out of my way. She turned back and stepped on his foot. Hey, it hurts so much. You. Fine, you can hit me and scold me. I'm not afraid of pain. But look, Yunyun can't bear to leave me. I believe that you can't bear to leave me either. As Hae-ing spoke, he hugged her shoulders tightly and held her tightly in his arms. Chapter 1280. Don't, what are you doing, Mo Jinyin? Who wouldn't bear to part with you? Mu Firen was speechless. How could this man be so shameless? Who wouldn't bear to part with him? However, she couldn't ignore the feelings in her heart. She knew that her heart would sometimes beat for him for no reason. Especially when she thought of all the things that had happened between the two of them, she could feel that if she lost him, it would be very difficult for her to meet another man like him in this lifetime. There wasn't a man like Black Eagle or Mo Jinyin. A man who could shake the world outside but was willing to cook and wash dishes for her at home. But was that true? Wasn't he making it up to her? Wasn't it because she was the mother of his child? She didn't know. She wasn't sure, so she didn't dare to. Black Eagle circled his arms around her and looked at her. I know that you won't believe me no matter what. I don't know how to make you believe me either, so I just want to tell you. I'll prove it with time. His lips gently pressed against her forehead. Mu Firen couldn't help but close her eyes. She felt the warmth of his lips. Suwon didn't think that she would be able to attend Lin Che and Gu Jing's wedding. She looked at the romantic and warm wedding and felt envious. She envied Lin Che for being able to meet a man who treated her like this. Actually, some women didn't want a lot of money and they didn't really care how much money was spent on the wedding. What was important was that they put their heart into it. She could see it. Gu Jing's effort in this wedding couldn't be explained by money. He really planned it, cared about it, and took it seriously. As for the money, who told Gu Jingze to be so rich? He probably wanted to spend money when he put his heart into it. Suwon originally didn't want to attend the wedding, but when Gu Jingyu came back, he saw that she was making soup and suddenly asked if she wanted to attend the wedding. Suwon looked at him in surprise and asked whose wedding it was. He said, Lin Che and my second brother. Suwon looked at him in confusion and said, can I go and participate? I'll take you there. Of course, he said. Suwon hesitated and asked then, why are you taking me there? She also felt that she was asking too many questions, but Gu Jingyu was surprisingly patient. He looked at her and said, I'll bring you to experience it. Of course Suwon wanted to come. Just because it was Lin Che's wedding, she wanted to come and take a look. She had never attended a celebrity's wedding before. However, this wedding was very secretive. It was only when they arrived that they found out that no media knew about it. Only these rich people came. Suwon looked and suddenly saw a lot of popular singers and stars in the world. She was immediately fascinated by them. For the first time, he felt that attending a wedding was really fun. There were not so many complicated etiquettes. On the contrary, the etiquettes were so easy to pass, and the last part of the fun was so outstanding, which made people feel that it was really fun. Suddenly, there seemed to be someone behind him. She felt that Gu Jingyu had already leaned over and was rubbing against her body. She turned her head and almost bumped into his lips. She blushed the moment they brushed past each other. What are you looking at? Look outside. These people are having so much fun. You can go and play too. Me? I think I'll be out of place. What's out of place about you? Suwon turned her head. I feel that I'm so lowly, so terrible, and a nobody, so, Gu Jingyu frowned. Are they bigwigs? That's right. They are bigwigs, aren't they? Gu Jingyu said. You're my woman now. You're much more important than them. Gu Jingyu picked her up. What are you doing, what? Come with me. Suwon was like a tempting little rabbit in bed. He felt that he was really addicted to her. So, after hearing that they were going to stay here for a few days, he actually brought her here for the first time. Was it because of his body's intoxication? Or was it because of her expression? In short, he enjoyed the feeling of hugging her on the bed. It made him feel as if he had the world in his hands. After being tormented, Suwon lay there. When she felt Gu Jingyu get up, he looked down at her. Can't you move anymore? Suwon closed her eyes. She just felt that her body was very soft. Then, his strong arms wrapped around her and picked her up. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck and looked at him. His determined side profile was a little cold, but he still carefully carried her into the bathroom. She blushed and watched him wash the most private part of her body. She felt her whole body heat up. Why? Why did he treat her so well? She was just a woman that he kept as a mistress. If he wanted to, there were countless women like her. She lowered her head, not wanting to feel too warm. But indeed, there had never been anyone in this world who treated her so carefully. Even the dead, she shook her head, not allowing herself to continue thinking about it. The wedding lasted for a few days. Many people treated it as a holiday or a party, having fun here. As for Lin Che, he stayed in the room with Gu Jingze, not wanting to go out at all. When they woke up in the morning, Gu Jingze said, "Mrs. Gu, it's time to get up." Lin Che narrowed his eyes and said, "So early? Okay, then you can sleep a little longer, Mrs. Gu." He lowered his head and kissed her. How could she still sleep? She looked at him and said, "Why are you looking at me so early in the morning? I just wanted to wake you up." He smiled and stared at her. "Call me what?" "Call you Mrs. Gu." Lin Che's heart warmed. She smiled and hooked her arms around his neck. "Why do you call me Mrs. Gu?" "Well, although we've been together for so long, I really feel that I'm your husband today. You're my truest wife. Because of the wedding. Yeah, letting God witness that we're together is different from just getting a marriage certificate. Now, God knows that you're my wife. You can't run away from me for the rest of your life." He said it as if she could have run away from him before. Why would she run away when she had such a good husband? She hugged him and kissed his lips. "Hubby, you're the best." "How is it good?" "Everything is good. You're complimenting me so much. Are you thinking of doing something bad again?" "Of course not." Is this how you think of me?" "That's right. In my heart, you're a little vixen who does bad things." He pinched her nose. Chapter 1281. However, he liked this little vixen no matter how bad she was. He hugged her. "Sleep, sleep. I'll hug you to sleep." Lin Che said, "How am I supposed to sleep if you're like this? If you're not going to sleep, why don't we do some morning exercise?" As he said this, he lowered his head and turned over to press down on the blushing Lin Che. Then, his phone rang angrily. Gu Jingze picked up his phone and looked at the number gloomily. He picked up the phone with a dark expression. Qin Hao said, "Sir, there's a commotion outside. The Gu family wants you to return the Gu family's seal." "Okay, I'll handle it." The Gu family was very unhappy at home. While it was still a mess on the other side, his wedding was flourishing here. Many rich people were invited, and it was incomparably extravagant, spending a lot of money. Now, many people were discussing behind his back, saying that Gu Jingze's wedding was very unforgettable. It was as if anyone who attended the wedding was already very noble. How could the Gu family let Gu Jingze be so arrogant and take away all their good reputation? Just then, Xue Mingqi remembered that Gu Jingze hadn't returned the Gu family seal yet. This was a good time to make a scene and embarrass him. She said to the Gu family, "When the time comes, we'll let everyone know that the ruler of country C is still the Gu family, not Gu Jingze, who has been expelled from the Gu family." The Gu family felt that it made sense and immediately listened to Xue Mingqi. Xue Mingqi was very proud in her heart. Right now, many people in the Gu family attached great importance to her words, and also felt that what she said was very correct. It had been a long time since she had been so relied on by someone, and felt that she was full of energy. What's more, it was the entire Gu family that listened to her. And now, Lin Che was nothing. Outside. Gu Jingze said to Lin Che, then went out. Qin Hao said, "I'm outside." "Sir, do you want to go out?" "If I don't hand over the seal, it belongs to the Gu family. It doesn't belong to everyone in the Gu family. I won't go out even if they go back." Qin Hao nodded in understanding. How could Gu Jingze not understand? This was a show of strength. If he handed over the seal, everyone would definitely think that Gu Jingze had been suppressed and shown weakness. Therefore, the Gu family had chosen such a day, when everyone was present, to deliberately spoil the mood. Outside, the Gu family was still making a ruckus. Ask Gu Jingze to come out. You've already been kicked out of the Gu family, so why are you still holding on to the Gu family's seal? What does he mean? He's taking something that belongs to the Gu clan and not giving it back. How shameless is he? Does he think that just because he has the seal, he's still a member of the Gu clan? He's useless. My Gu clan doesn't care for such an unfilial descendant. He married a woman who killed his own grandfather, yet he still protects her. He's simply unfilial. For a moment, the people outside felt that this was really a big show. She didn't expect that she could witness such a historic moment at the wedding. She was looking forward to seeing the Gu family and Gu Jingze fight against each other. Moreover, the Gu clan had said that Gu Jingze married a woman who killed his grandfather. Wasn't that the time? Lin Che killed his grandfather, and Lin Che killed Gu Xiande. Naturally, outsiders didn't know about this. The internal affairs of the Gu clan would never be revealed to outsiders. But now, the Gu clan had revealed it themselves. So, didn't Gu Xiande die of a heart attack? While everyone was still in shock, they saw that Gu Jingze didn't come out himself. Instead, he asked Qin Hao to come out. Gu Jingze had left the Gu clan, so Qin Hao must have left with him. After all, Qin Hao had followed Gu Jingze for more than 10 years. He was definitely a loyal lackey. Qin Hao said directly, "What do you want?" "Qin Hao, where's your master?" "Isn't your master here?" "What's the use of letting a dog like you out?" "He took away the Gu family's seal. We want to get it back." They scolded Qin Hao so directly. It was too unpleasant. However, they had come to cause trouble and embarrass Gu Jingze. That was why they were so agitated on purpose. Qin Hao wasn't angry. In contrast, he stood there calmly and looked at the people outside. "Mr. Gu doesn't need to come out. You can just tell me." His expression was indifferent, and his tone was also indifferent. Although his words were not so thorough, his expression was clear enough. What he meant was that they weren't qualified to meet Gu Jingze directly. The few people shouted unwillingly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you come here and discuss the Gu family's seal with us?" Qin Hao's lips curved into a disdainful sneer. "You can leave now. Today is a good day after Mr. Gu and Madam's wedding. I don't want to throw you out, but if you continue to push your luck, don't blame me for being rude." "Who do you think you are to be rude to us?" "Qin Hao, we don't want to do anything to you. You're just helping your master. We know that you're capable and capable. Now that Gu Jingze has left the Gu family, he's definitely not as good as before. If you follow him, why don't you come back to the Gu family? The Gu family is the most powerful family in Country C. This is the place where you can show off your abilities, right? I promise that I'll recommend you to the higher-ups. Maybe the relatives will give you a better position and pay you better because of your contributions to the Gu family in the past." Qin Hao laughed. He looked at the arrogant man and snorted. "No need. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it, but you should get lost now. You. Don't be so shameless." A wise man submits to circumstances. If you don't blame us for being rude. Hurry up and ask your master to come out." Qin Hao said, "I won't bother Sir with this kind of thing. Sir won't care about this kind of thing. You can leave." "Ha, you don't dare to come out." Qin Hao said directly. "That's enough. Chase these people out." A few of Gu Jingze's security guards immediately walked up. When those people saw this, they immediately shouted, "Qin Hao, what are you doing? You want to drive us away on your own? Do you know that you're going to cause trouble? If your master finds out, he'll definitely scold you." Qin Hao snorted coldly. "That's none of your business. You. Qin Hao, what are you doing? Do you really want to fight? We're sent by the Gu family. Do it. I don't want to hear any more sounds from here. When the security guards heard this, they immediately walked over. The few of them suddenly became angry. They didn't expect Qin Hao to be so daring and treat them like this. Now that they were using the name of the Gu family, they were flattered wherever they went. They didn't expect Qin Hao to not give them any face here. He was just a lackey. How dare he? Chapter 1282. Alright, Qin Hao, you. He was about to say something when Qin Hao interrupted him. Where did this fly come from? Seriously. Then, he waved his hand and the tea in his hand splashed onto the man opposite him. Before the man could react, the tea splashed onto his face. He was stunned for a moment, then he shouted angrily, Qin Hao, how dare you treat us like this? Go and snatch the master's seal back. We'll teach this bastard a lesson. That's right. Let's go and beat him to death. His master will be fine even if we beat him to death. He'll even thank us for teaching him a lesson. Your master is going to get into trouble because of you. Humph. As the few of them spoke, they also started to fight. Qin Hao said calmly, throw them out. Kill anyone who dares to disturb master and madam's rest. The guests outside were still watching the show, but they saw that those people seemed to be vulnerable. They were originally the security guards of the Gu family, but now they were fighting. Those outside were like paper. They were beaten up by the people inside and thrown out easily. Gu Jing's security guards were also very playful. They didn't hit the vital parts, but hit the face. The wounds were all on the visible parts, which only made people feel funny. The security guards outside were frightened. Looking at the strong and experienced security guards, they immediately lost their arrogance. They came from the same training camp, but the Gu family forgot one thing. Only those who came from the same training camp would know how powerful the people chosen by Gu Jingzi were. They listened to the stories of these people during their training. They were full of admiration for them. Now that they saw these people in real life, they were even more afraid. They knew in their hearts that how could they fight with these experienced security guards? They couldn't beat them at all. Hence, they were in low spirits. After a few rounds, it was obvious who was the winner. Everyone laughed when they saw the people being thrown out. Look at them. Gu Jingzi didn't even come out. Qin Hao alone is enough to toy with them. They seem to be the younger generation of the Gu family. They have the tempers of young masters. They came here to be taught a lesson by an assistant. They'll be more restrained when they go back. Indeed, those who came were all young masters of the clan. They were called here to do something and train them. However, now that they had been utterly defeated and chased out, they no longer had a chance to live. When they returned to the Gu family, they all sighed and were even scolded by the elders of the Gu family. What? You're the young master of the Gu family, but you were stopped outside by an assistant and even came back with a black eye. You still have the nerve to come back. The few of them were also very depressed. They had originally gone to gain experience, but who knew that not only did they not succeed, they even lost an adult. No matter what, they were still relatives of the Gu clan. Wherever they went, they would flaunt their prowess. They had never been beaten like this before. Are we really no match for them? Besides, that Qin Hao is too arrogant. Why can't we beat them? Where are the security guards you brought? Are they eating shit? Isn't that right? They're all from the same training camp, so why can't they beat them? They couldn't even put up a fight before they were sent out. They were also very unhappy. Instead of being a good young master at home, they were sent to such an errand. It was all Shui Mingqi's fault. After Gu Jingze settled everything, Lin Che only heard the chaos outside. She didn't know what had happened. However, she could leave it to Gu Jingze to handle. Seeing that nothing would happen, she stayed in the room with peace of mind. The wedding had made her feel very happy. He didn't make any promises, nor did he say any touching words. However, every action of his made her feel touched. Especially the songs he sang for her. She knew that he was an extremely low-key person. To be able to sing in front of so many people, he had already surpassed all his previous limits. He was really attentive to her. How could she not be satisfied with this? The wedding had indeed caused a great reaction in the circle. For a moment, everyone was very envious of Lin Che. Gu Jingze doted on her so much that he gave her such an unforgettable wedding. Some socialites also thought that even though Gu Jingze was no longer the head of the Gu family, he was still the number one person that everyone yearned for. Such a good, outstanding, handsome man who was so attentive to his wife. It was really hard to find another man like him in this world. They really felt that if it was Gu Jingze, he would still be the most attractive man in the world, whether he was the head of the Gu family or not. Unfortunately, Gu Jingze was the only man in the world like him. Lin Che got lucky. After the wedding, she returned to Country C. At the office. After Lin Che came in, he tilted his head to look at her and said, "Sister Che, you look so happy. Did something good happen?" "Yeah. The TV series is going to air soon." "Is that considered a happy event?" "Ha, of course it is, but it's not that happy." "Then. I won't tell you." Just then, KG came up from behind and said, "Happy wedding." Lin Che immediately cried out, "How did you know, KG?" "You," he tilted his head and said, "Hey, KG, who are you talking about?" "Who are you talking about?" KG turned around and said, "Oh, I saw that you weren't here, so I randomly entered your website to see what you were doing." Lin Che felt like he was in deep shit. What did he mean by randomly entering their website? Hackers and whatnot, they were so annoying. Just then, outside, Chen Hui walked in and saw that they were all there. He said, "You're all here. Although I don't know what you did to make the Gu family not sue you, I'm still going to sue them. Humph, I'm going to get back what I deserve." Tilted Neck looked at him gloomily and said, "Hey, Chen Hui, aren't you embarrassed? What do you mean by you deserve it? You chose to betray us." "Humph, who knows how you hired the Gu family's lawyer to fool us, but don't think that you can win just because of this. I'll definitely sue you until you bleed." Tilted Neck couldn't stand this idiot and pointed at Lin Che. "You know who she is. Aren't you afraid of the Gu family? Let me tell you, you've offended the person in front of you. She's much scarier than the Gu family." Chen Hui didn't understand. Just then, Qin Hao walked in. "Madam, how are you? Sir is waiting for you at the door." Lin Che said, "Oh, all right, I'm coming." Chen Hui looked at him in surprise. He walked over and said, "What's wrong with Lin Che? Why is Lin Che so scary?" Tilted Neck said to him, "Why don't you go over and take a look for yourself?" Chapter 1283. Chen Hui muttered, "What do you mean by, go and take a look? You're so mysterious. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're trying to be mysterious. I'll still sue you." Chen Hui walked out and the first thing he saw was a Lincoln parked outside. It looked very low-key, but it seemed to have some quality to it. The person who got out of the car was amazing. He got out of the car and opened the door for Lin Che. Then, he raised his eyes and looked over. He smiled slightly and entered the car. Qin Hao called out, "Take care, sir." Seeing that the car had left, Qin Hao stopped bowing and turned back to look at Qin Hui, saying, "What are you looking at?" "Mr. Gu doesn't like to be looked at." Mr. Gu. You've worked with Madam for so long, but you didn't know that Madam's husband is Mr. Gu." Seeing that Qin Hui was still confused, he smiled and said, "Mr. Gu Jingze." Qin Hui felt as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. Gu Jingze, Madame Gu, Lin Che and the Gu family. Qin Hui really didn't expect that Lin Che was actually a member of the Gu family. Now that he thought about it, he felt like a joke. He had thought that Xue Mingqi was from the Gu family, so he had tried to curry favor with her. However, he had never thought that the person who had been working with him was also from the Gu family. Moreover, she was the madam of the Gu family. He felt like he had abandoned the whole forest for a tree branch. Thinking about it, if the Gu family was in charge of this game, how could it be bad in the future? It was no wonder that Xue Mingqi suddenly stopped suing and didn't make any movements. Perhaps they had already reached an agreement in private. Since they were all family, there was no distinction between them. He seemed to see countless small bills falling like snowflakes. They were all money, but it was a pity that all the money belonged to King and the others. For the sake of tens of millions, he had thrown away his long-term meal ticket. Come to think of it, he had signed a contract and transferred his bonus from his production. How much money would that be in the future? The more Qin Hui thought about it, the angrier he got. Before he could react, he fell down the stairs. After Lin Che no longer had to worry about the Gu family, he returned to the company to busy himself. She hadn't been in charge of the company's affairs for a while, and when she came back, she found that there were a lot of things waiting for her to do. Yu Minmin went through the company's recent information with her. Yu Minmin said, "You've been too busy at home recently, so I didn't have time to tell you about this. However, there have been some problems with the company recently." Lin Che said, "It's because I can't take care of everything. Plus, I've wasted a lot of time playing that game with Li Mingyu. I'm sure you've been busy lately." Yu Minmin said, "You've always been busy. Since I'm the one in charge here, I should be the one doing it. What's there to be busy about? It's just that when you're not around, Starlight's development is very strong. You can see that recently, Starlight has released a few web dramas. Taking advantage of this trend, they've also nurtured a few popular stars. Tomorrow is the annual Panda TV Festival. I'm guessing that we won't have any major television dramas this year." Lin Che said, "There were too many things this year. We really didn't make it in time." "Yeah, your TV series hasn't aired yet. Otherwise, you would have a chance too. Who will be going to the company tomorrow?" "Shui Yang, Qing Yuan-tu, Xiao Wei." "Qing Yuan-tu." Lin Che said, "Is he going too?" Yu Min said, "Yeah. When you brought him back from Country M, didn't you also hope that he would be like this today? He's been developing well recently and was invited as a guest this time." When she brought him back from Country M, he was covered in injuries. He had recuperated here for a while and worked hard to learn. He had always been very humble. Now that he was able to develop, it made people feel very gratified. The next day, the Panda TV Festival started. Lin Che followed Yu Min to the company to prepare. After the preparations were done, she said that she would personally bring the artistes to the festival. Yu Min said that she had already informed the television festival. Although Lin Che had been invited previously, Yu Min had rejected it because Lin Che was too busy. However, now that she wasn't busy and suddenly wanted to participate, they would still let her go. After all, Lin Che was a hot topic. He had already established himself as a popular film star. The television department didn't want to miss out on him. Lin Che arrived at the car first. When he saw Shui Yang, he smiled. "How many times have you participated in the television festival?" Shui Yang said, it's already the fourth time. I saw it this time. Where's your nomination for Best Actor? I don't think I'll be chosen. This time, a few of Xing Hui's dramas are a little too popular. However, it's okay. I'm not here to win an award. It's good enough that I was nominated. Lin Che knew that Shui Yang had been in the entertainment industry for a long time and was already very calm. When it came to being popular, he could accept being underestimated even when it was low. Lin Che took a look. This time, Xing Hui's dramas were about transmigration. Stolen 5 Years was about transmigration. King of Lanling was a historical drama. Legend of Jing Ku was also about transmigration. These few dramas were all nominated for the Panda TV Festival this time. It seemed that Xing Hui would get at least 4 or 5 awards this time. Among them, Legend of Jing Ku was a big production. It was known as a work with a conscience. It was rare to see such a production. Although Yu Min Min knew that the production level was just a so-so after seeing it. However, the production level of domestic dramas had always been poor, so it could be considered a good production. Legend of Jing Ku continued to promote Liang Xian's Wu Yufei. It was almost tailor-made for her. Therefore, this time, Wu Yufei was also nominated for Best Actress. It looked like she was in the limelight, overshadowing some of the senior celebrities who participated. Naturally, the audience also liked people who had a sense of novelty. After being honed by a few dramas, Wu Yufei's acting skills had finally risen to a first-class level. She could be considered a young actress with decent acting skills. Her looks were also remarkable. At this time, she was in the prime of an artist's rising period. Actually, it was the same for most artists. They would first play a few important supporting roles. After that, they would be cast as the main character. However, after being tested by 1 or 2 television dramas and gaining a certain level of popularity, they would then be cast in the most important television drama of their rising period. Whether this person could become famous depended on this television drama. Therefore, when it came to choosing, the television drama of an artist who had been in the industry for 2 years was the most important. It was the same for most companies when they were promoting newcomers. Lin Che had not paid attention to it for a long time. Now that he saw the current situation, he also felt that after a few years of baptism, Xing Hui's current method of promoting newcomers had also developed its own set of rules. It seemed like they were much more familiar with it. No wonder their momentum was so strong all of a sudden. Chapter 1284. Lin Che looked at Shui Yang. It seems that Starlight is going to take the public route and build a good reputation. I hope we can win the audience's favor through this. Yeah. Lin Che said, with your current fame, there's actually not much to fight for here. It's enough to have a good TV series and a movie every year. If you want to go further, you'll have to rely on a good reputation step by step. You just have to gain some good relationships with people inside and outside of the industry. If it's possible, I'll see if there's any possibility of approaching Hollywood movies. Nowadays, many Hollywood movies also like to use people from country C. After all, they value the movie market here. At the mention of Hollywood, Shui Yang frowned slightly. Hollywood. That was America. Bai was in America. Although he hadn't contacted her for a long time, he didn't know where she was. If he could participate in a Hollywood show, would she be able to see him? Shui Yang's eyes lit up, but then it dimmed. He said lightly, "Why would I be chosen by Hollywood?" Lin Che said, "Why not? You have both the looks and the reputation. It all depends on how you promote it. I'll get someone to contact you first. No matter what, we have to give it a try." Shui Yang looked at Lin Che gratefully. It was undeniable that she had considered Bai. She knew that Bai was in America. Shueyang smiled. At this time, they had already arrived at the venue. Lin Che followed Shueyang down. Little Wei and Qing Yuan-tu also got out of the car behind them. Both of them were newcomers, so they didn't have their own nanny car. They used one to save the company's resources. Although the company wasn't small, they still wanted to put more resources into making their artists famous. Usually, they were a little harsh on other things, but they didn't mind, because they knew that if they lived frugally, they would have more money to develop in the future. And if they developed well, like Shueyang, they wouldn't need the company to provide them with a nanny car. No matter how expensive it was, they would be able to afford it. Little Wei, Yuan-tu. She walked over. Qing Yuan-tu was a little surprised to see Lin Che. Sister Che, why are you back? Lin Che said, I came to take a look. You might be on stage today. Are you ready? Qing Yuan-tu looked at her and took a deep breath. I've been ready for a long time. That's good, that's good. Don't be nervous when you go in, I'll be inside. Lin Che didn't walk the red carpet. Instead, she went inside. After all, she didn't have a drama to participate in today's awards, so she didn't join in the fun. After a while, the television festival began. As expected, Starlight was the big winner. Wu Yufei won the award for the best female lead in a few TV series. Indeed, Shueyang did not win the Best Actor award. The Best Actor award was won by an unknown dark horse. Qing Yuan-tu won the Newcomer of the Year award. When he went on stage, he looked down and swept his gaze across the audience, fixing the image on Lin Che's face. He said, if it wasn't for Sister Che's help, taking me in when I could no longer live, I might not be where I am today. She's my benefactor, the helmsman who changed my entire world. I'm willing to be at her beck and call for the rest of my life, to repay her kindness. When the reporters heard this, they switched the camera to Lin Che. Lin Che smiled and looked at the front. He was very touched. The reporters hurriedly asked Qing Yuan-tu, was it Lin Che who discovered you? Yes, after Sister Che met me, she brought me to the company and said that I could walk another path. If I was willing to try, I could give it a try. I felt that I had nowhere else to go, so I listened to Sister Che and came here to work hard. Everyone felt that Lin Che had really made so many artists famous. In front of the stage, Lin Che was a heavenly queen with excellent acting skills. Behind the scenes, she was a good promoter. In an instant, the fans liked and respected her even more. They felt that she was amazing in every aspect. After Qing Yuan-tu came down, he came to Lin Che's side. Sister Che, this trophy should belong to you. Lin Che hurriedly declined, silly, I only brought you here. You earned all of this with your own hard work. She heard that Qing Yuan-tu was really hardworking. She knew that she set off a little late, so she trained very late every day. Now, she could dance and sing well, and her acting skills were considered to be at the beginner's level. If she worked hard, she would definitely be able to take on a leading role. However, as she wasn't from a professional background, she was definitely weaker than those who graduated from a professional school. As a result, she had a longer road ahead of her. At this moment, Starlight's Liang Shan walked over from behind. Wu Yufei, who had just won an award, was following beside him. Lin Che, why didn't I hear that Sister Che was invited to play? I thought Sister Che was too busy and didn't want to come to the Panda TV festival, so the production team didn't invite her. Why is Sister Che in such a good mood today? You actually came to the festival to play. Qing Yuan-tu was very displeased when he heard that. Is Sister Che someone you can call? What he meant was obviously saying, the Panda TV festival didn't invite you, and yet you came to participate. That was indeed what Liang Shan meant. He looked at Qing Yuan too, who interrupted and said, "Are you shameless? If I don't call you Sister Che, why don't you?" Sister Che is a senior now, working hard to discover new stars. She doesn't even want to act herself. Of course I have to address her respectfully. Sister Che, you're retreating behind the scenes too quickly. If you were still acting, the Best Female Lead Award today would definitely have nothing to do with our Yufei. However, the current Best Female Lead Award was indeed Wu Yufei. He was obviously showing off, and even putting a high hat on the other party. Normally, who would retreat behind the scenes? Only those who weren't popular anymore, or those who were past their prime, would retreat behind the scenes. He was directly mocking Lin Che for being past his prime. Lin Che wasn't angry. He looked at Liang Shan. "Congratulations. It wasn't easy to win the award this time. I was just thinking that I really can't make it anymore. I don't have many years left before I can be popular, so why don't I find some entertainment for myself when I'm old and start nurturing newcomers? I can understand that you guys are happy. After all, this award isn't easy for you guys. You should take advantage of these 2 years to earn more. Good luck." His words were light, but it made Wu Yufei feel awkward. What did he mean by, take advantage of these 2 years to earn more? It was as if he was really saying that she wasn't coming to snatch it away on purpose. Liang Shan humphed, "Then I have to thank Sister Che for being merciful." "You're welcome. I've always been this generous to newcomers." Seeing Lin Che admitting it so shamelessly instead of scolding him out of humiliation, Liang Shan's face darkened instead, and he was speechless for a moment. He had never seen anyone as immodest as Lin Che. He put a high hat on her, and she just took it for granted. Couldn't she be a little more humble? Chapter 1285. After Lin Che said that, he turned around and walked out. Shui Yang got up, looked at them indifferently, and left as well. Qing Yuan too was indeed indignant. He looked at them and left as well. Although Liang Shan was holding back his anger, he felt that the humiliation had been wasted because it didn't seem to hurt the other party at all. Hence, he stood there and watched unwillingly. But, Sister Che, oh right, I forgot to tell you. Our latest epic drama, Queen of the Morning Sun, is about to air. Our Yufei is still the female lead. I heard that the TV station bought your drama to air, but now they feel that there's a conflict in the theme, so they're going to air our drama first. Conflict in the theme, because they couldn't air 2 TV series in a row at the same time, or else it would divide the audience. It wouldn't be easy to highlight the focus, and it wouldn't be easy to concentrate the viewership. Hence, they would usually stagger the 2 TV series, one at the front and one at the back, with an unimportant modern motherly drama in between. This way, they could ensure that the viewership ratings for the whole year would be maintained, and not go up and down all at once. So, the TV station was going to air their drama first and delay light. Lin Che hadn't heard of this. His expression changed as he looked at him. Liang Shan said, Sister Che, don't tell me you don't know. It's like this. They just called me to inform me. I thought you already knew. Why don't you go and ask? Of course, Liang Shan already knew about it because they had told the other party that they would air Queen of the Morning Sun once Wu Yufei's performance was good. They wanted to strike while the iron was hot. Lin Che looked deeply at the man who was smiling with his eyes squinted and snorted. Then, he walked out. In the office, Lin Che asked, "The TV station really wants us to delay the broadcast?" "That's right." Yu Minmin said, "How did you know?" "I just received the call and didn't have time to tell you." Lin Che told her what Liang Shan had said. Yu Minmin said, "It seems like they're behind this." Lin Che said, "I'll call and ask first." Yu Minmin was also listening at the side, watching Lin Che make the call. The call went through very quickly. Assistant Lin, why did I hear that our drama has been pushed back to light? For such a big star, the TV station would still coax them, especially the staff. Lin Che, your call came at the right time. I wanted to tell you personally previously. It's like this, we feel that since your TV series is a major TV series, we want to wait until later to air it. We will have some reality shows next month. When that time comes, we can advertise it in the reality shows. Oh, really? She said. The other side had indeed known that they would ask, so they had already found an excuse. But what they didn't know was that Liang Shan had already revealed it, so how could Lin Che not know that it was an excuse? She said, that's against the rules, isn't it? That's not how the contract is signed. Our promotional schedule, book fair, and in-game promotional schedule have all been arranged. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to ask us to change our schedule now? This is your problem. It has nothing to do with our TV station. I can't do anything about it. I'm just a part-time worker. I can't decide anything. They were pushing the responsibility to the higher-ups again. Lin Che had long seen through these tactics. He sneered and said, how about this? Let's terminate the contract. We don't mind selling to other TV stations. With that, Lin Che hung up the phone resolutely. Yu Minmin said, are you looking for an excuse again? That's right. It looks like they've already arranged for the promotion of the TV Queen. That's why they took down our TV series. The Best Actress in the Movie Awards was the Movie Queen, and the Best Actress in the TV Series Awards was the Television Queen. So now that the Television Queen was Wu Yufei, the TV station must have arranged for the promotion of Wu Yufei as the Television Queen to strike while the iron was hot, so that the new TV series after the new Television Queen would also become a topic of conversation. That was why they chose this time to quickly put Wu Yufei's TV series on the air. Yu Minmin said, then what do we do now? Our game and the book fair can't be delayed. We're already preparing for the promotion. We have to broadcast it at the originally scheduled broadcast time. Let's find another TV station to sign the contract. Really? Panda TV is the TV station with the best ratings. If they bought it, it would have a huge impact on our ratings. Because of the Panda TV Festival and some other programs, Panda TV's ratings had always been very high in the country. It was also because they were so famous that they dared to make a move on their TV series. Moreover, they had always felt that Lin Che and the others did not dare to offend the TV station, so they had the confidence to push the date of their TV series back. However, Lin Che's TV series and the game were one. What they did not know was that the game was also hers. She had to be responsible for the game. Therefore, if it couldn't be broadcast on time, she would definitely give up on Panda TV and sell it to another TV station to broadcast it. Lin Che quickly found another TV station. When they saw that it was such a big production, they immediately accepted it and said that they could broadcast it immediately. Lin Che's promotional work began immediately. However, there was a problem. Their TV series would definitely clash with Panda TV's Queen of the Morning Sun. Yu Minmin was naturally a little worried. Panda TV's promotions and hype have always been very good, so the ratings of every TV series are quite good. We have to be careful now. Lin Che said, that can't be helped. However, we don't expect to surpass Queen of the Morning Sun. As long as the ratings can be at the top, it will be considered a success. However, at this time, Queen of the Morning Sun once again did not play by the rules. 2 days before the broadcast of Light, they directly broadcast a promotional video on Panda TV, showing some of the highlights of the set and some of the highlights of the movie. Through the exquisite editing, the TV series was very effective and the topic was immediately swept up. The production of the TV series was not bad and overall received very high ratings. Panda TV was very happy and added a few more promotions in one go. On the other hand, Lin Che's side was a little more conspicuous. They were caught unprepared for the broadcast time slot and many people were not very optimistic about it. They were also very sad. Although it was a big production with two big names, Gu Jingyu and Lin Che, they just had to bump into such a big IP production with such good momentum. Moreover, it was broadcast on Panda TV. Panda TV had a few mainstay variety shows and was perennially the #1 show in the country. What should they do now for light? Chapter 1286. Lin Che was actually worried about her TV series, but she couldn't do anything about it. She had already done what she could, so there was nothing else she could do. While Lin Che was sitting there looking at the computer, Gu Jingze was at her side. He placed the cut fruits on the table and brought her the yogurt. He leaned against the computer and said, "How is it? You look so worried." Lin Che said, "It seems that their TV series is really good. I watched the first few episodes and it's not bad. Besides, the novels are very popular and have their own reputation." Gu Jingze hugged her. "What about yours? Do you think it's bad?" "How can that be? It's definitely a work of conscience." "Then it's fine." "What's fine?" "It's the worst when you're not confident in yourself. Come here." Gu Jingze put his arm around Lin Che's shoulders and made her stand in front of the mirror. Lin Che looked at herself in the mirror. "What's wrong? Look at you. You've lost your original look these days because of these things." Yes, her reflection in the mirror was obviously much dimmer. Gu Jingze said, "Let's find a place to go." Lin Che said, "Okay." "Where are we going?" "No destination. Let's go after we get dressed." "Come on." Lin Che nodded and got up to put on her clothes. Her clothes were simple, but she was worried that she would be recognized, so she deliberately disguised herself. She put on a hat and a mask. She could still tell who she was if she looked carefully, but most people didn't pay attention to others on the road. However, she couldn't be too eye-catching, so she chose low-key clothes. If she wore something with dark colors, she might not be recognized at first glance. Gu Jingze drove her outside. When they saw a shopping mall, he stopped the car and pulled her into a movie theater. There weren't any special movies recently, but he still pulled her into the theater. Lin Che felt that it was good to relax outside. She carefully selected and found that there weren't many popular or interesting movies, so she chose a Hollywood blockbuster. The seats they chose were a little near the front. Because they came late, the seats in the back were all occupied. Gu Jingze sat in the front and watched. Gu Jingze held her hand all the time. Although the plot was old-fashioned, it was tight, and it was easy for him to relax. The two of them watched for a while, but just as they were engrossed in watching, the people in front of them suddenly started chatting with each other, guessing the plot, guessing the male and female leads, and even laughed out loud. Later on, they stopped laughing and started making phone calls. The girl called for a long time, but the other party couldn't hear her. She even increased her volume, and the person who listened was very annoyed. Lin Che frowned. Although she had seen people complaining on the internet that they would encounter such weirdos while watching movies, this was the first time she had encountered such a weirdo. He turned back to take a few glances, but the girls didn't move, and the guys were eating popcorn, not caring at all. It was as if he saw Lin Che staring at him, so he took a few more glances at Lin Che. As for the girl, she was still talking to someone on the phone. Lin Che muttered, "There are still people with such low morals nowadays." Gu Jingze frowned and turned around to take a look. He coughed dryly, but it was useless. Then, he narrowed his eyes, turned around completely, and stared at the girl on the phone. The girl was still saying, today's movie was especially trashy. Don't mention it. Yes, next time let's go together. Then, she saw Gu Jingze at the side. She was stunned at first. Looking at Gu Jingze's perfect silhouette in the dark and his deep eyes, her heart seemed to tremble for a moment. Then, she said, "Okay, I'll hang up first." Her heart was beating fast, and she hung up immediately. Then, she sat there, looking obediently in Gu Jingze's direction, not saying a word. Lin Che glanced sideways. What was wrong with Gu Jingze? Why was the person behind him so obedient and disobedient? He turned back to look, and saw that the girl was looking at the back of Gu Jingze's head with a love-struck expression, as if she could see through him. Lin Che let out a chuckle. He finally understood. She held on to Gu Jingze, pursing her lips and looking at him. Gu Jingze said softly, "What's wrong?" Lin Che shook his head and shushed her. It turned out that beauty could be used as a weapon. She thought of this in her heart. She looked ahead. After there was no more noise, her mood became much better. When they went out, she held his hand and shook it. Gu Jingze said, "You feel much better." Lin Che said, Yeah. Hey, is there an event in front? Let's go and take a look." Lin Che pulled Gu Jingze and walked over. There seemed to be a lot of people at the mall. From afar, they could already see the hubbub of people, as if no one could get in. Gu Jingze held on to Lin Che tightly. As he watched from the outside, he heard the voices inside. Wu Yufei, the newly crowned little diva Wu Yufei, came to our mall today to represent GM Weight Loss Tea to meet everyone. It was actually Wu Yufei. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. The more one didn't want to meet someone, the more likely it was that they would meet by chance. Lin Che was also very depressed. He pulled Gu Jingze and said, "See that? Wu Yufei is the female lead who is competing with us." Really? Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked over. A young girl from the single room walked up to the stage. The crowd below was noisy, and the atmosphere became even more joyous. Yufei, you're the best. Yufei, you're so beautiful." Lin Che knew that Wu Yufei was probably quite popular now. She was at the peak of her popularity, and there were many fans and spectators. Gu Jingze shook his head. "Not pretty." Lin Che smiled. "Of course. If you dare to say that another woman is pretty in front of me, I'll kill you." Gu Jingze turned back to look at him and then at Wu Yufei. "I didn't compare her to you." "Really? Why would I compare her to you? She's not even on the same level as you." Lin Che laughed even more. "You're getting better at talking. She looks very ordinary. She's no different from other celebrities." Are you saying that I look very special? That I look different from others?" Was this a compliment? Gu Jingze said, "Yes, you're very special. You're very beautiful." He reached out and touched her cheek. "You have a unique charm that makes people want to laugh when they see you." Lin Che pursed his lips. "Isn't that because I'm your wife?" "Is that so? But anyway, I want to laugh when I see you. When I see her, I think I won't recognize her the next time I see her." Gu Jingze didn't lie. He looked at Wu Yufei. It was indeed strange that Lin Che would treat her as a strong competitor. There was no need at all. She was not as good as Lin Che. Chapter 1287. Actually, Lin Che's looks were quite likable. In the entertainment industry, being beautiful didn't necessarily mean that you would be popular with the audience. This was because even though some people looked beautiful, they just didn't make people like them. Some people just made people feel that they were good-looking and liked them. Hence, in the entertainment industry, where there were so many beautiful people, many directors didn't say whether they were good-looking or not. Instead, they described them as likable or not. Lin Che was one of those likable people. Lin Che didn't play many supporting roles, but she directly played the lead role, and even became an instant hit. This had a lot to do with her looks and temperament. With this look, she had the looks of the female lead, and her acting path wasn't that narrow. Modern and ancient times, she could play any age. Actually, Wu Yufei's looks were a little too young. If she were to act in some serious dramas, she would appear a little immature. She always looked young and had a baby face. She was at a disadvantage. Luckily, she had just debuted and most of the roles she played were of the same genre. The audience wasn't tired of looking at her and she was still very popular. Gu Jingze looked at her and someone said, "Who wants to participate in the event?" "There's an event. You can go on stage and interact with Wu Yufei. Who wants to come?" The staff below were selecting people to participate in the event. They picked those who were good-looking or humorous. This way, it wouldn't be awkward if they randomly picked someone to go on stage. The staff saw Gu Jingze at first glance. After all, Gu Jingze didn't disguise himself. Standing there, his proud look was already very eye-catching. And there were too many people. Lin Che squeezed into the crowd and lowered his head to avoid their gazes. "Hey, handsome guy, come on, come on." The staff felt that his looks were really too good. It would be a waste if he didn't become a celebrity. Gu Jingze only glanced at him and said, "No need." The staff didn't expect him to reject him immediately. Don't be shy. You can go up and see Wu Yufei. You can get close to her. Do you want to go take a look?" "No need." He tugged at Lin Che, who was next to him. "My wife doesn't like me to get close to people who aren't as good-looking as her." The staff really thought that he was complimenting his wife. He was too good with his words. His wife was going to die of joy. Wu Yufei wasn't as good-looking as his wife. She was a celebrity. However, at this moment, the staff member saw the person behind him raise his head slightly and nod. Those eyes, that pair of eyes was extremely gentle and charming. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart flutter. He looked a little familiar, just her eyes alone were enough to make people feel that they were beautiful. At this moment, the staff member suddenly didn't want to suspect anything. "Hey, then, are you guys coming together?" "There's no need." Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che up and directly walked over. The staff watched the two disappear from the back and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "That person just now, that person, looks very familiar." "Who is he?" another person said. "Why aren't you looking for someone? What are you doing here?" No, there's a handsome guy with a beauty." "That beauty looks very familiar." "What do you mean familiar? Is he your relative?" "Of course not. I think it's a celebrity." "I think you've seen too many celebrities." "Really?" Lin Che." One look, one expression, Lin Che's appearance immediately matched. "What? Lin Che? How is that possible?" "It's true. If you don't believe me, go over and take a look. It really looks like Lin Che." The few of them looked over but could only see the tall man. Because there were too many people, Lin Che's shadow had completely disappeared. "What are you doing? It's been so long and you haven't come back." Wu Yufei was already a little impatient inside. These staff were too slow. They wanted to finish a commercial performance at the shopping mall platform as soon as possible, but they still hadn't finished after so long. "Sister Yufei, I think we saw Lin Che outside just now." He's followed by a man." Originally, Wu Yufei felt depressed when she heard Lin Che's name because the company had tied her to Lin Che too thoroughly. It seemed like they wanted to use her to go against Lin Che. This made Wu Yufei feel very pressured. Originally, Wu Yufei hadn't been in the entertainment industry for long. When she first entered the industry, like all the other artists, she felt that it was already good enough that she could become popular and play some roles. But later on, step by step, she was trained by the company as an important artist. Suddenly, she became a queen. She felt more and more like she was dreaming. However, these achievements also came with pressure, especially after the company always compared her to Lin Che. She had no other choice. She didn't dare to go against the company, nor did she dare to say bad things about the company. She didn't dare to disobey the company. She couldn't say that she didn't want to be compared to Lin Che at all. So, in the midst of her depression, her temper became worse and worse. Because she had been suppressed and had no way to relieve herself, the only way to relieve herself was to lose her temper at the people below her. These staff had probably realized that her temper was getting worse and worse. She would explode at the slightest displeasure. Some people thought that she was acting like a big shot. Yes, she wanted to act like a big shot, but the reason why she wanted to act like a big shot was to vent her anger. She was originally a good-tempered person who would not say anything unpleasant. But now, she was forced into such a state by someone. Sometimes, even she hated her own face, but she didn't know what to do. If she didn't vent, she could only suffocate herself to death. When she first heard Lin Che's name, she almost lost her temper. Until the end, they actually said that Lin Che was with a man. Who? Gu Jingyu. Sigh, the type is similar, but I don't think it's Gu Jingyu. Wu Yufei paused and immediately went out to look for him. After looking for a long time, with the help of the staff, she finally found Lin Che. It was indeed Lin Che. It was indeed him. She recognized him at one glance, because it was really him. Her obsession was too deep, how could she not recognize him? But, who was that man? She looked for a long time, but she didn't think that he was someone from the industry. There was no such person in the industry. Wu Yufei looked for a long time before she returned to the event. Meanwhile, Lin Che and Gu Jingze went straight home after leaving the mall. In the car, Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. He seemed to be in a much better mood. He smiled and said, "All right, when is the TV series airing?" "The day after tomorrow, and the first game of the game will start at the same time." "Okay, do your best." "Okay, since it's come to this, I can only give it my all." Chapter 1288. Gu Jingze was relieved when he saw that she had regained her composure. Lin Che hugged Gu Jingze. He said, "Okay, I still have to drive. What if I want to hug you?" Lin Che was like a child at this moment. Gu Jingze shook his head helplessly. He had always thought that he was the kind of woman who liked mature women who wouldn't disturb him. However, he liked Lin Che's behavior. Maybe he really didn't understand her. Or maybe he didn't want to understand her at all. He just liked her, no matter what she was like. He smiled and said, "Let's hug then." He freed a bit of his arm for her to hug. She leaned over with a smile and watched him drive. Actually, she was in a much better mood. She looked at Gu Jingze and thought that she was already the happiest woman in the world. Why was she thinking so much? Previously, she had been under too much pressure because of the hard work of the other crew members. Now that she thought about it, she realized that she was thinking too much. She was already very happy and didn't need to fight for other things. Gu Jingyu and Lin Che would definitely be there for the premiere. Although, Queen of the Morning Sun, which had been broadcasted the day before, had received a resounding success and the ratings had skyrocketed. The audience's mood wasn't affected much. Lin Che had told the crew that they weren't competing with anyone in this TV series. They treated them as imaginary enemies because they felt that they were qualified. However, they didn't treat them as imaginary enemies because they didn't think that they were qualified. Their TV series wasn't just a TV series. It was a multifaceted expansion of their IP. Games, TV series, novels, comics, animations. It was a multifaceted experiment. Naturally, it was different from their TV series. Apart from Gu Jingyu and Lin Che, KG and the others arrived as well. Some of the best esports players arrived as well. It was only when they arrived that they realized that esports had developed to this stage. Suzy and these professional esports players were here, and many esports fans came as well. All of a sudden, someone recognized KG from below. Look, those are the ones who have been playing games with Gu Jingyu. They're here. Are they going to say that they're esports players? Of course they are. That's why they're so skilled. When Crooked Neck heard this, he was very proud. He fiddled with his hair and said, "See that? I have fans too." King took a glance but didn't say anything. A few of them secretly looked at King, thinking that this man was really handsome. Someone said, "I heard he's KG. I heard KG is also a hacker. Amazing, I really admire him. I love hackers who can do everything in front of a computer." Tilting his head to take a look, he curled his lips. "Really, why do they all like you?" KG said, "If you talk less, they'll look at you the same way." "Is that so?" Why do girls nowadays still like this kind of silent man? I obviously have such a sense of humor. It must be more interesting to be with me. Esports fans were also very gossipy and had their own circle. In the gaming circle, they dug up a lot of KG's information, so when they saw the few of them, they recognized them immediately. Lin Che looked at them from afar, thinking that it was very interesting. Looking at these fangirls, he was thinking about how to get these esports players to help promote the show. When the time came, it would definitely increase the viewership ratings. But they didn't know that these topics had already been brought out. The godly maneuvers of the game's almighties had suddenly resonated with the TV series. Everyone looked at Gu Jingyu and thought about how he was in the game, so they looked forward to the TV series even more. Because of this, the event also caused some discussion on the internet. But of course, compared to Queen of the Morning Sun, it was still a little lacking. After all, Panda TV's publicity was really incomparable to other TV stations. On the other side, watching Lin Che's light broadcast ceremony, Liang Shan said to Wu Yufei, "Look at these crooked people. They've been called here to embarrass themselves." Wu Yufei said, "These are all esports players. They seem to be very good." Liang Shan sneered, "How can they be as good as us celebrities?" Wu Yufei said, "Actually, it's about the same. Esports is very good these days." Liang Shan looked at her, "You're just boosting the morale of others and diminishing your own." Wu Yufei turned her head and said, "What I mean is that we shouldn't underestimate our opponents." Liang Shan snorted, "It's nothing. Look at the search rate and then look at the number of views. Compared to us, they're too far behind." Wu Yufei didn't want to compare anymore, so she changed the topic and said, "I saw a man beside Lin Che the other day. She's also an adult. So what if she has a man by her side?" Liang Shan raised his head after he finished speaking. "You mean Lin Che? She has a man. Who is it?" "He looks pretty good, but I don't know who he is." "Pretty good looking. Someone from the industry?" "No, someone outside the industry." "I don't know him." Liang Shan's eyes turned. Didn't they say that she has a rich man backing her? Could it be that she has a rich man backing her up and is secretly keeping a gigolo? But it makes sense. Since she has some money, she wants to hook up with a gigolo. It's a pity that I don't have a photo. Otherwise, if I released it, it would help her build momentum and get her on the headlines. Look at how the audience keeps saying how real she is and how different she is. Wu Yufei said, I didn't take a photo either. As long as there's such a person, we'll slowly dig him out. I don't believe that we can't get a photo. Wu Yufei didn't say anything. Liang Shan looked at her and felt that she was becoming more and more depressed. She wasn't like the past, when she was invincible in her youth. Now, she didn't like to smile at all. He said, don't keep a straight face every day. If the reporters get a photo, they'll think that we did something to you. Wu Yufei took out a cigarette and lit it. There aren't any reporters here, right? Hey, why are you still smoking? What if the reporters get a photo? Liang Shan went up and snatched the cigarette away. Wu Yufei frowned even more. I use it to refresh myself. Are there reporters here? Liang Shan stared at her. I think you haven't been right recently. Smoking too much is bad for your teeth. I just did a toothpaste commercial for you and you gave me a mouth full of yellow teeth. What am I going to do? Yes. You've even sold my entire body. I might as well not eat. Wu Yufei immediately walked out. Hey, you, Liang Shan didn't think that Wu Yufei would dare to talk back like this. In the past, she was someone who would never talk back. He liked this about her. She was obedient, youthful, easy to mold, and the audience liked her. Chapter 1289. As expected, the ratings on the first day of the TV series was pretty good. Many people wanted to support Lin Che and Gu Jingyu's cooperation. But in comparison, the effect wasn't good. After the audience survey, they paid too much attention to Panda TV. They felt that it wasn't chosen by Panda TV and seemed to be just a little bit off. This was one of the brand effects of Panda TV. Lin Che wasn't discouraged. At night, he would also watch the TV series to give himself some support. At night, the main cast of the TV series also had dinner together. Gu Jingze was busy, so Lin Che went out alone. Before leaving, he looked at the two children and instructed, Nian Nian, take good care of Shi Yuan. Mom will be back in a while. Towards Gu Xinian, Lin Che was still very at ease. He kissed Shi Yuan again before walking out. The celebration banquet was held in a hotel owned by the Gu family. After Lin Che left, Gu Xiyuan cried non-stop. Gu Xinian really didn't know what to do. He had never seen a child cry so much. He thought about it and looked outside. He could only say to Gu Xiyuan, then be good. I'll take you to find Mom. Gu Xiyuan immediately stopped crying when she heard that she was going to find her mom. Gu Xinian pinched her cheeks helplessly. She really looked like a ball with her chubby cheeks. Gu Xinian didn't care about other people, but he couldn't reject his sister. He could only go along with her temper. However, seeing that there were so many people outside, he thought about it and decided to sneak out. Otherwise, if he brought Shi Yuan out, he would definitely be stopped by the adults. While the two children were running away, Lin Che was eating with everyone at the celebration banquet. Thank you for everyone's hard work this time, especially Jingyu. We're really happy that you can take on this role. Gu Jingyu raised his head and said, then you should pay me more. Didn't I pay off the rent? Gu Jingyu's face darkened. Lin Che shook his head, feeling helpless. On the side, Su Wan was sitting at another table, eating quietly. She didn't seem to be moving at all, as if no one noticed her. Gu Jingyu glanced and continued drinking. On the other side, Su Wan looked over and listened to the people next to her say, "Is there really something going on between Gu Jingyu and Lin Che? There's definitely something going on. You guys didn't listen to them. They even talked about the rent and how they paid the rent. Don't tell me they didn't even ask for payment for the film and directly went to stay at Lin Che's house. Maybe the two of them are living together. That's big news. Why hasn't the media reported anything? It's not easy to find news about Gu Jingyu, and Lin Che's bodyguards are different from other people's bodyguards. But, if they're really together, I'm happy for them. They're so compatible." "I think so too. They usually have a tacit understanding and don't put on any airs when they speak. Look, Gu Jingyu doesn't even pay attention to others. But with Lin Che, it seems like he has endless things to say." Because Su Wan knew about Gu Jingyu and Lin Che's relationship, she clearly thought that it was impossible. Impossible. They couldn't be together. However, there was still a sour feeling in the bottom of her heart. Gu Jingyu treated her very well. He had been very good these days. He gave her the best and didn't yell at her or scold her. But, it seemed like something was missing. Thinking about it now. He treated her very well, but they weren't in a romantic relationship. Even if she spent money without any worries, she seemed to have gained a few pounds under Gu Jingyu's care. However, if they were put in the past, it would be an improper relationship between a man and a woman. Someone noticed that Su Wan had been sitting there without saying anything and even asked, "Your role will immediately appear tomorrow, right?" "Yeah. I'm going to take a good look tomorrow." "You should have a lot of screen time." Su Wan smiled and felt a gaze fixed on her. Tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the last day of their 100 days countdown. After tomorrow, her agreement with him would expire, and she would be able to leave him. Thinking about it, she felt a bit relieved and a bit sour. But looking at Gu Jingyu, she felt that he didn't have any reluctance to part with her. Seeing him laughing there, she laughed bitterly in her heart. Did she expect a sugar daddy to have reluctance to part with his woman? On the other side, after drinking a bit of wine, she walked out in a daze. As soon as she stepped outside, she felt someone's foot stretching out in front of her, and she almost tripped. "Hey, can't you see clearly when you walk? You stepped on me, okay?" Su Wan looked up. "I'm sorry." "It's over if you're sorry. Do you know what kind of shoes I have? It's a new Gucci model." "How much does it cost?" "If you step on it, I won't wear it anymore." Su Wan looked at the pair of shoes. "You can take it off now and I'll take it to dry clean for you. It'll be fine after it's washed. I'll pay for the dry cleaning fee, okay?" Who wants your dry cleaning fee? After it's washed, it'll change shape, okay?" Su Wan couldn't help but laugh. "You mean, you won't wash these shoes after wearing them?" How smelly. No wonder when I first came in, the smell was a bit." The woman's expression changed. Looking at Su Wan, she angrily pointed and scolded, "Who are you mocking? You know I'm a book and you dare to mock me." At this time, the woman saw Gu Jingyu walking over from behind. Her expression changed. "Oh, I really don't know who you are." "Who are you?" Gu Jingyu asked lightly. The woman froze and her face became a bit crooked. This was probably Gu Jingyu's first time talking to her. She had been in the cast for a few months but she didn't say much. However, she said such a sentence. It really made her feel embarrassed. In front of Gu Jingyu, she didn't dare to refute anything. She directly smiled and said, "Senior Jingyu, it's nothing. I'm just a small character. I'll leave first." Most people, in front of Gu Jingyu, were small characters. The woman forgot to make things difficult for Su-won and directly ran away. And Gu Jingyu grabbed her chin and moved closer to her lips. You drank. Su-won nodded. He frowned. Come home with me. Home. Tomorrow won't be her home anymore. She pushed Gu Jingyu away. Don't pull me. I can walk by myself. You can't walk steadily. Okay, I'll listen to you. Don't pull me. Anyway, there's still tomorrow. I'm yours. I'll listen to whatever you say. What do you mean there's still tomorrow? Gu Jingyu looked at her. What did you say? Su-won fanned her eyes. After tomorrow, our agreement will end. You wouldn't have forgotten, right? Agreement, he really did forget. But he didn't expect that she would remember it so clearly. She even calculated the number of days so accurately. Chapter 1290. Gu Jingyu looked at her. I can't tell that you're so calculative. Why? You're calculating the time every day to serve me, right? Shouldn't I be? We had a contract. Of course, I have to calculate the time of the contract. That's why the time you spend serving me is like a year. Do you spend every day counting your fingers? Every day that passes is one day less, and you can relax for a day. She could tell that Gu Jingyu's expression was terrible. This was the first time he looked at her with anger. Su-won looked at him. Why was he angry? Was it because she was counting the time? What? Could it be that he bought her and even let her calculate the time she was sold? Was that not enough? She looked at Gu Jingyu, not understanding why he was so angry. I'm just calculating. Then a day feels like a year. How about I give you a break? Su-won froze. What did you say? From today onwards, you can scram. As Gu Jingyu spoke, he pulled down the necktie on his neck and threw it aside. Without looking back, he walked forward. What did he mean, then scram? Did he mean to let her go today? Her heart felt empty. But looking at Gu Jingyu's back, she didn't move. She just stood there and looked at the tie on the ground. She was free, right? Gu Jingyu didn't know why, but he wanted to leave early. Lin Che saw that the tie on his neck was long gone and his face was gloomy. She quickly walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Jingyu took a deep breath. He couldn't lose his temper in front of Lin Che and could only soften his expression. Nothing. I'm just not in the mood, so I want to leave. Lin Che didn't fall for his trick. I saw you walking towards the women's washroom. What's wrong? Is there someone there? Su-won, right? Lin Che took a deep breath, crossed his arms and looked at him. Didn't you bring them to my wedding? How could I not know? Do you think Dongzi and the rest are useless? I knew it a long time ago. Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che. I'm just playing around. It's over for today. Just playing around. She didn't believe that he was just a playful man. She said, if you like him, then say it. Now that you've hurt him, it won't be easy to get it back. Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, do you think I'm a very hurtful person? Lin Che said, I think you're pretty good. Maybe it's because we're more compatible. I've always heard people say that you're very cold. Maybe in other people's eyes, you're also very hurtful. Gu Jingyu said, when they look at me, some of them see the celebrity, Gu Jingyu. Some of them see the third young master of the Gu family, Gu Jingyu. Some of them see my face, and some of them see my figure, my looks, and my money. I don't know who sees me. So tell me, if I'm not cold and smile at everyone, will I be even more confused? Lin Che looked at him and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Who would have seen him? Who would have truly understood what kind of person Gu Jingyu was? Lin Che said, but I think you're very good. You love to talk to me, you love to smile, and you're very good at helping me. Even if you don't say it directly, you'll help me silently. Gu Jingyu looked at her and said, because you look silly. What can I do if I don't help you? How am I silly? Sigh. You're the kind of person who acts as if you don't know anything when someone comes to provoke you. You can also completely ignore other people's hints. In short, you're too silly. So I think I like you a lot and I want to help you. Lin Che curled his lips and said, so you like silly people. That's right. He pinched her cheeks and looked ahead. He felt that he had finished chatting with Lin Che, and his mood seemed to have relaxed a little. He wasn't as furious as he was just now. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Seeing how Su Wan despised him, he suddenly became angry. Gu Jingyu said, actually, it's nothing. It's just that I had nothing to do with her just now. Thinking about it, I just had a moment of interest, so I asked her to come and accompany me. There's no need for that now. Lin Che said, you're still like this. Then how sad would she be if you just left like this? No, I think she's very happy. She can't wait to leave. Ha! There are so many women in the country who dream of climbing into your bed. She's very happy that you left. Sigh. What did you do to her? Why does she despise you so much? Yeah. So many women dreamed of climbing into his bed. Why would he care about someone who was busy running away? Gu Jingyu patted her shoulder and said, I'm really leaving now. You guys take your time. Lin Che didn't say anything else after asking. He waved his hand and watched him leave. Just then, the people below suddenly shouted, oh no. 2 children entered our VIP lounge from the back. Hurry and go take a look. What 2 children? The staff members were discussing as they ran to the front. They're just 2 children. I guess someone's child didn't watch over them and is playing around. The VIP lounge isn't a place where people can just enter. It'll be over if they go in and cause trouble. Who's the VIP today? Lin Che and the others are having a celebration party. Lin Che was stunned. Did they say that they ran into their celebration party? She didn't notice anyone running in just now. She hurried in. However, she saw a few people coming out with a child. Let go of me. I'll say it again. Gu Xinian. Lin Che immediately understood when he saw Gu Xinian. This child had sneaked out again. When the staff saw Lin Che walking over aggressively, they saw that he was walking towards the child. Did Lin Che know this child? Not to mention, this child was actually quite cute. Gu Xinian broke free from them. Behind him, Gu Xiuan cried, Mommy. The staff members at the side were even more petrified. Lin Che hurried over. This kid. It was one thing for him to cause trouble, but he even brought Xiuan here to cause trouble. This was ridiculous. Lin Che hurried over and picked up the child. Xiuan, don't cry, don't cry. What's wrong? Gu Xinian said, we both ran out. Why are you coaxing her after scolding me? A woman's tears are indeed the most useful weapon. Lin Che glared at Gu Xinian. Then why don't you cry for me? Actually, Gu Xinian had never cried since he was 3 years old. Gu Xinian harumphed. He was determined not to cry. Lin Che said, why did you bring my sister here? Gu Xinian said, it's because her tears are too useful. Even you can't resist it, let alone someone as young as me. He really knew how to push. At the side, the staff members were already shocked. What did this mean? Both of them were Lin Che's child. Lin Che turned back and said, "Leave this to me. Sorry for the trouble." Chapter 1291. Then, he gave Dongzi a look and Dongzi brought the staff out with his men to deal with this matter. Then, Lin Che pulled Gu Xinian and Gu Xiuan out. "Wait here obediently. I'll get someone to drive you back." Lin Che asked them to wait here while he went to tell the people that he was leaving first. Then, he asked them to prepare a car. However, just as he reached the bottom, he saw another group of people walking in this direction. It was Wu Yufei at the front. It seemed to be a gathering of friends. She was very casual and had a cigarette in her mouth. Lin Che paused for a moment and saw that Wu Yufei had also noticed him. "Sister Che, isn't this Sister Che?" She looked at Lin Che and walked over with a smile. Lin Che said, "What a coincidence." As she walked closer, the smell of alcohol also approached. It seemed that she had drunk a lot of alcohol. No wonder her expression looked a little elegant. The people behind also saw Lin Che. "Hey, Yufei, isn't that Lin Che?" "Yufei, you know him." "Io, it's good to be with Yufei. We can eat at such a good restaurant and even see Lin Che." Wu Yufei snorted and said, "Sister Che, why are you here?" "Nothing, it's a coincidence." Wu Yufei glanced at a board with the words "Celebration Banquet" written on it. "Hey, your TV series even celebrates." What did this mean? Was their TV series so bad that they couldn't celebrate? Wu Yufei drank a little too much. When she heard that their ratings couldn't catch up to her TV series, she immediately relaxed a lot. These days, knowing that she was going up against Lin Che, she really felt a lot of pressure. She felt like she was about to be strangled to death. Now that she finally knew that their ratings were not as good as hers, she felt relaxed all over, as if she had come back to life. She had just started to party with her friends at night and wanted to have a good rest. She didn't expect to meet Lin Che here after drinking too much. She looked at Lin Che and couldn't help but feel proud. The people behind her also started to jeer. "Hey, is that right? What's so good about Lin Che now? No one is as good as our Yufei. Yufei is the current movie queen and the #1 in the ratings. Aren't many people watching your TV series? Lin Che is nothing. Our Yufei has long surpassed him." Lin Che shook his head. These people who drank too much, under the influence of alcohol, their words were really. She didn't want to deal with the drunkard and turned to leave. At this moment, "Mom!" Gu Xiuan ran over from behind. Because he ran too fast, a handprint was directly imprinted on Wu Yufei's dress. She bumped into Wu Yufei, and Wu Yufei, who didn't notice it, took a few steps back. "You, whose family are you from? You've dirtied my clothes." Wu Yufei shouted. She looked at her clothes and angrily at the child who had bumped into her. Lin Che hurriedly pulled the child over. Gu Xiuan raised his head to look at the woman in front of him. He bit his finger, not knowing what she was doing. Lin Che looked and said, "Sure Yuan, you have to apologize if you bump into someone." Gu Xiuan raised his head. He still didn't know how to say the word sorry. Lin Che said, "I'll help you wash your clothes." Wu Yufei said, "You wash it." "I don't want you to wash it. I want you to pay for my clothes. Pay for a car." At this moment, a little boy walked over extravagantly from behind. The few of them were stunned as they looked at this little shorty. He was quite imposing. Lin Che turned around and looked at Gu Xinian. Gu Xinian had just heard this woman's words. When he came over, his eyes were filled with disdain and he was expressing his dissatisfaction with this woman. The few of them didn't know where these children had suddenly come from. Wu Yufei frowned. Who are you? The people beside them also jeered. Hey, children nowadays really know how to talk. Buy a car. What are you going to use to buy a car? Are you going to sell yourself? Do you know that our Yufei's clothes are all international famous brands? They cost tens of thousands of dollars. Do you think your mother bought them from Taobao? Gu Xinian snorted and looked at the few people in front of him. With a wave of his hand, a black card was revealed. Black card. The few of them thought that they were seeing things. Either that or someone thought that the card this child was holding must be fake. Anyway, there were many imitations of black cards sold online. Perhaps this was also an imitation. Gu Xinian said, look at how much the clothes she's wearing cost. Help me buy a car. At this moment, the people who followed behind him suddenly didn't dare to doubt this boy's words. They were a few tall people who looked like bodyguards. Lin Che looked at his son. He was actually acting cool here. For a moment, he didn't know how to feel in his heart. The few of them looked at Gu Xinian and then at the people behind him. They walked directly to Wu Yufei's side. Wu Yufei didn't dare to move at all. She looked at the few of them and looked at the brand. Then, she said, it's a Dior dress. Okay, buy a car. It'll probably take a few days to order it now. Okay, buy a car and send it to her. So good, the few of them looked at him suspiciously. For a moment, they couldn't figure out where this child had come from. Unexpectedly, Gu Xinian changed the topic. Just now, my sister dirtied your dress. We've already settled the score. But now, you're shouting like a lunatic, scaring my sister. Shouldn't we settle the score? What? Settle the score. He said that she was a lunatic and that she was shouting. What do you mean? I just shouted, you scared my sister too. How much are you going to pay for it? Wu Yufei was stunned. Hearing this child's words, he didn't seem like someone of his age at all. She didn't know what to say. Why should I pay? I'm not paying. Ha, okay, you're not going to pay. He looked at the bodyguards behind him again. Go over and tell her why she's doing this. When the few tall bodyguards went over, she was immediately scared silly. What are you doing? You guys. Okay, I'll pay, I'll apologize, Lin Che said, that's enough, Nian Nian. Stop fooling around. Gu Xinian harumphed. Wu Yufei pursed her lips and looked at Lin Che. What's going on? You know this child, right? How could he treat me like this? Whose family is he? Is he not well educated? Or are you doing this on purpose? Gu Xiuan suddenly called out from below, Mommy. Lin Che harumphed and picked Gu Xiuan up. Then, he pulled Nian Nian up and said, compared to them, what you said just now is much more uneducated. Watch your own mouths before you care about others. Mommy. Did this child just call Lin Che Mommy? Then these two, Wu Yufei was a little unsure. But when she looked at the two children and thought of the possibility, she really felt that they looked a little similar to Lin Che. Chapter 1292. Wu Yufei looked at the child. He turned around and looked at her coldly. The sharpness in his eyes was definitely not something his age should have. Wu Yufei couldn't believe it. Had she been looked down upon by a child just now? Those people were also puzzled. Yufei, what was going on just now? Yufei, are they humiliating us? Wu Yufei was in a bad mood and pushed them away. Alright, go play. Don't bother me. After saying that, Wu Yufei was full of curiosity. She kept thinking about the question just now. She didn't know what had happened. Her heart was filled with all kinds of doubts and she couldn't be bothered to care about what her friends were muttering behind her. Seriously, you don't know who you are when you're a celebrity. You really think you're amazing after a few compliments. Aren't you just an actress who gets fucked? Wu Yufei sorted out what had just happened. The little girl called her mother, and the boy called the little girl sister. The two children and Lin Che were related. Could these two children be Lin Che's children? However, in the past, Lin Che had really sealed off his personal information too tightly. These things had never been dug up by others. So when she suddenly saw the two children, she was really confused. If they were really her children, when were they born? Wu Yufei recalled that Lin Che had suddenly disappeared for several years. After that, he said that he was going to retire behind the scenes and rested for more than a year. Looking at the two children again, the timing seemed to match up. Wu Yufei suddenly thought of what she had discovered. She wanted to say it, but she didn't dare to say it. Who was the child's father? Gu Jingyu. It didn't seem like it. Gu Jingyu had gone abroad for a long time before he came back. If it wasn't for Gu Jingyu, would Shui be so close to Lin Che? It was certain that she couldn't figure it out. She didn't know about Gu Jing's existence. Wu Yufei felt that she had to think about it carefully. Before that, it was better to go back and sober up. But now that she thought about it, those two children were really beautiful. Wu Yufei thought jealously that their children were so beautiful. Lin Che first took the two children back. When he reached home, he heard from the company that the ratings had improved a little. The overall situation was stable. It seemed that they had retained a lot of users. Then, the number of views on the internet was also gradually increasing. It seemed that it was not bad. Lin Che was quite pleased. He sat there and took a look at it for himself. The emotional lines interspersed in the story were sweet and tangled, with a sense of forbidden love, which made people feel very emotional. As Lin Che watched, Gu Jingze ran to the back without him noticing. What are you looking at? You're watching our TV series. Didn't you watch them all after editing? Count it as supporting the number of views. He followed behind, massaging her shoulders. Not bad, not bad. Go on, she said. How is it? Is the service good? Yes, very good. How much do you want to pay me? Hee. She turned around and said, you don't have enough skills, but you can make up for it with your looks. You're the top girl in your shop, so I'll definitely give you more. Really? How much will you give me? That depends on how much you can take from this rich woman. He smiled, lowered his head, and slowly kissed her neck. Bit by bit, he rubbed against her, making her feel itchy and sore all over. What are you doing? I'm taking money from you. How is my skill now? To be improved. Oh, then I'll have to work harder. How about this? He used his teeth to open her clothes and continued to bite down. Aw. Stop. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. Stop fooling around. The two kids here were always running around. It was easy to bump into them. Then, what do I want you to do? No. Lin Che pushed his face and watched him get closer. She felt that if he got any closer, she would fall apart again. No, this man being too attractive is also a problem. Move away. Don't look at me. What's wrong? You won't let me look at you now. Well. She held his face and looked at him. I can't help it when I see you. Gu Jingze suddenly laughed. Then you don't have to. No, I'm watching the TV series. Just watch it. I'm not in your way. Lin Che looked at him with a red face. You're an obstacle in front of me. Just watch it. I don't have the energy to watch the TV series. Gu Jing's eyes lit up. He immediately sat down around her happily. Okay, I'll watch it with you. The TV series was on, and the comments were refreshed from time to time. She saw that the comments were coming in quite quickly. It's so good. I almost forgot that it's Gu Jingyu. It's so cute. When Lin Su touched Xiaoqiu, my heart melted. Lin Su, hurry up and confess. Xiaoqiu is so handsome. Her movements just now were so cool. Xiaoqiu is so beautiful. Her movements are so divine. Xiaoqiu, hurry up and fuck Lin Su. Xiaoqiu is so domineering. I've never seen a female lead who can fuck the male lead. Isn't this TV series better than The Queen? Why do I think it's better? The TV series The Queen is so torturous. The scriptwriter is so stupid. You guys are still watching The Queen. She's already abandoned it. It's too torturous. The Queen is too stupid. I, Xiaoqiu, am still cuter. Xiaoqiu is a killer. She's not someone a retard like the Queen can compare to. Although she knew that these comments might not mean anything, Lin Che was still quite happy watching them. There were even people saying, I've read the novel. The plot is so beautiful. Those who have played the game say that it's very immersive. I followed the manga. It's as good as the manga. The benefits of developing the TV series through all channels could be seen now. Those who were watching the TV series went to play the game, and those who were playing the game went to watch the TV series. All of a sudden, all the IP started moving. The next day, someone started contacting Lin Che for an interview. They said that they wanted to interview her about this IP. Lin Che asked curiously, what do you mean? Some people say that you created this game and the TV series. Where did you guys find out? Lin Che was curious. She didn't seem to have told anyone that she made the game. They revealed it when we went to visit the game company. Lin Che said, that's a part-time job. I'm so sorry. How can that be? This kind of thing is very rare. You should be considered one of the more powerful and successful movie stars in crossing over to other industries. Moreover, your comprehensive development this time was especially successful. We want to interview you about your successful experience. Lin Che thought about it. It was probably a form of publicity, so he agreed. Chapter 1293. After Lin Che agreed, he went there. In an instant, many people looked at Lin Che in surprise. They wondered why a celebrity like Lin Che would come to the finance channel to do a show. Did he run out of ways to promote? Lin Che entered the finance channel under everyone's gaze. When he entered, the host looked at the information and was already very impressed with Lin Che. Before the show started, he said, Lin Che, I really didn't expect that you were the one who made this game. I play it every night. I can't sleep if I don't play it. Lin Che smiled embarrassedly. I'm just one of the producers. No, I saw it. You're the main creator, the initiator. Lin Che said, back then, I thought it was fun. Even the series of novels and comics that followed were all thanks to you. Oh, really? I feel that a lot of celebrities these days are very impetuous. There aren't many who are as creative as you. When they have nothing to do, they would open a restaurant with their own name. And now you're making a game. Lin Che was even more embarrassed by the compliments. The host only left after his makeup was done. The program officially began. The host was also very excited as he said, today, we've invited a big star, Lin Che, to our recording studio. Some people will think it's strange when they see Lin Che. Did Lin Che come to the wrong studio? But I want to tell everyone that he didn't. Lin Che is the big shot entrepreneur that we've invited today. Speaking of the recently popular television series, Light, the first thing that comes to mind is the mobile game community that has hundreds of millions of downloads and broke the latest download record. This game has taken the whole of country C by storm. Men, women, young and old, it's almost the same. You might not have associated this game with the actor Lin Che. Today, we'll tell everyone that Lin Che is the creator of this game. When the host talked about their entrepreneurship, he said excitedly, "I saw the introduction. It said that when you got the investment, you went to find a few young university students to make a game together." Lin Che smiled and said, "Yeah, because we didn't have much money, we found some university students. They're cheaper, Today, we've also given Lin Che a surprise. We've invited one of the creators of Light. Please come in." Lin Che was shocked to see Crooked Neck walk in. Naturally, if something like this happened in the dormitory, Crooked Neck would step in. Even if King was asked to come, King would not come. Lin Che looked at Crooked Neck. She was surprised at first, but then she smiled and patted Crooked Neck's shoulder. She was very familiar with these companions of hers now, so it didn't matter how they joked around. Tilting his head, he sat down and started talking about his admiration for Lin Che. From the moment he was selected, to now, he was worth hundreds of millions. He also felt like he was dreaming. The other university students who started the business with him felt the same way. All of a sudden, they all felt like they were rich. The topic of a university student turning over from the grassroots was very attractive. The host also asked a lot of interesting questions. After the program was done, the host listened to Crooked Neck's bragging. His admiration for Lin Che could only be described as prostrating himself on the ground. "Miss Lin, you really are a heroine. It's impossible for you not to be famous." Seeing the host leave with a sigh, Lin Che said to Crooked Neck, "What's going on? Why did they suddenly contact me?" Tilting his head, he said, "This is CCV television station. When we saw that they had come to interview us, we were so excited that we told them everything." Crooked Neck said, It's true. I never thought that I would be interviewed by Central TV. It really scared me to death. Really? I'm going to ask all my relatives and friends to come and watch Central TV tonight." Lin Che quickly returned home from there. Actually, it was also her first time participating in such a formal program. In the past, variety shows and interviews were all more entertaining. This interview was so formal, and the words spoken were also formal. When she got home, she still felt a little confused. When she got home, she saw Gu Jingze reading something in the study. She pushed the door open and entered the study. Gu Jingze looked up and said, "Your interview today turned out well. You can already see it so soon. CCV's programs are all recorded in the morning and broadcast in the afternoon. That's why they're up to date." "Oh, I haven't been on CCV much, so I didn't know. But I saw that you have a lot of comments online, so I noticed it," Gu Jingze said. "What? A lot of comments?" Gu Jingze smiled as he looked at her. "Look." She felt that his smile was strange. She walked over and sat on his lap casually. She turned her head to look at the computer and saw that the trending topics were the almighty Lin Che. Did you guys know that Lin Che has such a side to him? Lin Che's ray of light. Lin Che opened the topic in a daze and found that it had already exploded. They were all talking about Lin Che's financial program today. Many people were like the host, surprised that the game was made by Lin Che. Some people even did a quick count. Other than this, Lin Che actually controlled the film company and Lin Che's work studio. How could we not know that Lin Che is so capable? Lin Che is the one who kept a low profile. We just found out. Lin Che is a strong woman among women. She's so omnipotent. I can't take it anymore. I admire her so much. If only I had 1/10 of her ability. This is the woman of the new era. Relying on herself to make a name for herself. Who said that women are inferior to men? Of course, there were some people who objected. It's because she's a celebrity that she can get investors. She's just a normal person. However, these words were immediately criticized by others. If you're good enough, you should be a celebrity too. If you're good enough, you should try investing too. You'll know that investing isn't just based on who's a celebrity, especially when it comes to games. You make it sound like Lin Che didn't rely on her own hard work to become a celebrity. Everyone defended Lin Che and scolded him until he was driven away. Lin Che flipped through the news and realized that she was really on the headlines. She was speechless. It was mainly because too many people didn't know that she was the one who made the game. It was a huge leap in popularity. But the netizens were omnipotent. Some people even dug out Lin Che's alternate account in the game and took out videos of the game. They said that Lin Che had done so many private things for herself in the game. Her positioning was so bad and she relied on her equipment to conquer the world. Of course, they weren't scolding her. They just thought that this kind of stupid girl was really interesting. Chapter 1294. This was because Lin Che had been noticed in the past. Her account was a little special. It was an account from the closed beta period. There weren't many of them, and their equipment was amazing. It was just that her battle record was rubbish. Someone said, "Lin Che, you should focus on your game. Stop playing. I can't watch you play anymore. Give me the equipment. I can get this god-tier equipment to the top." Fuck, Lin Che was so angry he wanted to slap the table. Was she that bad at fighting? Of course, it's also possible that she asked for it in private. But the good thing about this game is that no matter how good the equipment is, it doesn't matter if you're not skilled. So look at how bad her record is, 57% win rate. Most of the time she wins, she fights with KG and the others. As soon as she goes out to fight, she dies immediately. Her skills are really, so everyone, please forgive her. Also, can you give me the equipment? Crooked Neck couldn't take it anymore. He posted on the official website, "Everyone, please give her some face. I was scolded by the leader for helping her steal equipment secretly. Seeing that she is so cute, generous, kind, and beautiful, let's give her some benefits." Everyone took a screenshot of the official website and posted it on Weibo. It gave them a reason to mock Lin Che. Of course, this mockery was kind. Many people thought that Lin Che was too interesting. She was so stupid, yet she still needed people to steal equipment for her to play the game. Lin Che is so cute, too cute. Stealing equipment, it's too graphic. Lin Che, please let your employee off. Lin Che won't change the game for your lousy skills, right? No way, this game is quite fun to play. Your skills aren't that bad. Party me next time, I'll help you. All the netizens were people who enjoyed watching a good show. They especially liked new things, so when they saw such a new thing, they immediately gathered around. The news spread more and more, and all the netizens joined in. Because they thought it was fun and interesting, those who did not understand the game followed along and watched. After watching, they immediately held their bellies and laughed. There was one person who everyone agreed with, and that was, Lin Che really made life into a joke. Lin Che shouted on the other side of the computer, "Fuck, are you saying that I'm just a joke?" Lin Che stared at the screen for a long time. He really felt that these netizens were too noisy. In the afternoon, she continued to do publicity for the TV series. This time, the publicity was also at the TV station. From below, many fans could be seen gathering. Lin Che said, "I don't think we told the fans about our publicity, did we?" Yu Min Min furrowed her brows at the side. "There really isn't. Our publicity is all done by our fan club. Otherwise, if there are too many fans, it would cause trouble. Why are there so many people?" The two of them were still fooling around when they saw a fan holding a sign with Wu Yufei written on it. Lin Che was stunned, and said in surprise, "This can't be Wu Yufei's fan, right?" Yu Min Min suddenly remembered. "Ah, I remembered just now. They said that Wu Yufei will be doing a promotional event at the television station today. It's the same television station as ours, but it's not the same show or the same studio." Then what were they here for? To besiege Lin Che. However, Lin Che was wrong. On the other side, Wu Yufei's team was still organizing. They liked to create hype when they had nothing to do, so every publicity event was done with great fanfare. Sometimes, they would even let the fans know about it. Some of the fans would come to see their idols once they found out about the schedule. That was why there were so many fans gathered at the television station. Today was the same. They were still watching proudly, but unexpectedly, some of the fans seemed to be teleporting something, and all of a sudden, they all rushed to one side. "Hey, why are they going there?" That's right, that's right. Hurry up and see what's going on. Did something happen?" The supervisor hurriedly sent someone to ask. He was also worried that there would be too many people and it would cause trouble. However, at this moment, some sharp-eyed people saw Lin Che's team. "It can't be. I think that's Lin Che. Look, that's the publicity agent beside Lin Che." These people in the industry were very familiar with the industry, especially the people around the celebrities. They all knew each other. When Wu Yufei heard the noise, her little face twisted. Lin Che. Lin Che was still in shock. However, these people were not here to cause trouble. "Wow, Lin Che, I want to worship you. Can I have your autograph? Quick, it's Lin Che. Lin Che is so beautiful in real life, even more beautiful than on TV." When Yu Min Min saw this, she was amused. She hurriedly said, "Don't worry, everyone. We're here to film a show today. You guys can just take photos like this. There are too many people and we can't sign all of them. Hey, here are some signed photos. Take them." As an artist, it was a must to sign something and give it to others. When Lin Che was free, he would sign some and keep them as a backup. At this moment, Yu Min Min took it out and distributed it to the fans. Lin Che nudged Yu Min Min. "Hey, what should we do if Wu Yufei sees them?" Yu Min Min harumphed. "We didn't ask them to come. It's better to piss Liang Shan off. He's been too arrogant recently." Lin Che was speechless. He shrugged and smiled at the people below. On the other side, some of Wu Yufei's loyal fans were furious. When they saw this scene, they came over angrily. Especially when they saw that they were holding Lin Che's photos, some of them immediately rushed forward and snatched the photos. "Alright, you traitors. You're too outrageous. How can you be like this? If you want such a despicable person's photos, tear them up." These people had just gotten the photos and felt very lucky and happy. When they were suddenly attacked, they immediately started scolding them angrily. "We can like whoever we want. What are you guys doing? That's right. Who said that if we like Wu Yufei, we can't like anyone else? You guys aren't God. How can you decide who we like? Your Wu Yufei is amazing, but she's not unique. She's not so amazing that we can't like others. That's right. She just debuted a few years ago. She can't compare to Lin Che at all. Look at you brainless fans now. You know what an idol is like. You're still snatching other people's photos. Do you know that it's against the law? Everyone started to make a ruckus. In the empty space in front of the television station, it immediately caused a commotion. When the people from the television station realized this, they were furious. It's Wu Yufei again. She brought so many fans over for no reason. She's just participating in a television program and she's finding so many people to cause trouble. She's so annoying. Chapter 1295. The television station was also very annoyed with these artists who came looking for trouble. Wu Yufei, on the other hand, wasn't a particularly likable artist. Hence, when the TV station saw these fans, they immediately asked the security guards to chase them out. They said impatiently, "Get out, get out. This is a TV station. You can't come in without a pass. What kind of artist is this? How could they be so uncultured? They already said that we're filming in the studio and we didn't arrange seats for our fans. Yet, they still called so many fans over. That's right. I don't think it's a big shot artist. Those big shots don't need fans to promote themselves. That's why they don't bring people along and don't want to show that they have a lot of fans." These words were deliberately said for the fans to hear. After the fans heard it, even if they didn't show it in person, they would still feel disgusted. Behind them, the fans who had just switched sides immediately followed suit. That's right, real celebrities don't need to pretend to ask people to come and support them. Look, Lin Che came by himself just now. She's still talking about us. It's good enough that we came to support her, but she doesn't want us to chase after other celebrities. Really, she's shameless. The fans became even more rowdy. Not long after, such a video appeared on the internet. The fans' betrayal made many people feel even more interested. Wu Yufei actually asked her fans to support her. Wu Yufei's fans had turned against Lin Che. Lin Che had fulfilled his idol's dream. Lin Che's deeds were fermenting. The almighty Lin Che had become a role model for women. This kind of topic was a little unexpected, but it was an indisputable fact that Lin Che's topic had suddenly occupied all the gossip rankings. Later, no matter how much Panda TV wanted to promote Wu Yufei, it was too late. Because of Lin Che's sudden fame, Oriental TV station, which did not have so many publicity costs and channels, suddenly saved a lot of costs, which greatly increased the exposure of the TV series. All of a sudden, everyone paid more attention to this drama about the female lead pouncing on the male lead. The TV series also reflected Lin Che's image in the outside world. The female lead did not rely on men, nor did she rely on palace intrigue. She relied on her own ability, martial arts, and her own status to become the strongest queen in the world. At the end of the novel, the queen would ascend to the top handsomely. In the end, Xiao Qiu, who was played by Lin Che, won the battle. Those who had read the novel and manga were all looking forward to this plot. After the spoiler was revealed, those who had watched the TV series were also looking forward to the final result. When Lin Che woke up early in the morning, Yu Minmin immediately called him to report the good news. "Look, the ratings today are higher than Queen of the Morning Sun," Lin Che said in surprise. "Really? Where?" That day, Lin Che was still a little surprised. However, the viewership ratings had indeed surpassed the previous one by a small margin. The next day, Yu Minmin called again. "Gosh, we've surpassed Queen of the Morning Sun by 30%. No way." The news of Lin Che's TV series surpassing the previous one made headlines. All of a sudden, Lin Che's TV series became popular again. Radiance's comeback left everyone in awe. Halfway through the broadcast, it only started to turn the tables and became more and more popular. A TV series like this had never been seen before. The TV station quickly called Lin Che to congratulate him. They didn't expect it either. Originally, they were very satisfied with the ratings. In recent years, few TV stations had beaten Panda TV, so they didn't have such extravagant expectations. Originally, this TV series had been signed by Panda TV. Later, Lin Che broke the contract and came to them. They already felt that it was a pie falling from the sky. Lin Che and Gu Jingyu, even if they couldn't beat their TV series, the ratings wouldn't be too bad. Hence, they bought it without hesitation. But now that the viewership ratings had reversed, they were caught off guard. The TV station leader said excitedly, "Back then, our station was in the limelight. Later on, we were dominated by Panda TV for so many years and we had already given up. This time, we didn't expect that your TV series would turn the tables and let us discover a possibility. Our station is now having a meeting and they said that we can't be so depressed in the future. No matter how good Panda TV is, it's not impossible for us to surpass them. Hence, the TV station is now full of confidence that we will definitely surpass Panda TV in the future. This is all thanks to you." Lin Che hurriedly said, No, you're too polite. How is this my credit? Am I too excited? Anyway, this is inseparable from you. Next time, the TV station will organize a celebration for you. You must come. Yes. I will definitely go. At this moment, some people were happy while others were sad. Liang Shan didn't lose his temper. He sat there, looked at Wu Yufei opposite him, shook his head, sighed, and said, as expected of Lin Che. Alright, anyway, I've already said that this woman has a demonic nature. If it's her, anything can happen. Let's also relax. However, this was like a great torture, causing a huge blow to Wu Yufei's heart. She only felt her heart thump. After being hit by a heavy hammer, there was a moment of numbness, and then the pain tore her apart bit by bit. Because Liang Shan's consolation didn't feel comforting at all. She could only tell that Liang Shan had already predicted this and had long since rejected Wu Yufei in his heart. He had long felt that no matter what, Wu Yufei couldn't compare to Lin Che. Right now, everything was just fulfilling the expectations in his heart. So he wasn't surprised at all, was he? Then, for so many days, why did he still compare Wu Yufei with Lin Che? These days, her hard work, her nervousness, and her stress, what did it all amount to? Wu Yufei felt really bad, but Liang Shan felt that he had already treated her very well. He didn't lose his temper, scold her, or hit her, but what was with Wu Yufei's expression now? Why did it look like she was very resentful? Wu Yufei stood up and shook off Liang Shan's hand. Let go, let me be alone for a while. Hey, you, Wu Yufei immediately ran out. Liang Shan said angrily, look at you, Wu Yufei. I'm comforting you out of goodwill. What kind of attitude is this? It's because of your attitude that you're not calm enough. Otherwise, how could you not be as good as Lin Che? His words only made Wu Yufei quicken her steps. From the start, she had never thought of comparing herself with anyone. She had never thought of becoming the second person. It was because they had always compared her with Lin Che that everything happened today. On Lin Che's side, they couldn't not attend the celebration held by the television station. If an artiste had a good relationship with the television station, it would be very beneficial for them. Hence, usually, artistes would have a good relationship with the television station to increase their exposure. Only artistes with poor emotional intelligence would run to the television station to act like they were big shots. Those who didn't have a good relationship would only realize how stupid they were when they were banned. Chapter 1296. Lin Che wore a long blue dress to attend the event. This dress made him look very tall and his entire person exuded an even more imposing aura. Maybe it was because of the recent topics that made Lin Che feel like he wasn't an artiste. Therefore, everyone felt that he had the charm of an elite when they looked at him right now. He felt different from the usual artistes because many of them gave people the feeling that their education was relatively low. Lin Che didn't have any special education either. He just graduated from an ordinary art school. After this event, he exuded the charm of a top student. He didn't seem to be inferior to those so-called highly educated artistes. When Lin Che arrived, the entire hall seemed to have a halo. The leader of the television station looked at him and liked him more and more. This type of female celebrity who was full of positive energy, low-key, and charming made people feel that she was more profound. She didn't have the superficial feeling of those women who were like vases. Gu Jingyu also followed him to the television station. The leader of the television station saw that Gu Jingyu, who was usually too lazy to attend any event, actually gave him face this time. He felt even happier. The leader of the television station pulled Gu Jingyu's hand and thanked her. Even if she didn't come, they had nothing to say. After all, apart from being an A-list artiste in the country, she was also the third young master of the Gu family. The leader said, "We're really surprised that Jingyu could come. I heard that Jingyu is usually quite busy and doesn't have much time to attend events." "We really," Gu Jingyu waved her hand. "Isn't it because that guy Lin Che threatened me to come? Ah, he made me wake up so early." The leader was speechless for a moment. But then he remembered that Lin Che dared to threaten Gu Jingyu. It seemed like Lin Che was quite amazing. At night, the news directly broadcasted that Gu Jingyu and Lin Che attended a celebration party to celebrate the new TV series, Light, achieving a new high in viewership. The people outside who saw the news watched silently. In the dormitory, someone said, "Hey, isn't there someone in our dormitory acting in this TV series too? Why didn't she attend their celebration party?" Everyone's gazes were focused on Su Wan. Su Wan was sitting on the stage writing the script. In a few days, there would be a school drama and she was in charge of writing the script. Hearing the people below, she didn't stop writing and continued to write. Her roommate did not hesitate. Regardless of whether she heard it or not, she said directly, maybe she's not allowed to go because she has so few screen time. Do you think you're a celebrity just because you've acted in a role? This character is just a cameo. No one will remember her name after she comes out. Is that so? I thought some of them had already moved out and slept with others, so their roles should be quite important. How could we move out? Isn't our dormitory full? Hey, did you forget? Didn't someone move out before? But not long after, he moved back. You moved back in such a short time. It's hard to have feelings for you. I almost forgot about this. Some people have limited charm. What should we do? Su Wan still didn't speak. At this time, someone knocked on the door and came in. Su Wan, how's your script going? Why aren't you done yet? Su Wan said, I finished. I'll show you. She came down and showed the team leader the script. The team leader looked at it with satisfaction and said, not bad. Team leader, she stopped him and said, you said you could give me a role when I finished writing. The team leader looked at her and said impatiently, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Seeing that she wanted to speak again, the team leader said okay, I'm busy and quickly left. She was still wondering who would dare to help her. She heard that her sister was really powerful. It wouldn't be good if she offended her. Su Wan's stomach hurt and she squatted on the ground in pain for a long time. Her period came and her stomach hurt terribly. She wanted to buy painkillers but she looked at the money in her pocket. She silently saved the money. She didn't have any living expenses for a long time and she couldn't work at Gu Jingyu's place. At this time, Chen Jian called her. Xiao Wan, is your period coming soon? I'm downstairs in your dormitory. Chen Jian was her good friend in university and the only man who dared to get close to her in many years. In the past, she had a relationship with her brother-in-law. Even the rumor that she caused her brother-in-law's death made many people in school not dare to get close to her. They were unwilling to get close to her. But Chen Jian never cared. After she went downstairs, Chen Jian was already waiting there with a big bag of things. Su Wan looked at him jokingly. Why do you remember it better than me? You. He looked at her dotingly. You can't even remember your own days and you still have the nerve to talk about it. Here, painkillers, hot porridge, food. Eat well and sleep well. He looked at Su Wan and was filled with joy. He hadn't seen her recently. She couldn't come back because she was busy filming. His heart felt empty. Su Wan looked at him, not daring to look into his eyes. She wasn't young anymore. She knew what that gaze meant. She also thought that since Chen Jian treated her so well, maybe being with him would be better for her. However, she couldn't. She kept feeling that this was the case. Instead, it was harming him. Especially now, after having this kind of relationship with Gu Jingyu, what right did she have to agree to be with such a good man? Su Wan quickly took it and said to him, okay, I still have to do a part-time job. Go busy yourself first. They were actually envious of her. Chen Jian was a good person and they heard that his family background was pretty good so the Su family couldn't touch him. Her part-time job at night was at a bar. She couldn't find a suitable one elsewhere. She worked here at night. At most, she would sleep a little less. It wouldn't affect her studies and auditions during the day. This bar was quite big and there were many people in the circle. Therefore, many fangirls chased stars here. The bar's expenses were very high so they came to be waitresses. Usually, when some bosses saw Su Wan, they would directly invite her in. However, she was a waitress and didn't do anything else, so she blocked them as much as she could. Recently, some people heard that she was an actress in the news, so they became more interested in her. Su Wan, guest of room 101, please go over. Hearing the supervisor say this, Su Wan turned her head and said, Supervisor, what am I going to do? That's not my position. Just go if I tell you to go. There are so many things to do. I'm telling you, you can't afford to offend the people in that room. They can't wait to go. You're lucky, you know. When Su Wan was pushed over, she did see the other waitresses on the side looking at her with a fanatical gaze. Their jealous expressions almost wanted to eat her up. And the moment Su Wan entered, she suddenly understood. Among the group of people inside, there was a very eye-catching man leaning there. It was Gu Jingyu. Chapter 1297. Besides Gu Jingyu, there were a lot of people here. However, the moment she entered the room, she only saw Gu Jingyu at first glance. Forgive her for not treating Gu Jingyu as an ordinary passerby. Because no matter what, he was the first man in her life. In the past, they had such close physical contact. But now, they were a pair of strangers. On the other side, there were a lot of people around Gu Jingyu. Some were moguls in the film industry and some were young masters of various families. They were all experts. Seeing Su Wan, Master Lu's face was filled with joy. He stood up and said, "Hey, she's here. Look, the little celebrity I was talking about. Come to me. Su Wan lowered her head. She really wanted to pretend that she didn't exist, but she couldn't avoid it. After standing there for a while, she was pushed over by the supervisor. The supervisor looked at Su Wan and became anxious. Su Wan was usually quite smart. Why was she so careless today? She didn't show up in front of so many people that she couldn't afford to offend. Su Wan directly walked forward after being pushed. Master Lu hugged Su Wan. Hey, my little beauty, come and let me see. You look pretty good. Why aren't you famous yet? Follow me. I'll let someone guide you. You'll definitely become famous. Su Wan couldn't help but look at Gu Jingyu. Young Master Lu immediately said, "Sigh, that's right. Let our Jingyu guide you. You know Jingyu, right? He's the most popular idol and the strongest celebrity in our country. With him guiding you, you'll become famous in no time." Gu Jingyu looked ahead indifferently, as if he didn't see Su Wan at all. Hearing Master Lu's words, he just faintly grabbed the wine cup. However, after taking a sip, he slammed it on the table, making a bang. Everyone present froze. Lu Gongzi had good eyesight. He looked at Su Wan and immediately said, "Hey, this Su Wan, why aren't you going to pacify our Jingyu? Jingyu, look, isn't this girl pretty? I specially found her to serve you." Gu Jingyu looked up and glanced at Su Wan. "No need. I don't care for this kind of wildflower." Su Wan's face stiffened. Master Lu looked embarrassed. He looked at Su Wan and thought that although she was a wildflower, she was pretty. But since Gu Jingyu didn't like it, he just chuckled and said, that's true. This kind of trash isn't worthy of Jingyu's attention. Those who are worthy of Jingyu's class are definitely those rich young ladies. They're well matched in terms of social status and are highly cultured. We're different. We like this kind of wildflower. Hee, come, what's your name? He started groping Su Wan again. However, just as his hand touched her shoulder, Gu Jingyu suddenly tightened his grip on his wine glass. He looked up at them and said, "Let's have some fun if we want to play. Give away all the women and whatnot." They looked over. They looked at each other, then at Gu Jingyu. Although Gu Jingyu didn't give them any face, they still had to give him enough face. Who asked this lord to not be trifled with? In Country C, who would dare to offend the Gu family? This man was the third young master of the Gu family. Master Lu immediately said, "Okay, since our Jingyu wants peace, we'll accompany him today. Let's go. Women, leave." Master Lu looked at Su Wan reluctantly. He thought to himself, I'll be able to get my hands on her sooner or later. Not now. Then he chased everyone out. Su Wan heaved a sigh of relief after leaving. Although Gu Jingyu's words were hurtful, it was also because he didn't like wildflowers that she was spared from a disaster this time. However, the people outside saw that Su Wan came out and rejoiced in her misfortune. "Why did you come out? Is it because Gu Jingyu doesn't like her? I was wondering why Gu Jingyu would like the girls here. If he wanted to find someone, he would look for those high-end ones. But at least I got to see him in person. I want to go in and have a look too." Su Wan really didn't want to go in. She exhaled and looked at the people outside. She saw the supervisor walking over. "Su Wan, I was kind enough to let you in and this is how you repay me. Do you know what status these people have? You can see that Gu Jingyu is also here. Those who hang out with Gu Jingyu are all people with status. You actually dare to throw a tantrum in front of me. I think you don't want to work here anymore." Su Wan's expression changed. Gu Jingyu actually came here, she really didn't want to work here anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. I quit. She grabbed her nameplate and placed it on the table. What? The supervisor didn't think that this girl would be so stubborn. Hey, I'm just letting you in to socialize. These are all powerful people. If you can get close to one of them, it'll be enough for you to eat for the rest of your life. I'm really not doing this anymore. Sue Won left the place resolutely. She took the bus and then the subway all the way back to school slowly. Just as she arrived at the door, she saw Chen Jian entering too. Sue Won, you're back. Why are you here? Chen Jian said, I knew that you definitely didn't listen to me and went to work part-time. Sigh, so I came over to wait for you. Sue Won said, you don't need to. I quit. I'm not doing this anymore. Chen Jian froze but didn't ask much. He paused and then took out some money from his pocket. Take this first. No need. I'll find another job. You don't need to give me money. I'm lending it to you. Take it. Otherwise, you won't have anything to eat. You'll starve to death. I'm not missing a friend. Hurry up and take it. Okay, I'm leaving first. He forcefully stuffed the money into her pocket. Knowing that she didn't want to take it, he didn't give her a chance to refuse and ran away. Chen Jian. Sue Won called from behind but didn't stop him. She stood there and stared blankly. She didn't know that behind her, a car was following her all the way. He thought that she was virtuous. He thought that she was proud and aloof. She rejected him and left him. Then, she went to take other people's money. Gu Jingyu was in the car, holding the steering wheel and looking here. After a while, he suddenly got out of the car. Sue Won sighed and looked at the empty street. She thought that she would return it to him tomorrow. She must return it. She wouldn't accept his help anymore. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous. However, just as she took a step, she was suddenly stopped by a tall figure. She was stunned. She sensed a familiar fragrance approaching. Then, the strong man opened his arms and pulled her in front of him. She saw that the man in the dark had an indifferent look in his eyes. When he looked at her, his eyes were filled with cruel disdain. What? You don't want my money. So, you have other goals. Chapter 1298. What? Sue Won frowned at him. She didn't understand what he meant. Gu Jingyu slowly lifted her chin with one hand. How much money did you receive just now? How many days are you planning to sell yourself this time? Sue Won suddenly understood. Just now, he saw the scene of Chen Jian shoving money into her hands, so he misunderstood something. The man's body approached her domineeringly. His cold gaze hit her face, making her feel a tearing pain. He lowered his head, almost sticking to her body. The hair on his forehead even fell onto her cheeks. She looked at him like this and couldn't help but feel suffocated, unable to control herself. Gu Jingyu. She called his name. Do you think everyone is as bad as you? He's just my friend who wants to help me. He's not as filthy as you think. Was he thinking that filthy, or did she think that he was filthy himself? He sneered and rushed in, using his chest to press her against the wall. Yes, I'm filthy. I'm very filthy. He's not filthy. He saved you from trouble, right? Why, does he like you very much? He leaned close to her ear and nibbled on it, using his teeth to play with her earlobe. And the words that came out of his mouth were so evil. Sue Won blushed. No, he doesn't like me. But her flushed cheeks had already betrayed her heart. Gu Jingyu smiled sinisterly. Oh, then he likes you. How much does he like you? He moved close to her body and rubbed against her, feeling the softness of her chest against his. That feeling reminded him of the past. Every night, when he was in a daze, her face, that intoxicated expression. Now, was this expression also blossoming for another man? Do I like you so much that I don't care about your past, don't care that your body has been touched by others, don't care that you were once my mistress? Did such evil words come out of the mouth of this man who always looked very elegant? So bitter, so unkind. Maybe this was him. After all, their previous fate was like flowers in the mirror and the moon reflected in the water. It was so short and she hadn't reached the stage where she understood him so thoroughly. This unruly man exuded a rebellious aura from head to toe. He was overbearing and insufferably arrogant. However, how could he say that about her? Shut up. We're already done. Why are you still harassing me? Oh, is that so? It's already over. He leaned against her cheek and looked at her face closely. It's already over, but it doesn't mean we can't start again. You, let go. If you don't let go, I'm going to call for help. The school is full of security guards. Go ahead and shout. I want to see who dares to meddle in my affairs. You bastard. Unable to bear it, Su-won directly cursed. However, Gu Jingyu still refused to let go of her. He looked at her lips, which were raised due to anger. It was glistening and moist, reminding him of a hot peach. He grabbed her chin and kissed her lips. Boo-hoo. Gu Jingyu, let go of me, you, how could you do this, how dare you, there is nothing that I, Gu Jingyu, do not dare to do. Gu Jingyu directly stuck her there, listening to her cries, but he did not have the slightest intention of letting go. Feeling his scent, overbearingly invading her, she felt even more uncomfortable. How could he do this? How could he do it here? Let go, boo-hoo, let go of me. Even if there weren't many people at this time, there would still be occasional passers-by. If they saw, moreover, they really did not have any relationship anymore. How could he do this to her? She hardened her heart and bit his tongue. She bit it hard. It hurt. Gu Jingyu suddenly let go of her. Looking at this woman, he felt a fishy taste in his mouth. It was bleeding. How heartless. He reached out and wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. A trace of wildness flashed in his eyes. He stared at her so closely. Su-won. Su-won trembled. She looked at him and said fiercely, Don't touch me again. What a no. Gu Jingyu's sneer spread across his face. All of a sudden, it was as if the summer was bitterly cold. He stared at her. Okay, I want to see how you're going to stop me. Say, if that man just now knew how many positions you've been placed in on my bed and how every inch of your skin has been left with my marks, would he still dote on you and like you so much? You're too vicious. You call this vicious? Then just you wait. Gu Jingyu patted the hem of his clothes, turned around and walked out. Gu Jingyu, you won't allow it. How can you do this? Are you trying to destroy my life? Gu Jingyu didn't turn around. On the side, a curious person seemed to have heard Gu Jingyu's name and looked over. Su-won gritted her teeth and watched as his figure blended into the night. She finally didn't muster up the courage to chase after him. Gu Jingyu, what was he trying to do? Su-won touched her lips, wanting to wipe off his taste. Too hateful. How could he be so bad? Did he really want to completely destroy her life? Gu family. Lin Che was playing with building blocks with the child when Gu Jingyu suddenly came in. Hey, third master, the teacher isn't here. Don't walk so fast. The security guards naturally wouldn't stop their young master, especially the third master who was close to their teacher. They all knew that the brothers of the Gu family got along well with each other. Therefore, they treated Gu Jingming and Gu Jingyu as their own family members and wouldn't be strict with them. When Gu Jingyu rushed in, Lin Che was also shocked. She said, "Wow, what are you doing?" Gu Jingyu said, "Sigh, I'm so bored. Let's go drink together." Lin Che was speechless. "I still have to take care of the child. I don't see him." "Hand the child over to someone else. You can see the child every day, but you can't see me every day. Let's go." Gu Jingyu pulled Lin Che. Thankfully, the child and their family was easy to take care of. Therefore, Gu Jingyu pulled her away and just sat on the ground and asked, "Mom, where did you go?" Your uncle took me out to play. I'll be back in a bit." "Okay, Mom." "Does uncle have no one to play with? He's so pitiful." Gu Jingyu glared fiercely at Gu Xiuan. Lin Che really wanted to laugh. He was right. This Gu Jingyu was really something. When he had no one to play with, he took his sister-in-law out to play. If it was someone else, they would have been scolded. However, Gu Jingyu was really good friends with him. No one would say anything. After all, everyone knew that they had a good relationship. Chapter 1299. Lin Che was dragged out to a small bar outside. It was filled with people from the entertainment industry. Lin Che had been to this bar before. Although the decorations inside had been upgraded, they were still there. This was also because there were too many celebrities in the entertainment industry. Lin Che was with Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu was obviously in a bad mood, so Lin Che allowed him to make a fuss. Gu Jingyu was clamoring for Lin Che to drink. Lin Che could only comply and drink. Gu Jingyu said, "Look at you. You don't give me any face. We've been friends for so many years. Can I order you to stop drinking as your sister-in-law?" No. Lin Che rolled his eyes. Someone nearby saw that Gu Jingyu and Lin Che had actually made a rare appearance, and wanted to come over to chat. There were many people trying to pull strings here. If they saw someone who was similar, they would come over and try to get a role. There was no lack of people in the entertainment industry. However, Lin Che saw that Gu Jingyu was in a bad mood, so he quickly blocked them and pretended to ignore them. Someone saw that the two of them didn't want to talk to others and wanted to join in the fun. However, they were worried that they would offend someone, so they didn't come over. Gu Jingyu was a little drunk after a while. He tilted his head and said, "Sigh, I think women are really unfathomable creatures." Lin Che said, "What's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" "I just feel that she might be like this a moment ago, but in the next moment, she becomes like that. It's hard to guess." Lin Che smiled. "You think too much and care too much. That's why you're like this." Gu Jingyu said, "Who the fuck cares?" Just then, someone called Lin Che. Lin Che saw that it was an unfamiliar number and was a little suspicious. However, normal people wouldn't know her number. Gu Jingze had specially set it up for her so that some advertising calls couldn't reach her. Hence, the calls that could reach her were usually of use. Lin Che picked up the phone suspiciously. "Is this Lin Che?" The voice on the phone was careful and probing. "Who are you?" She didn't know who the other party was, so she didn't admit it. "Oh, I'm from Wangjia village. I saw you at your grandmother's funeral last time," Wang Yao said. "Grandmother?" Lin Che was stunned. That was quite a long time ago, and there were quite a lot of people there that day, so she couldn't really remember who it was. However, since it was someone from the other side, it should be something important that would call. The caller was a woman, and she guessed it was a relative. Oh, I see. I am. Do you need something from me? It's been a few years. When your grandma passed away, we didn't talk much when we saw each other. Now that we've come to Bee City to play, we want to visit you. Before your grandma passed away, the person she was most worried about was you. We're also here to visit you. When we go back, we can go to your grandma's grave and talk about how you're doing. Looking at his grandmother, Lin Che heard that since they had come to Bee City, he had to meet them. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu, who was leaning to the side in a daze, and pulled him up. All right, stop drinking. I'm going out to meet someone. I'll send you home. Who are you going to meet? I'll give you a ride. Why are you sending me off like this? Do you still want to drive? No way. Oh, yeah, I can't drive yet. Let's go, I'll go with you. Lin Che said, why are you going with me, dear? What's the matter? Who can't I see? Oh, did you do something behind second brother's back? No, I have to go and see. This Gu Jingyu, in the end, just wanted to cling to her. Lin Che thought that maybe he didn't want to go back alone and let his imagination run wild, so he felt that it was always good to have someone by his side, so she didn't refuse and brought him along. The whole family was at the entrance of Bee City's train station. When Lin Che arrived, she was a little confused to see a row of people standing there. There were unexpectedly many people. But fortunately, there were many cars at home. She asked someone to drive the car over. The people at the station saw a few luxury cars passing by, but they didn't stop them. It was not a big deal to drive only one car over. Cars were not valuable nowadays, and there were many rich people. But to drive so many cars at once, they must not be ordinary rich people. So the people at the station immediately opened up some space for them to park. Lin Che got out of the car, a little embarrassed. He was worried that there would be too many people outside, and he brought Gu Jingyu along. If he got out of the car too early and they were seen, they would be surrounded immediately, and that would be troublesome. He thanked the people who came to help. When the people at the station saw that it was Lin Che, they were already stunned. They nodded in a daze, their faces full of smiles. You're welcome, you're welcome. As for the people on the other side, when they saw Lin Che's group coming over with such grandeur and extravagance, they were immediately filled with astonishment. They thought that it was really grand, even the uniformed people at the station had to bow and scrape. In their eyes, the uniformed people in Bee City were much more powerful than the uniformed people in their own city. And there was even a sharp-eyed person at the back who suddenly shouted, "Oh, that's Gu Jingyu." At this moment, Lin Che had already walked over. It seemed that there were 6 people, and the one in front should be the woman who made the call. She was dressed neatly, and there were 2 men and a woman beside her, probably her son and daughter. Behind her was a man, probably her man. Next to him was a woman who looked like the man, and Lin Che guessed that she might be her sister-in-law. And when they arrived, all these guesses were confirmed. The woman hurriedly said warmly, "Little Che, oh my, you don't remember me, do you? I'm Su Fun, your mother, and I share the same grandmother. Your grandmother lives next door with us." Lin Che immediately understood that she was a relative from his mother's side. She should have called her second aunt. "Hello, second aunt." "Oh, hello, this is your sister, Lu Lian, and these are your 2 brothers, your uncle." After greeting them one by one, Su Fen looked at the car behind her, and Lu Lian was all looking at Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu looked at them, and when she heard that they were Lin Che's relatives, she immediately restrained herself and stood there without saying a word. Lu Lian shouted, "Is that Gu Jingyu? Sister, is that really Gu Jingyu?" Lin Che looked back, and he understood what these little girls were thinking, so he smiled and said, "Yes." "Oh, that's great. Can I go over and say hello? Can we take a picture together?" Hearing this, Sufan said, "Lu Lian, why are you so disobedient? What do you mean by taking a picture together? Don't cause trouble for them as soon as you arrive." "Ah, ha." Lin Che didn't say anything, because he knew that Gu Jingyu didn't like to take pictures with others, and he didn't want to make things difficult for his friend just to accommodate others. So he laughed dryly and didn't say anything. Lu Lian looked at him and muttered, "If you can't, then you can't." She curled her lips and stood at the back. Chapter 1300. Seeing this, Sufan pulled her daughter to the back and looked at Lu Lian with a reproachful look. Lin Che naturally heard her muttering. He couldn't help but turn around to look at the young girl. He didn't make any comments for a while. "How long will you be staying in City B?" "I don't know yet. We're here to see you. I've never been to the capital before." Sufan answered carefully and looked at Lin Che with a smile. Lin Che thought for a while and said, "I'll arrange your accommodation then." "Really? Oh, I'm so sorry. We just want to see you." Although Sufan said that, the expression on her face was completely happy. She knew that they could save money by contacting her in City B. Her family could make room for them. Even if they didn't sleep on the bed, they could sleep on the floor. Anyway, they didn't need to stay in a hotel, so they could save a lot of money. When they stayed there, they would definitely take care of their meals. That would save them even more money. Lin Che arranged a place for them to stay. It was a villa under Gu Jing's name. Of course, she wouldn't let them stay in the Gu mansion, but this place should be enough to entertain them. She sent a servant to clean the place. Thinking that they would only be staying for a few days, she didn't make any other arrangements. Usually, there were people taking care of the place. It was clean, so they could move in right away. They sat in the car and arrived at the place that had been arranged for them. Inside the car, they looked at the villa outside in amazement. Thinking that Lin Che's place was so nice, they sighed in their hearts. After getting out of the car, Lin Che watched them enter the house. "This place is so well decorated. Oh, I feel like I'm in heaven. This place is so beautiful. Xiao Che, your house is so clean." Sufan said, "Oh yeah, where's your husband? I saw him last year, but I haven't seen him since. He's still busy." Lin Che said, "Yeah. Is he always not at home?" Sufan looked around and didn't see anyone, so she asked. "Oh, we don't stay here. This place is arranged for second aunt. Have a good rest, second aunt. I'll send my friend home first and we'll talk about the arrangements tomorrow." Sufan looked at them in surprise. "Not staying here? Hey, where do you live? This place is so big. We don't live far from here. You guys can rest." Without saying anything else, Lin Che brought Gu Jingyu and left this place. Seeing that Gu Jingyu had left, Wu Liulian was still anxiously stomping her feet behind him. She stared at him until the last bit of Gu Jingyu's hair disappeared. Only then did she withdraw her gaze. Sufan touched the beautiful curtains on one side. They were so smooth that she couldn't hold back. She could tell that they were made of good fabric, but they were actually used to make curtains. What a waste. "You're too kind to give us such a big place to stay," Wu Liulian said. "Mom, don't be old-fashioned. These rich people love to buy houses. They definitely have more than one house. The one that we are staying in is one of them. It's called a villa. Look, it's 2 stories and it's so big," Sufan said. "Celebrities are so rich." "Yeah, what do you think? Su Fan said, there are several houses like this. That's too rich. Moreover, the houses in B City are very expensive. You don't know this, but this one can buy 100 of ours. Are you exaggerating? What do you think? This is the capital. Su Fan sighed and said, oh my, I thought she would just take care of our food and drinks. She's so rich. She doesn't care about this bit of money. After Lin Che went out, he shook his head and instructed his bodyguards, keep an eye on them. It's best if they don't cause any trouble. Lin Che's impression of them was not very good when he heard their excessive flattery towards her. However, since they were relatives from his mother's side, he still had to take care of them. Back at home, Lin Che told Gu Jingze about the matter. I feel that it's a bit of a waste to let them stay in that place. But if they don't stay there, it'll be easier to split the money in a hotel. It's better to arrange for them to stay at home and let them cook their own food. Gu Jingze nodded and looked at her. I don't think you like them very much. Lin Che said, anyway, that feeling. I can't put it into words. It's weird. I just feel that they're here to take advantage of me. There are many people like that. Have you met them before? Didn't you come here to take advantage of me in the beginning? Lin Che looked at him angrily. You were the one who pushed me down. Gu Jingze smiled brightly. The corners of his eyes were slightly pursed and he looked a little amused. Caressing and teasing were like flowers blooming on his good-looking face. You're the one who took advantage of me, aren't you? That was my first time. Ha, as if it wasn't my first time. Humph, is the first time taking advantage of me. I didn't say that I gave you a free practical lesson. Otherwise, if you went over, humph, no matter how rich your theoretical knowledge is, you're still a rookie. Gu Jingze's eyes widened. Ha, he's got guts now. He turned over and pressed her down on the narrow single-seater sofa. Lin Che giggled and hurriedly resisted. Let go of me, let go of me. Teacher, you've taught me well. After so many years, I feel that my results are not bad. But you don't seem to have a good look. Come now. Boo-hoo, no, Lin Che hurriedly begged for mercy. It's useless to bow down now. The two of them laughed in the room. When the people outside heard it, they couldn't help but laugh as well. The couple was so sweet that they started to look forward to love. Lin Che's body was itchy from his teasing and she panted. Looking at Gu Jingze, she felt that he was right. She had indeed taken advantage of him. And she still acted obedient every day. She got such a good-looking husband for nothing. Just his face alone gave her the feeling that he was a C+. She cupped his face and said softly, I can take advantage of myself, but not others. Anyway, I have to send them away as soon as possible. Gu Jingze pinched her cheek. Be careful, it's easier to invite them in than to send them away. Lin Che was a little worried that they would get into trouble. But there was no other way at this time. Looking at Gu Jingze, she felt that it wasn't good to take advantage of others. She thought to herself that he was always the one who surprised her. Actually, she really hadn't given him any special gifts. She suddenly wanted to see what he looked like when he was surprised. However, he had always been an expressionless and calm man. Although he wasn't like that in front of her, he always had an air of indifference, as if everything was within his calculations and he had a card up his sleeve. It was as if nothing in her heart could escape him. This made her feel very defeated. She thought that she had to scheme against him at least once. Otherwise, she wouldn't be satisfied. But how could she hide it from his sharp eyes? Chapter 1301. The next day, Lin Che didn't have time to deal with that family. They went out for a stroll and sighed at the prosperity of B City. It was really different from their hometown. Moreover, Lin Che had sent a car to follow them. Wherever they drove, the people who looked at them were polite. For the first time, Su Fan felt especially confident walking on the road, and her chest was puffed out. In the afternoon, Wu Liulian begged Su Fan to call her, saying that she wanted to go to the location where Lin Che and the others were filming. Su Fan loved her daughter dearly. She had gotten this child when she was old. She was more than 10 years younger than her two elder brothers. Wu Liulian, who was only 16 years old, was especially delicate and willful. However, Su Fan could not do anything about it. After all, she only had one precious daughter. Although Su Fan felt a little uncomfortable, she still called Lin Che. Lin Che was in the company. Although he was a little unhappy, he still agreed to Su Fan's request. Yu Minmin, who was listening on the side, was still curious. "You're really giving them face." Lin Che said, "I want to find a chance to send them back." "What opportunity?" "If he causes any trouble, he probably won't have the nerve to stay here anymore." "That's true. They won't spread bad things about you when they go back." Lin Che was prepared to let them come over and then create a small surprise for them. It would be best for them to leave on their own accord. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che with a sinister smile. "I really think that you've become a bad person." Lin Che was unconvinced. "How did I become bad?" "He must have learned it from Gu Jingze," Wang Yao said. Lin Che blinked his eyes foolishly. "Is that so? Why didn't she think so?" Lin Che said, "By the way, I was thinking of giving Gu Jingze a surprise. What do you think we should prepare for him? Wear sexy lingerie and let him unlock new positions." Lin Che glared at Yu Minmin. "Can you be more serious?" "I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth." "Annoying." "Ha ha ha, alright, I'm just kidding. I think he'll be very happy no matter what surprise you give him. You can make him a meal or something, hee hee, that will scare him, and he won't eat it at all." "Is it that scary?" "You'll know when you try it next time. Let her cook." That would really kill people. It was going to be Chinese Valentine's Day soon. Lin Che wanted to take this opportunity to give him a good surprise. Most importantly, she couldn't let him discover her surprise. When Su Fan brought her daughter to the set, Lin Che would also go and have a look. Ni Chang, which was being filmed and broadcasted at the same time, was now in its third season. The viewership ratings had always been very good, so they were still busy filming. Su Fan arrived with flowing love. Seeing so many people and so many machines, she walked around them. At first glance, Lu Lian saw Mu Firen on the other side. "Oh, Mu Firen, I see it. TSK, look at that girl. She's so pretty." From afar, Flowing Love also felt that she was very beautiful. However, she also felt that she wasn't bad herself. Lin Che hadn't arrived yet. He watched as Mu Firen finished filming in one take. The audience applauded and cheered. Then, he went to touch up his makeup. Flowing Love sighed, "Look at him. He can go and rest after making a few facial expressions. It's just a drama and it's so expensive. Who asked him to be so capable? I don't think I can't do it. It looks very simple." Seeing this, Su Fan said, What's wrong with me, Mom? Are you looking down on your own daughter?" Wu Liulian said. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, what are you talking about? Anyway, I want to give it a try." She begged her mother, "Look, Lin Che is so amazing. She was the one who found people to film this drama. Ask her to arrange a role for me. If I become popular in a short period of time, we can buy a big house in B City and drive a good car in the future. Don't you want that?" Who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want to live a rich life? But could she do it? As Flowing Love continued to speak, Lin Che had already arrived. As Lin Che walked, he greeted the crew and said, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I'm here to give you more food. I'll treat everyone to Japanese food today, okay?" It was summer and it was much cooler to eat Japanese food. Everyone was excited when they heard this. Japanese food was so expensive now. It cost a few hundred yuan per person. With so many people here, Lin Che would have to spend a lot of money. However, Lin Che had always been generous to the crew, so everyone liked to work with Lin Che. When Lin Che entered, everyone greeted Sister Che respectfully. Those who passed by, even if they were carrying things in their hands, had to bow and greet Lin Che. It was really impressive. Su Fan was even more envious. An actress who was respected and feared by so many people was really amazing. She didn't understand these things and naturally thought that it was because she was a celebrity. But actually, it was because she was a big shot and also because she was the boss. It was natural for everyone to treat her like this. Su Fan looked at Lin Che and hurried over. "Little Che, we're here." Lin Che smiled and said, "Oh, you're here. Take a look around. It's very chaotic here. Just don't get lost and don't bump into anyone." Yes, we're all very careful. There are so many people filming a TV series. Little Che, I think they're all very afraid of you. You're really capable now. You've grown up. If your grandmother knew about this in the afterlife, she would definitely be very pleased. Of course not. This isn't anything much. Sigh, it seems like being an actress is really profitable. Look at your life now. We can't even look up to you. I'm just trying to make a living. She said these words to cope with it. Look at you now. If you can help our family, you can help them too. Look at our Lu Lian, she's not bad looking either. Do you think she can become a celebrity or something? Lin Che raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Lian. Lu Lian was indeed not bad looking. But she didn't have any aura. She was the type of little beauty who looked like a passerby. Although she looked good at first glance, the more you looked at her, the more you felt that she was a little loose. Her facial features weren't focused and she wasn't very recognizable. Moreover, his face looked like a big pancake on camera. It wasn't three-dimensional enough. Lin Che judged and said to her, "Well, celebrity is just a title that the public calls us. In our industry, we're artists, singers, actors, and hosts. We'll do whatever we can." Actress? I think I can be an actress, she cried immediately. Lin Che smiled and looked at her. She was really confident in herself. This requires some professional skills. If you want, you can try an audition. Chapter 1302. Aw. What's an audition? Lu Lian was a little unhappy. Lin Che said, "The director will see how you look in front of the camera and see if you're suitable for some roles." Lu Lian said, "Then, with Sister Che around, I should be able to get hired no matter what, right?" Wishful thinking. Lin Che smiled faintly. "Well, it's not up to me. The director is the most powerful person in the crew. Whether you're suitable or not depends on the director." Lu Lian's face darkened. Lin Che didn't give her another chance. He said, "Someone will give you the address of the audition. Go and have a look when you're free." "Alright, I still have work to do. You guys go ahead and have fun." Lin Che shook his head. Did she think it was so easy to be an actress? She had been an extra for many years before she got better. Moreover, although Lin Che was willing to help others, Lu Lian didn't look like she was serious about being an actress. She only wanted to cheat. Lin Che had seen many people like her in the industry. She liked to help others, but the way she helped them was to give them a chance. The rest depended on their own efforts. Because she always felt that it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Therefore, whether it was Shui Yang or Qing Yuan, she gave them a chance. Everything else, including their current status and money, were all earned by themselves. She had nothing to do with them anymore. Lin Che left just like that. Lu Lian said to Su Fan indignantly, "Mom, she could have gotten me in just by saying a few words, but she insisted on me going to the audition. Isn't she making things difficult for me on purpose?" Su Fan said, "Forget it. You can go to the audition now. You can go and try first. If it doesn't work out, we'll wait and see." Humph, how could she do this? We haven't asked her for anything for so many years and now she's treating us like this. You're still too young. This is how people ask for help. Su Fan said, "Who would help you without any benefits? Isn't she our relative? She hasn't been back there for so many years. How could she be so close to us? Even if she doesn't want to help us, there's nothing we can do. We still have to rely on you. Look, if you go there, you might be chosen immediately. Our lingering love is so beautiful, don't you think so?" Flowing Love felt that it was unfair. She did not want to compete with others. She only wanted to get the best for herself. If she had to compete with others, she would naturally feel unhappy when she thought about how much effort she would have to put in. "Humph, forget it if you don't want to help me. I'll go for the audition. I don't believe that I can't get in." As there were many people on the set, no one noticed Lu Lian and the others. Mu Firen was so focused on filming that she did not care about these things at all. But when she saw Lin Che, she smiled and said, "Aren't you busy? Aren't you busy with publicity?" Lin Che said, "I don't have any work scheduled today. If I do, I'll die." Isn't the publicity period like this? This is probably the final season. I'm thinking about acting in a movie next. Oh, really? What kind of movie? Do you need me to help you find one? Of course, I want to contact Hollywood. Lin Che was stunned and looked at Mu Firen. Mu Firen noticed the doubt in Lin Che's eyes. It seemed that Lin Che did not simply believe that she really wanted to go to Hollywood. Mu Firen smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me? Every actor has a Hollywood dream. I haven't tried it before, so I'm going to try it." Lin Che did not believe her. "Are you sure that you don't want to avoid Black Hawk?" Mu Firen's bright eyes flashed with disappointment. "I don't know. I'm just a little confused and want to go out for a walk. You don't have to do this. If you want to go to Hollywood, I can help you. Otherwise, it will be more troublesome if you have to use your own name. But if you want to go abroad and go to the United States, I suggest that you go there to relax. Don't use work as a burden. How can your body take it?" Mu Firen was a little relieved and scared, so she wanted to escape. However, Lin Che gave her another blow. "Besides, do you think Black Hawk will let you go if you go to the United States?" Lin Che poked her and said, "Do you think he won't go with you? He will make a big deal out of it. Maybe Hollywood will be turned upside down. Don't regret it then." That man, if it were someone else, she might not believe it. Hollywood was so deep that no one dared to make trouble there. But Black Hawk was different. She had never found anything in the world that Black Hawk was afraid of. Mu Firen covered her head and felt a headache. The point was that Yun was so dependent on him and liked him. She felt uneasy when she went home and wanted to go to Black Hawk. She really had no choice. Today, Mu Firen didn't have many scenes. As soon as she went out, Black Hawk came to pick her up. Firen looked at him with a straight face, but he pretended not to see her expression. Did you have a hard day? What do you want to eat? I asked someone to pick up Yunyun. Let's go fishing by the river and I'll grill fish for you. What do you think? Firen looked at Black Hawk and said, you even picked up Yunyun. She really had a headache. Yunyun had been asking to look for him every day, and he even picked Yunyun up. It was really, Black Hawk said, I haven't seen her for a few days. I miss her. Then you bring her alone. I'm not going. Firen sat there and threw a tantrum. Black Hawk said, no way. His strong arms wrapped around her shoulders tightly. You two little lovers, I'll take either one of you. Firen said, who's your little lover? My daughter is my lover in my previous life. You're my lover now, so both of you are. Hey, you, she was so shameless. How did she become his daughter? Black Hawk looked at her innocently. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Of course not. Who's your daughter? Yunyun. I haven't admitted it yet. The blood relationship is there. Do I need you to acknowledge it? Enough. Black Hawk looked at her. Eat the fish later. Be good and watch my fishing skills. Then you'll know how good I am. As Black Hawk said that, he bent his lips and kissed her lightly. Although it was just like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, Firen still bristled. What was Black Hawk doing? What was he doing? How could he kiss her just like that? Black Hawk, I don't want to go. Stop it. It's not good if people see it. Black Hawk comforted this woman who looked like a little hedgehog. No, I want to get out of the car. Get out of the way. Firen didn't care. She opened the car door and jumped out. Black Hawk followed her. Hey, don't jump out of the car. Come on. He pulled her and didn't let go. He pulled her to look at the curious eyes around them. Chapter 1303. Someone looked at her strangely. Because she had jumped down from the mountain on the road. Firen even told him to let go of her. The people around them were attracted by her. Black Eagle looked at the person next to him and hugged her face, hiding her in his arms. All right, if someone sees you, don't think about leaving. You'll be blocked, right? He said. Firen was stunned. But she saw that the others were indeed looking at her. She could only lean against him and didn't dare to move. It was just that the smell on his body was really pleasant. It was intoxicating, but also very piercing. Black Eagle hugged her and looked at the passers-by. He smiled and said, hee hee, it's nothing. My girlfriend is just throwing a tantrum. Everyone looked at him and smiled as they turned around. Black Eagle patted Firen's back. All right, it's all my fault. Don't be angry. Go back to the washboard. No matter what, it's my fault. If you get angry, my heart will ache. Really, don't be angry. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you don't get angry. It's not good for girls. You'll grow old and you won't be pretty. Don't be angry at all. The passers-by were really envious when they heard that. Look at her boyfriend. He's so handsome and he's so good to his girlfriend. Look at you. Girl, if there's a man who cares about you so much, you should just marry him. Don't be angry. Yeah, let's be together. Let's be together. What the heck, these passers-by really liked to join in the fun. They just saw how handsome Black Hawk was. He was so tall and protective of his girlfriend. That heartache look on his face was very eye-catching, so they wanted to get involved. However, Mu-Firen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why were these people so one-sided? Who was his girlfriend? Black Eagle smiled. Thank you, everyone. Then, he carried Mu-Firen up. Mu-Firen frowned and pinched his chest forcefully. TSK, Black Eagle snorted, but he still hugged her and stuffed her into the car. Then, he sat in the car. Then, he called the driver, drive. The driver started the car. Black Eagle lifted up his shirt. Look, it's all red. You're using too much force. Along with it were his scars. Mu-Firen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Even looking at it now, it still hurt. She felt pain for him. There were so many scars. How much pain must he have felt when he was injured? If he didn't feel any pain, why would he cry out in pain when she pinched him? He was deliberately acting coquettishly in front of her. However, the dignified Black Eagle was acting like a spoiled child in front of her. He was also drunk. She looked at him and saw that the car had already left. She guessed that there was no way to reject him now. She had no choice. She still wanted to go to Hollywood. It would be strange if she could stop him from going over to cause trouble. Mu-Firen looked at him and said, "You're so delicate. Are you like this when you're injured?" Black Hawk said, "That's different. Guns and ammunition can't do anything to me. You're much stronger than them. You hurt me every time." Mu-Firen's heart jolted. He didn't know that he could always use a light sentence to poke at her heart. He looked at her. "Let's go fishing. I'll catch a lot of fish for you." Mu-Firen snorted. "I'm an expert at fishing. Be careful." "Ha. Really?" She said, "Why? Are you going to beat me?" "In front." Just then, the driver interrupted, "Don't, boss. You can't win. If you win, you won't have a girlfriend." Mu-Firen thought that their chauffeur was so talkative. Black Eagle thought that he was right. He nodded silently and said, "Okay, you can fish later." Mu-Firen was speechless. He was really obedient. Over there, Gu Jingze and Lin Che were eating together. The two of them found a restaurant and went in together. Lin Che stared at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze ate casually. Lin Che said, "Gu Jingze. Ha. I realized that you don't really like anything." "Yes." "Ah, really? What are you talking about?" In Lin Che's eyes, Gu Jingze was omnipotent, but he learned everything because he needed to learn. Except for work, there was nothing else he wanted to do, which made her a little confused and curious. What on earth did he like? Gu Jingze said, "You." Lin Che's expression darkened. Was he really going to give him a surprise like Yu Minmin had said? No. At this moment, news came from the production crew. They said that Su Fen had indeed caused trouble and was making a scene. Gu Jingze said, "What's wrong?" "She's making a scene." "Yeah. She doesn't even let me have a proper meal." It's okay. You can eat first. I'll send you over later." On the other side, Su Fen had gone to the audition with Flowing Love. Near the production crew, there was indeed an assistant director auditioning for some unimportant roles. Flowing Love went straight to the audition. When she saw many people auditioning, she thought it was an important role. However, after walking around, she realized that there were too many beauties. There were also many handsome men. Many of them looked like they had spent a lot of money on plastic surgery. Suddenly, she felt a little unconfident. She looked down at herself. Her clothes were a little old-fashioned and not very fashionable. However, she thought about it and realized that she had never had plastic surgery. She was natural. So she puffed out her chest and went over. she thought to herself. Moreover, she was introduced by Lin Che, so he wouldn't be careless. However, when she went in, the director looked at her and said, "Go back and wait for the news." She said, "Hey, what? I haven't started yet." "Well, we don't have any lines for this role, so we don't need to act." "No lines? Why? Didn't you read it? It's written here that this is an extra. One line and you'll stand behind the main character." Her face darkened. How could Lin Che give her such a role? Was Lin Che playing with her on purpose? Or was he humiliating her? Or did they not know? She said, "I'm recommended by Lin Che. I'm Lin Che's relative." Yes, I know. But no matter who comes, we have to follow the rules. Hey, isn't this Lin Che's show? He's the boss and the rules are the rules. Sorry, we don't have such rules. This is how we do things here. It's very fair. Impossible. I'm going to tell Lin Che. I'm telling you, Lin Che is my sister and my mom is Lin Che's second aunt. As she yelled, the other people who were auditioning also looked over. This person was Lin Che's relative. Lin Che had such a lowly relative. They looked at Flowing Love and felt that she had a terrible image and didn't look like a star at all. They looked at him with even more disdain. Someone even muttered at the side, "Seriously, everyone dreams of becoming a star these days." Chapter 1304. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yulian, who had just felt embarrassed, exploded in anger. Back in her village and her town, she was a famous beauty. Many people liked her. From the time she was 12 years old to middle school, many people had written her love letters. When she went to school, she was the campus belle. She had never been looked down upon like this. She turned around and shouted at the woman, "It's a dream for me to be a star. Aren't you the same? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Your nose is almost flying and you still have the cheek to criticize others. Ha, country bumpkin, what do you know? This is called self-investment. At least someone is willing to invest in me and pad my nose. Look at your garlic nose, no one is willing to pay for it, and you're still talking about me." Su Fen noticed the commotion and ran over. When she saw that someone dared to bully her daughter, she rolled up her sleeves and ran over. He grabbed the woman in front of him and slapped her on the face. The woman's nose started to bleed. Looking at the shrew who had suddenly run out, she retreated and shouted, She's hitting me, she's hitting me. Who are you? Where did you come from? How dare you hit me? Daughter, my dear daughter, what's wrong?" Su Fen hurriedly protected her daughter. Wu Lu Lian pulled her mother. "Humph, she said that it's a dream for me to be a star. Seriously, she should take a look at herself. She said that I'm dreaming. Also, the director in the movie said that I don't even have any lines for the audition. He even said that it's useless no matter who introduced me." "Mom." "What? It's useless no matter who introduced you? Not even Lin Che introduced you?" "Yes, it's useless." "Humph, I'm going to talk to him and see why he can't do it." Hence, the indignant Su Fen ran over and made a scene again. "Hey, why can't we do it? We were introduced by Lin Che. Do you know Lin Che? He's a superstar. He said that he's going to give us an important role. We're Lin Che's relatives. We're not faking it." The assistant director saw that they were so difficult to deal with and immediately called the security. She picked up the phone angrily and called Lin Che. Hence, Lin Che was alerted. On the other side, Gu Jingze wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely finished his food, then brought Lin Che over. They were still arguing. Su Fen stood there, scolding the assistant director from head to toe. The assistant director lost his temper after being scolded. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful woman. This was not a compliment. He just thought helplessly that this woman was really unreasonable. She didn't let him speak and kept scolding him. The profanity was like a machine gun. Seeing that Lin Che had arrived, everyone hurriedly stood up and greeted Sister Che. It was as if they had been granted amnesty. Sister Che, you're here. Look at this. As soon as she saw Lin Che, Su Fen also hurriedly walked over while crying. She wanted to pounce on him, but before she could get close, she was held down by Dongzi. She stared blankly for a moment. When she met Dongzi's murderous eyes, she was so frightened that her heart trembled. She hurriedly let go of him and said, "Little Che, look, you just said that you would let us watch the movie. Look, they really didn't give you any face. They actually didn't appreciate it and wanted to chase us away. Those small-time actors were still looking down on us and humiliating us. I really feel bad for you." Lin Che swept a glance at the small-time actors who were watching the commotion. Everyone immediately saw Lin Che looking over and thought about Su Fen's behavior. It seemed like they really were Lin Che's relatives. They suddenly thought about how they looked down on them earlier. Could they have really offended Lin Che? Right now, Lin Che was someone they couldn't afford to offend. For a moment, the entire corridor was so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard clearly. It was unbelievably quiet. Everyone's gazes were still on Lin Che, as if waiting for her to make a decision. Lin Che looked at everyone and said plainly, "All right, everyone, go back to your work. Director Chin, you should continue with your work too." The assistant director hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, Sister Che." Lin Che smiled at the small-time actors beside him. "Everyone, continue to queue up. You've worked hard." Everyone seemed to widen their eyes for a moment. Everything was fine now. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They watched as Lin Che pulled Su Fen along and said, "Let's go out and talk." Su Fen was still a little confused. She looked at everyone and wondered what they were doing. Shouldn't Lin Che be scolding these people? Bringing Wu Yulian out, Lin Che said, "Second aunt, that's where they work. Let's go out first and not disturb their work." Su Fen didn't understand either. Hearing her say that, she quickly followed him out. When they were outside, Su Fen said, "They're really not giving you any face." Lin Che said, "There are so many people watching inside. If you cause a ruckus there, everyone will know that you're using my connections to get in. In the future, won't the industry immediately spread that I got in because of my connections?" When Su Fen heard that, her face turned red. She didn't think too much about it. Lin Che said calmly, "Look at those small-time actors. Do you think they're easy to mess with? What's wrong? I think they're just a so-so. How dare they say that it's not good for us to be in a relationship?" Su Fen said indignantly. Lin Che said, "I've said it before. It's not easy to be an artist. It's not that easy to be a celebrity. You can't get in just because you have connections. Why can't you? Look, you're not the only ones with connections. The girl that you just beat up is from a family that runs a supermarket. Dongqing Supermarket is owned by her family. The tycoon behind her is the boss of an entertainment company in Korea. Ha! She's just here to try her luck. She wants to stand out in the country. That's why she's here for the audition." Lin Che looked at Su Fen. "And the one beside you just now, her boyfriend is the CEO of Guching International. In B City, there are many people with connections. If I told them that you could get in directly, how could I reject them? Wouldn't that offend everyone? My relatives can get in, but they can't. That's too unfair. Su Fen was speechless. We didn't think that much. If we had known earlier, we would have kept a low profile. Then, if you didn't tell us, we could have, but you made such a ruckus just now. Why didn't I tell them? They all know about it. Su Fen felt a little regretful. I couldn't control my anger, Lin Che said. Moreover, it's not that easy to be an artist. You can come to my company later to have a look. It takes a lot of time to train an artist. You'll know when you see it. Lin Che walked out and saw that Gu Jingze had already gotten out of the car. Chapter 1305. A man walked down the stairs. When she looked at him, his eyes were as dazzling as the stars. It was unforgettable and unforgettable. The man was reserved and domineering. Every step he took was steady. Wu Lulian stared at him in awe. When they went back, she didn't see Gu Jingze at school. She was too lazy to attend the funeral, so she didn't see him. Now that he was walking towards them with a faint smile and a domineering aura, it made people feel that this person was not an ordinary person. He looked at Lin Che and smiled. Are you done? Su Fen called out, oh my, he's really pretty. Although she had seen him before, she was still surprised to see him. Su Fen said, hello, niece-in-law. Are you here to pick Xiao Che up? Xiao Che said that you were too busy, so we didn't go and greet you. Gu Jingze glanced at her. It's okay. As long as you're having fun here. Yeah. Of course we're happy. Xiao Che is so nice to us. How can we not be happy? Lu Lian looked at them from behind. She tugged at her mother and asked, is this brother-in-law? Yeah, it's your first time seeing him. Come and take a look. Lu Lian was envious. She stood there and looked at him. Hello, brother-in-law. Gu Jingze glanced at her indifferently. Let's go. Once you're done, let's go home. Lin Che said, okay. I'll take them to the company later. Gu Jingze said, let's get in the car first. Lin Che and Gu Jingze sat in the same car. The mother and daughter sat in the other car behind them. The mother and daughter sat in the car. Wu Lulian tugged at her mother and said, you didn't tell me that he's so handsome. What do you mean handsome? That Lin Che's man. You mean your brother-in-law? He's so handsome. When I asked you to come back for the funeral, you said that you couldn't get up. He was there then. I didn't know he was so handsome. Su Fen said, look at her. Why is her life so good? She earns money and her husband is so good. Look, when her grandmother passed away at home, she ran around without a word of complaint. It's great to be a superstar. You can have the best of everything, Flowing Love sighed. You still have to be able to do it first. Didn't you hear what Lin Che said? It's not easy to be a celebrity. I think she just doesn't want to help me. Why wouldn't I want to help? I can't. Lin Che doesn't seem like that kind of person. Why not? Look, she's saying that I can't be a celebrity, only she can be one. Of course, if I become a celebrity, wouldn't I be stealing her rice bowl? Who doesn't want to have more competitors? Besides, she's a big star now, so she feels superior in front of us. It can't be. Su Fen felt that her daughter's words made sense. Who didn't want trouble? She would probably find it too troublesome. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Lin Che's studio. Lin Che's studio had already moved to a bigger office. At this moment, it was a small building with a few floors. It was his family studio. There were the artists' dormitories, the trainees' dormitories, the canteen, the trainer's room, the meeting room and the general office. Lin Che brought the two of them in and went straight to the trainees' practice room. From the outside, they could see the training inside. Some trainees were dancing. They were sweating profusely as they communicated with each other seriously. After practicing for a while, they practiced their manners and smiled at the mirror. It looked silly, but it wasn't easy to do it. Naturally, Flowing Love could tell that these trainees all had extraordinary looks. Just by looking at them, she could tell that they had the temperament of a celebrity. They were carefully selected by Lin Che's studio. Trainees who could enter their company were not just for show. They wouldn't take in people randomly. Most of the trainees they took in had the potential to debut. They weren't like other companies where it was easy to take in people and the chances of them debuting were lower. Therefore, looking at these trainees, people would definitely believe them if they were already celebrities. Flowing Love looked at them from behind and asked, "Are these all celebrities from your company?" Lin Che said, "They haven't debuted yet." "Ha! Our company wants to sign trainees to come over and train them for a while. From manners, to the way they should deal with reporters, to the way they speak, to their talents, to their performance on variety shows, to their character and so on. We'll train them until they have their own characteristics and we can spend money to promote them. That will be considered a success. Therefore, you definitely can't go for the audition today. If you want to be a celebrity, you have to start from the beginning." Flowing Love didn't have the patience to do that. She really wanted to become famous when she saw the benefits of being a celebrity from Lin Che. Flowing Love said, "But I'm 16 now. Isn't it the right time? Celebrities don't eat young people's meals. How long will you take to train me? It's such a waste of my time. That can't be helped. If you debut now, the competition will be fierce. You don't have any talents, manners, and you don't know anything. Do you think you can compete with them? How many steps can you take?" Flowing Love bit her lips. She wasn't convinced, but she really didn't know anything and didn't know what to say. She felt that being a celebrity wasn't that complicated. Didn't many people say that some celebrities became famous by sleeping with others? Although she still had her first time, it wasn't impossible for her to give up her first time if someone touched her. Looking at these people, she thought that she could still become a celebrity if she didn't rely on them. Lin Che looked at her and sneered. He continued, "All right, you guys can continue your tour. You can walk around but don't move around. I'll go in and settle some things." Su Fen looked at the young people inside and sighed. They're all like flowers. They're so beautiful." Flowing Love, I think Lin Che is right. Compared to them, you're still lacking. Why don't you let Lin Che train you too? Train me? That's a waste of time. Humph, she just doesn't want me to become a celebrity. It's okay, I don't have to rely on her. I'll see how they do it first. It'll be the same if I do it myself. Sigh, Flowing Love, don't be reckless. I'm not, Mom. Anyway, I've been here for too long. I don't think I can go back. Look, this is so nice. We don't have anything there. Why should we go back? But our home is over there. What kind of home is that? Look, Lin Che has so many empty houses. They're just empty. Why don't we live here? There are so many rich people here. Even if I get to know one of them, it's better than eating dirt at home, isn't it? Chapter 1306. Su Fen felt that the villa was really good. It was comfortable and bright. No matter how she looked at it, it was good. She sighed and thought that it was a pity that it was not hers. However, Lu Lian was right. Lin Che had a lot of houses like this. It would not be a big deal if she stayed in one since there was no one staying here anyway. Sufan called Lin Che quickly and asked where she was. Lin Che said, "I'm outside." "What's wrong?" "I haven't seen your kids since I came here, so I want to go and give them some presents." Lin Che asked, "Oh, what are you going to give them?" "They're just kids." "That won't do. Although you don't lack anything, we still have to give them some presents. It's a gesture from the elders. Kids are the future of a family." Lin Che said, "Of course it's good to let them know each other, but you don't have to give them presents. We're outside now. I'll send someone to pick you up." Sufan knew that she would not reject this. After all, these were all traditional etiquettes and she had a legitimate reason to go there. She wanted to see her and give the kids some presents. Then, she would say that she wanted to stay here for a while. Since Lin Che was so rich, he might not let her move out of the villa. She only brought Lu Lian along so that the men in the family would not make a mistake. When he arrived, he saw two children who looked like they were carved from jade playing on the lawn in the distance. Lin Che sat on a blanket at the side and watched. Beside him, there was no one who came to disturb him. There were only a few people playing on the huge lawn. Looking from afar, he realized that this place was already under the control of someone. Gu Jingze was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. He was reading a book under the sun. This family was like a painting. The mother was kind and the son was filial. The husband and wife were harmonious. Look at this family. They were all so beautiful. Sufan pulled Lu Lian over. The bodyguards saw them and made way for them. Sufan said, "Wow, the two kids have grown up." Gu Xinian was playing with Gu Xiuan. He raised his head and looked at Sufan. Gu Xinian was disgusted by her expression, so he just looked at Sufan and ignored her. Gu Xiuan didn't understand these things at all. He just ate and didn't bother to talk to others. Sufan was still smiling as she watched. She said to Lin Che, "What two beautiful children." As Sufan spoke, she handed over some things. "These are all from my hometown. I heard that the people in the city like them. We grew these ourselves and brought some for you." Sufan was considerate. She thought that they didn't lack anything, so she might as well give them a token of appreciation. Lin Che said with a smile, "Thank you for bringing it to us from so far away." Unaccountably solicitous. Lin Che didn't think that they had such intentions. After asking someone to accept the gifts, he looked at the two of them with a smile, thinking that they might be leaving B City. He wanted to send them away as soon as possible so that there wouldn't be so much trouble. He really couldn't bring himself to like them. They were too snobbish and didn't have the slightest bit of sincerity. Lin Che said, "Then I'll get someone to do it. Please wait a moment." She turned around and said, "Take these things and make them." "Yes, madam." Gu Jingze said, "In that case, why don't we have a picnic outside?" "Okay." Lin Che thought that it was rare for the weather to be so good today. It was neither hot nor cold, and the environment here was so beautiful. They would definitely have a good appetite. Gu Jingze turned around and ordered, "Get someone to prepare the table and chairs. We'll eat outside today." "Yes, sir." The few of them listened to the order and quickly prepared the food. The speed with which they prepared the food was also amazing. The long table was set up and covered with a very elegant tablecloth. Exquisite chairs were placed on both sides of the table. After a while, a servant bowed respectfully and asked, "Sir, is there anything you want to eat tonight? Make those things as you see fit. Make some vanilla egg custard with some whitebait. Make some wooden sugar desserts and a few fruit platters." "Yes, sir. We don't want rice. Just make some desserts." "Yes, sir." The servant left and someone else came to prepare the exquisite cutlery. The servant pulled out the chairs and let them sit down. After a while, the food was served. Sufan was surprised to see that the coarse grain she had just brought had been made into exquisite meals. It looked very appetizing. Their family's chef was too amazing. She quickly pulled Lu Lian to sit down. Lu Lian was focused on Gu Jingze. She did not say a word. She was looking at this man, trying to guess if this man had any weaknesses. However, no matter what, he was perfect and impeccable. His every movement was filled with nobility. Especially when he was giving orders just now, it made people feel that he had the demeanor of a king. He gave a series of clear orders and he was so calm that it was amazing. Lin Che said, "This area is so beautiful." They sat down to eat and felt that it was more interesting. Gu Jingze said, "This area hasn't been developed yet." "What? Is it going to be developed?" "I heard that it's going to be developed into a stadium." "No way. There are so many stadiums in City B. It's such a waste to excavate this area," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze looked around and said, "Do you want it?" "What do you want?" "This piece of land." But this isn't the Gu family's land, right?" Lin Che said. Hearing her words, Gu Jingze raised his hand and said, "Tell someone to contact the development committee. Tell them that I want this piece of land." "Yes, sir." The person beside him didn't suspect anything and went to make the call. Gu Jingze didn't have any reason to say that he wanted it. Su Fen was dumbfounded. Lu Lian was also completely conquered by this man's domineering aura. When could she meet such a man? Lin Che said in surprise, I was just saying." "It's okay. You can keep it if you want. You can bring your children here to play in the future." But this was land. How could he keep it just because he wanted it? It was too extravagant. Gu Jingze said, "If you don't want it, it will be developed into a concrete building. Why don't you keep it? It's much cooler." Yes, there were many trees and grass here, so it was cooler than outside. Lin Che looked around and said, "Okay then." Gu Jingze looked at her dotingly. He smiled and picked up food for her intimately. Lu Lian, who was sitting opposite, almost drooled. This man was too good to Lin Che. Was this for real? Did Lin Che buy it for her just because he said that he wanted it? Chapter 1307. While Gu Jingze was up, he went to make the call. Su Fen came over curiously and asked, "What does our nephew's son-in-law do? He looks so rich." Lin Che smiled. "He's just a businessman." Su Fen said, "Then his business must be very big." Lin Che didn't say anything this time. She looked at the dishes and pouted as she poked at the food in the bowl. She ate it and felt that it was delicious. She had never eaten such delicious food before. Moreover, she didn't expect that the food was made from the coarse grains they had brought with them. She felt that the food looked like it was made by a big restaurant. It looked like food that would only appear on a TV show. Life here was really too good, so good that people really didn't want to go back. Su Fen reminded Su Fen not to forget her purpose of coming here. Su Fen saw it and said to Lin Che, "Oh yeah, we're looking around here. I'm going to find a job and stay here to earn some money. The salary here is really high. A dishwasher gets more than 4,000 a month. It's only about 1,000 at home. It's so boring. Why don't I work here?" Lin Che looked at her. He narrowed his eyes and smiled without saying anything. This meant that he wasn't here to say goodbye, but to talk about this. She said, "Really? Of course it's not bad. Although the salary here is high, the expenses are also very high. No way. I don't think it's high. We haven't spent much money these few days, Sufan said. Lin Che said, you can go to the market and see how much a piece of pork and vegetables cost. It's not a joke. It's at least twice as expensive as home. Let's not talk about other things. The rent is more than 2,000 a month, and it's in a remote area. If you stay here, you have to pay attention to these things. Sufan's face turned green. Why did he mention the rent? Did he mean that he wasn't going to let them stay in the villa? Sufan laughed and said, then can we stay at your place first? I'll move out when I find a place. Lin Che said, if you can't find it, I can help you find it. No, we can take our time to look at it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I see that no one lives in your place, and it's a pity to leave it there. Some houses are always empty, and that's not good. The more empty the house is, the worse it is. We won't live there for nothing. We'll look after the house for you, and we'll make sure to clean it. Lin Che wanted to say that they didn't need to clean the place, that it would be clean as well, but he didn't say anything at this moment. He calmly ate his food and listened to Sufan's long speech. At this moment, Gu Xinian said in a childish voice, aren't there maids cleaning over there? Sufan's face darkened. She glared at the child who didn't look very old, but a child's words carried no harm. She had never thought that Gu Xinian was different from other children of the same age. She just thought that he was spouting nonsense and exposing her good words. Lin Che pursed his lips and smiled. He looked at Gu Xinian, but didn't say anything. Gu Jingze returned to his seat and said to Lin Che, I might need to go out for a while. Oh, okay. I'm going abroad for a few days. Ah, a few days. Lin Che pouted and looked at him. Going abroad again. Gu Jingze smiled and touched her cheek. I'll be back in a few days. Okay, where are you going? Dean. Ugh, I haven't been to Dean yet. Do you mean that you want to go too? Of course not, I'm not going. I don't want to disturb your work. Alright, go do your work, don't worry about me. Lin Che calculated in her heart. Wouldn't he be going abroad just in time for Chinese Valentine's Day? The plan that she had thought of was going to be ruined. Originally, she thought that she didn't have any surprises to give him, so she planned to learn how to order by herself. That was why she had been begging the chef at home to teach her every day, hoping that she could make a table full of dishes that weren't dark cuisine for him to eat. Now that he was going abroad, what was she going to do? Because of this, she was extremely anxious. She felt melancholy whenever she saw him. Why did it have to happen now? Gu Jingze smiled and stroked her hair. Sitting opposite them, Lu Lian acted as if they didn't exist. The two of them chatted intimately as if there was no one else around them. Every time Gu Jingze spoke, he would stare at Lin Che closely. The gentleness in his eyes was so strong that it made people really envious. She didn't know that a man could be so gentle and doting, especially a noble man like him. After dinner, Sufan said goodbye and left. She walked with Lu Lian and said to her, look at the man she found. You should set this as your goal in the future. Lu Lian said, it's because he's a star. Many rich men like small stars. If I can be a star, I can definitely find such a good man. TSK, but I don't know what kind of business his family is doing. Why does he look so rich and go abroad whenever he has nothing to do? Lu Lian said, Dubai seems to be a very rich place. Lu Lian looked forward to it. Sufan pulled Lu Lian back home. After Light, which Lin Che and Gu Jingyu starred in, was released, it became a huge success. After that, Panda TV gave up on chasing after it. They seemed to understand that they couldn't catch up. Once the ratings and reputation of the show went down, it would be hard to get it back up. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to the promotion of Queen of the Morning Sun. After the release of Queen of the Morning Sun, it could no longer be compared to Light. After Radiance won, Lin Che planned to start working on the second season. Because the game was relatively large, Light only filmed a small part of it. There were many other plots that could be filmed separately. When the TV series reached the end, Lin Che and Gu Jingyu appeared on the show together again. The people at Panda TV regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. They kept staring at Lin Che and Gu Jingyu when they were filming the show. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have believed Liang Shan's words. They would have listened to him and let Wu Yufei be the star first. It was a pity that Lin Che's appeal was much stronger than Wu Yufei's. Especially now that Lin Che was a different person, Wu Yufei couldn't be compared to him. Although Wu Yufei was very popular recently, she still needed some time to mature. Lin Che had the ability, good foresight, good script, and good planning, which allowed her to succeed again and again. They couldn't help but sigh. Lin Che's foresight was really good. It seemed that they really couldn't offend Lin Che next time, lest they lost inexplicably. Chapter 1308. Lin Che interacted with Gu Jingyu on stage, making people feel that they were very loving. Because they were really familiar with each other and weren't faking it, the two of them had a tacit understanding in everything they did. It was also very real, making people feel comfortable watching them. Because the two of them actually behaved the same way after they got off the stage. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu and said, "Let's go eat after we leave." "No, I have an appointment." "Appointment? When did you have an appointment?" Seeing Lin Che's ambiguous gaze, Gu Jingyu snorted. "What are you thinking about?" "I just took on a movie and I'm going to talk to the director." "Ah, you took on a new movie. That means you're preparing to make a comeback." "I'm free anyways." "Okay, I'll be leaving first." "Okay." Gu Jingyu said goodbye to Lin Che. Seeing the director was just a matter of a few minutes of greeting. He didn't need to put in a good word with the director like those small stars. It wasn't that he wanted to act like a big shot, but from the start, he was used to greeting the director and saying that they would discuss other things on the set. Then, he would leave. So he always felt that everyone should do the same. Until later on, he found out that some actors would treat the director to a meal and get close to him. They would talk for a long time before leaving. But he was used to it, so he didn't change it. So after that, he would greet the director and leave every time. The director naturally didn't dare to make things difficult for Gu Jingyu, and he definitely wouldn't make things difficult for him just because of this. In the end, although Gu Jingyu could become so popular because he was a good actor, hardworking and professional, after he entered the industry, he did receive a lot of special treatment because he was a member of the Gu family. It wasn't what he thought, but naturally, there would be a lot of shortcuts. Su Wan quit her job at the bar and found a night shift at the convenience store nearby. Chen Jian immediately came over. He didn't want to be a young master anymore, and instead, he took on a part-time job here. Seeing Chen Jian running over, Su Wan couldn't help but think of what Gu Jingyu said that day. When she looked at Chen Jian again, she couldn't help but wonder if Gu Jingyu would really come looking for her again. The two got off work from the convenience store in the wee hours of the morning. Su Wan looked at Chen Jian. "It's not like you lack money. Why did you stay up so late with me? Anyway, we don't have any classes in our class. It's good for me to accompany you. What's wrong with going out if you don't have class? Also, I haven't worked much outside before. Just consider it an experience." Su Wan looked at him and thought for a bit. She took out the money she had prepared a long time ago from her pocket. I've settled some money in the past few days. Here. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Jian immediately declined. No need, I don't lack money to spend. You can give it to me when you have enough. Just take it first. I'm leaving it with you. You can return it to me when you have more money. No, I have to give it to you. Su Wan directly grabbed his hand and shoved it into him. Su Wan. Qin Jian, if you still think of me as a friend, then take it. Otherwise, I will be too embarrassed to see you again, and I might really not see you anymore. Qin Jian sighed and looked at Su Wan helplessly. How can there be a friend like you? I can't just watch you suffer. But no matter what, I have to rely on myself. Don't tell me I'll be saved by you for a lifetime. Su Wan said. Qin Jian looked at her. He wanted to say that a lifetime was fine too. He slowly inched closer to her. A lifetime is fine too. Su Wan's heart trembled. She subconsciously wanted to reject him. A lifetime. This wasn't a normal conversation between two friends. She hurriedly dodged a little and looked at Qin Jian. Qin Jian. I'm really grateful for your efforts towards me, but you think that you understand me very well. You think that I'm a very good person, but I'm not. I'm not suitable for you and you don't understand me. Qin Jian's expression darkened slightly. A bit red, a bit embarrassed, and a bit disappointed. But in the end, he didn't despair. You've suffered a lot. I think I can give you a home. Really, I can take care of you. I can give you a safe place so your family can't bully you anymore. Really, I'm sincere. You can consider it. Su Wan, how can I not understand you? Of course I understand you. Of course I understand you. I know you're sincere, but I'm not worthy of you. Really? No, how can you not be worthy of me? You're the cutest, kindest, and most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Dummy. She smiled bitterly. I'm really not. I'm really bad. Qin Jian, sorry. I really can't be with you. Other than me, no one can help you leave your home. Su family is so overbearing. How can they let you go? Su Wan, no one can save me. Qin Jian, I can't drag you down anymore. Goodbye. Saying this, she pushed Qin Jian away and ran inside. Qin Jian stood behind and watched in a daze, but he didn't give up. Su Wan, I definitely won't give up. The next day. Su Wan had just gotten up when she felt someone playing the guitar. The people in the dormitory shouted. Ah, young Master Qin. Su Wan, you're really lucky. Young Master Qin is confessing to you. Heh, you're really lucky. Where did you get the ability to hook up with men? Several roommates looked at Su Wan and said in a gloomy voice. Su Wan jumped up. She looked over and saw Qin Jian. There was even a Su Wan, I love you sign underneath. He sat in the middle and held the guitar, playing, Tomorrow, You Have to Marry Me. Su Wan was distressed and quickly went down. Ah, the female lead is here. Everyone looked at Su Wan and shouted. Su Wan blushed because she didn't know how to deal with it. Qin Jian looked at Su Wan and walked over with the flowers. Su Wan, I love you. I hope to be with you. Everyone shouted, Be together, be together. However, Su Wan felt even more embarrassed. Rejecting him here seemed to make him lose face. But if she didn't reject, it wasn't good either. She could only say, Qin Jian, let's go over there and talk. No, right here. Su Wan, I hope you can promise me. Su Wan looked to the side and stomped her feet. Let's go. Follow me over there. He pulled Qin Jian up forcefully, and the two of them went to the side amidst the noise of the crowd. Chen Jian, stop messing around. I've already said what I need to say. What do you mean stop messing around? Su Wan, I'm not messing around. Why can't you promise me? Because she really can't. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared behind them. Chen Jian inexplicably felt that this voice was familiar. He turned around and saw, who was that? Chapter 1309. Gu Jingyu. Su Wan hadn't reacted yet. Why did Gu Jingyu come? Why did he appear here? Even Chen Jian felt surprised as he stared at Gu Jingyu, who walked over. Gu Jingyu's gaze was serene as if it was a cold black hole. He glanced at Chen Jian and it made him freeze. Chen Jian stood there. Gu Jingyu had already arrived in front of Su Wan. He pulled Su Wan's delicate body, making Su Wan call him softly. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingyu, then quickly struggled to free herself. What are you doing, Gu Jingyu? Let go of me. Let go. But compared to Gu Jingyu, Su Wan was still too weak. After all, there were differences between men and women. Chen Jian looked at the two. You guys. Su Wan, he's Gu Jingyu. He still didn't believe it. Of course, he knew Gu Jingyu. Everyone in the country knew him, especially since he was a director. However, he had never seen Gu Jingyu before. He had never seen him in person, so he didn't dare to recognize him. Especially since he knew Su Wan. Su Wan pursed her lips, her resentful face flushed red. She stared at him with her bell-like eyes, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. But Gu Jingyu didn't care. Gu Jingyu pulled Su Wan and looked at Chen Jian. That's right. It's me. Chen Jian looked at Su Wan in disbelief. How do you know him? Su Wan would usually tell him if something happened. But Chen Jian really didn't know when she knew Gu Jingyu, and she actually didn't tell him. Su Wan's face wrinkled, her heart already tangled into a ball. What did Gu Jingyu want to do? Gu Jingyu quietly raised the corner of his lips with a smile of knowing the answer, but his eyes were cold as he looked at her. With a bit of sarcasm, it was like a powerful hook that made people's hearts ache. Oh, you didn't tell your good friend about me. Su Wan's heart tightened. You. Gu Jingyu, there's nothing between us. Is there nothing wrong? The smile on his face turned cold. Of course. At least now, there was nothing between them. Their relationship had been severed long ago. Ha! A mocking sound came out of his mouth. So scared. His unfathomable eyes were immediately filled with darkness. He hooked his arm around her waist again and said directly, Are you afraid that he will find out? Chen Jian had already gone crazy. You. How could you guys be so? His eyes were red with anger. How could Gu Jingyu's hand be so close? How could you treat Su Wan like this? He shouted. Gu Jingyu sneered. What's wrong with that? We've been closer than that. Didn't she tell you about our relationship? Didn't she tell you how she begged to climb into my bed? Gu Jingyu sneered. All of a sudden, Chen Jian's face was as if an atomic bomb had just exploded. He was in a trance. What? What do you mean by crawling into his bed? Su Wan shook her head, her eyes already filled with mist. She looked at Chen Jian's shocked expression and bit her lip. It's not what you think, it's not like that, Chen Jian. Chen Jian looked at Gu Jingyu as if he wanted to see a negative answer from his face. But he didn't. Chen Jian sneered and looked at Su Wan. No wonder you wanted to reject me. So there's a richer master supporting you. No. She didn't reject him because of this. It's because they were friends. Chen Jian's eyes were filled with disbelief and disappointment. Yeah. I really don't understand you. I didn't know that you're this kind of person, Su Wan. Chen Jian clenched his fists tightly and wanted to charge over, but Gu Jingyu blocked his way and narrowed his eyes at him. Chen Jian clenched his nails so hard that they were about to dig into his palms before he suppressed his anger. Then, he ran out without looking back. He didn't think that she would sell herself to become someone else's lover. How could she be this kind of person? He knew that with Gu Jingyu's status, he couldn't possibly have any feelings for Su Wan. He just wanted to play with her body. But she was willing. Because Gu Jingyu was rich and powerful. He could get whatever he wanted. He was really desperate for her. Chen Jian. Su Wan wanted to chase after him. However, his arm was stopped by someone. Su Wan turned around and slapped Gu Jingyu's face. Gu Jingyu's face turned to the side from the slap. Su Wan gasped. She didn't think that she would make a move. She didn't think that she would dare to make a move. This was Gu Jingyu. But she really couldn't take it anymore. Gu Jingyu's eyes slowly exuded an icy aura. It was like an enchanting mist, making people feel as if they were surrounded by coldness. Down below, Gu Jingyu suddenly pressed her against the tree. Hit me. Su Wan, who gave you the guts? Su Wan bit her lips. Why are you doing this? Gu Jingyu sneered. No reason. Because I like it. You think you can do whatever you want just because you like it? You're right. It's fine as long as I like it. Otherwise, you can ask Chen Jian to come and take revenge. He can come and take you back. Let's see if he has the ability and guts. Ha, so arrogant. So arrogant. But Su Wan really couldn't do anything to him. After all, he did have the capital to be arrogant. Su Wan snorted and said directly, I hate you. Then, he turned around and ran out. I hate you. This was the first time he heard something like this. Su Wan returned to the dormitory. Everyone was still looking at her. Oh, you're with young Master Chen now. Not bad, not bad. Aren't you going to treat us to a meal? Then you'll be the young mistress in the future. Su Wan didn't want to bother with them and directly picked up her phone to call Chen Jian. However, he didn't pick up after hanging up. Then she saw that Chen Jian posted a message on his WeChat Moments. Some people are too lowly. You may know a person for a long time but not his heart. Yes, I misjudged you. You hurt my heart. I want to see how far you can go. How high you can go. She had never seen Chen Jian so angry. Yes, she really hurt his heart. But she really didn't want to lie to him. But how could she speak about the deal with Gu Jingyu? She didn't expect that after so long, Gu Jingyu still wouldn't let her go. Lin Che wanted to send Gu Jingze off early in the morning. Gu Jingze stood there and looked at her. She pursed her lips, not very happy. Gu Jingze said, You can't bear for me to leave. You can go, I'm not reluctant. This is work, I know. Lin Che said. Gu Jingze's lips moved down and he wanted to kiss her. Lin Che dodged and snorted. No kiss. Hurry up and leave. Gu Jingze frowned. Why was he so angry? He felt like he wasn't like this yesterday. Lin Che pushed him again. Hurry up and leave. Look at the time. We'll be late. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.